We say we love, we say we love. We gave it all, we gave it all. We say we love, we say we love. But we were just innocent until something better came along. Until something better came along.
Around despite the loss, I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. Shadow with me, you're one. Oh,
Summer's gone, I'm latching on. Don't even know your name, but you're still in my head. Underneath rays of gold, your body oh so close. No, I can't forget, no. When I saw you on the dance floor, oh, I saw you who's on me first. I guess it's history now and I shouldn't care, but it still hurts. I didn't realize the danger, cause you're the end of the rainbow. And the music was so loud, didn't catch your name over this crowd. Girl, you should wear a name tag, cause all I wanna do is to know your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, that's the only way that I get your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, it's too important to be your name. People go insane when you walk by. Girl, you should wear a name tag. I need you on the dance floor, 4 a.m. and we go home. I guess it's history now and I shouldn't care, but it still hurts. I didn't realize the danger, cause you're the end of the rainbow. And the music was so loud, didn't catch your name over this crowd. Girl, you should wear a name tag, cause all I wanna do is to know your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, that's the only way that I get your name. Girl, you should wear a name tag, it's too important to be your name. People go insane when you walk by. Girl, you should wear a name tag. Girl, you should wear a name tag. Girl, you should wear a name tag.
The sun is coming up, are you ready to go? We can take a ride, we can take it slow. Your will is my law, I'ma let you be the boss, 'cause I'll go where you go. I'll take you to a place we can see it all. Step off the edge, I can break your fall. Your will is my law, I'ma let you be the boss, 'cause I'll go where you go. When you fall down, I'll get you back up again. The things you try are things that you won't regret. We are kings of the world, and tonight is our playground. We are kings of the world, and anywhere it's homebound. We are kings of the world, and tonight is our playground. We are kings of the world, and anywhere it's homebound. We are kings of the world. Follow me away, 'cause we can't stay here. Let yourself go, you got nothing to fear. You'll never be alone, let the highway be your home, 'cause I'll go where you go. When you fall down, I'll get you back up again. The things you try are things that you won't regret. We are kings of the world, and tonight is our playground. We are kings of the world, and anywhere it's homebound. We are kings of the world, and tonight is our playground. We are kings of the world, and anywhere it's homebound. We are kings of the world.
I'm sick of lying here all alone and nearly sleepless at night. I'm honest, it's boring. 1,000,000 demons surrounding me, picking a fight. It's toxic. You were the best I ever had, but every second you were screwing me over, and now I'm done with it. I guess that there was no surprise. Deleting you out of my mind. Isn't it iconic? Standing on the front line, steady going forward without knowing the direction. I need to be
from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Welcome to Rounders Card Club, everyone. My name is Drew. I'm gonna give you a tour. Come on in. So, one of the coolest things about the premier club here in San Antonio is golf simulators. There's actually 2 of them here, which is pretty sick. Let me show you a little something quick. How we do it where I'm from. Easy 300 right here. Bye. But maybe golf's not your thing. I understand. Maybe chess is your thing. We have an in-house end boss. This man's name is Leonard. He's incredible. What's up, Leonard? But I'm gonna get him this time.
Oh, to me.
Not today, though. All right. GG's, Leonard.
All right, bro.
You know, another funny thing, actually, is I've been trying to get a haircut for weeks, but all I've been doing is playing poker. How am I gonna get to the barber shop? There's one here. Hi. Oh, nice. Thank you, Jasmine. And now that we're cleaned up, it's time to get something to eat. One thing you cannot forget to do is visit the Rail Bar and Grill here at Rounders. It has amazing food and drinks. I eat here all the time. I promise you will not be disappointed. You already see there are a bunch of reasons to come visit Rounders, and we haven't even talked about poker yet. Rounders has over 20 tables and action going around the clock. Don't worry about missing your favorite game either. There are TVs at every corner, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the best poker experience in Texas.
Hey everybody, this is Ethan. Hope y'all are having a good one. We're coming in here with the 200K holiday bounty, and I'm here with Michael Largent. We had him on the other stream just on Thursday, so and this is going to be a big one. You can see the stacks right here and where everyone is. I believe everyone's from San Antonio, but
I think we do have one player from Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Who was it? It was Jesse Cabanas. I think he's the chip leader right now. Says he's from Fredericksburg, Virginia. But everyone else, I think, is from Texas.
yeah, we actually see that our chip leaders are both at the same stack.
I know. That's going to be so fun to watch.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that for a start of a tourney, like exactly the same.
Yeah, I do think, according to my very detailed chip count, Jesse's up by like 15,000 right now. So we'll see if that ends up mattering. Can't imagine it will.
Yeah, and just for reference, guys, this was a 200K bounty event, $300 buy-in, $50 bounties on the first day, and then $200 bounties on the second day. So they've come a long way to get here. There's been a lot of battling. I know I was in the streets for 3 bullets here. So
do you know how many entries there were by chance? It's probably a lot. I know because they ran like what 9-day ones or something.
Yeah,
I'm sure it was a lot.
I think that we might be able to. See, I'm pretty sure it was around like 400 to 500 entries.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
and you were at least 3 of those, but you said you'd be on the final table one way or another.
Yeah, I tried.
Maybe not the way you wanted, but we're gonna have fun commentating it.
Honestly, what I wanted to do really was get like 10th place so that
You can get the pay jump and then do the commentary.
yeah, exactly. If not, I was gonna have to do a solve for Y stream, except only me with the headset. But
So, do you know any of these players? Do we have information on them?
yeah, we actually know a lot of these players. So if we go down the list here, we have Bob. I don't know who he is, but I know he's from San Antonio. He's an executive consultant. But Preston on the second one is actually a stream regular. He plays a lot of the big games, and he in general just really likes to come and play the cash games here in the Rounders Card Club room. I've actually seen him a lot as well outside of this card room, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Ochoa down there, one of our dealers here. He actually won an event for 24K here as well. So
Wow, do you know how long ago that was?
yeah, it was actually pretty recent. Must have been like 4 or 5 months ago.
So he's on a bit of a heater.
Yeah, for sure.
You'd love to see it. Thank you to all the dealers. And no bias, but we might be rooting for him a little bit.
There's always Rounders bias for Rounders players and dealers. Yeah, and overall, I see a lot of familiar faces. If you come by the club, you're pretty much going to see most of these guys playing cash or tournaments. So, yeah, I actually believe that one of our players is also a streamer on Twitch. He must have started recently. I'm not sure. But I believe that's seat 7, Brandon.
Do you know what, does he stream poker or what does he stream, do you know?
You know, I'm not sure. I saw someone kind of repost the final table picture and showing him just like, hey, good luck. And then I went through his, I did a little bit of stalking on his,
As you do.
on his socials, as you're supposed to do as a commentator. And yeah, it said he was on Twitch, so I imagine it would be for
Well,
poker.
when he wins the tournament, he's gonna have a great opportunity to plug his Twitch, right?
Yeah, that's always you'll get like 5 extra viewers, you know.
We'll raid his stream after this with all the Rounders tonight viewers.
Oh wait, no, it's actually, let me see here. It might be Preston, who's actually the streamer.
Oh, Preston.
Yeah,
He was on so many live streams, he decided to start his own.
yeah, and he's wearing a Spurs hat.
Now, what
which
does he
is
do for a living?
Yeah, he is a software engineer, cloud architect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
So this is a little bit of a departure from what he does during the day.
yeah. Although we do have a lot of people just in general in like different fields of computer science and stuff that play a lot of these events.
I think we had someone who was in IT that's also at the final table, I believe.
Yeah, Jesse.
Oh yeah,
Cominus.
Jesse. Oh yeah, he's the player from Virginia. So we got a few tech guys in here.
Yeah, we got some Rudy, who's a construction worker, and Brandon, who is a business owner. Bob, who's an executive consultant. One of the cool ones that we saw was Adam Flores in seat 5, who has been a market leader for a bank for 21 years. And his favorite hobby is poker, but soon he wants to go full-time. So that's pretty cool, doing 21 years of work for a company. And he not only that, he does it for he does 15 branches between San Antonio, Austin, and the Rio Grande. And he wants to give that up for poker, so...
That's a lot of branches. I don't blame him.
It goes the same way in poker, he's probably traveling to those branches, but then you have to travel to all the casinos.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
of course.
Or you can just go to Rounders and just play there all the time.
They've always got something. They got a tournament running every night. Oh, it looks like we're in the action.
Yeah, starting the action. You can see our new graphs, guys. We've been working really hard in getting them.
Okay,
so
those
I hope
look
you like
slick. That's the first time I've seen them. I really like that.
Yeah, Drew and Victor Reyes, one of our production guys. They've been both working really hard on just making the production really good.
And it looks like we're at 50K big blind. Am I correct?
Yeah, 50K, 100K,
Oh, 50K,
big blind
100K.
with the 50K small blind Annie.
My mistake, yeah.
Sorry, 50K big blind Annie. So it's not, your normal big blind Annie, which actually changes play a lot when you have the 100K, your blind stacks start to dwindle more. Whereas with the 50K, it actually does add an extra few orbits,
Yeah, you can definitely survive a little bit longer as a short stack. You're not going to be feeling like you have to jam as frantically, I think. Because you're basically saving, if you do the math, you're saving half a big blind every orbit, which doesn't sound like much, but when your stack is only, like I think our shortest stack right now is only, Rudy with only about 10 big blinds in his stack. It really adds up, because basically he can survive 5 orbits instead of just 4, which, could make a huge difference depending on when you end up getting a playable hand.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of Final Table, what are you kind of expecting to see? Are you expecting people to play tighter and try to feel everyone out? Are you expecting people to kind of abuse the fact that everybody's nervous? What are you expecting?
So it's actually a mix of both. So, like, for example, playing with the Queen 7 here in position with the 46 big blinds, he pretty much wants to defend all of his range, but these guys, when they get down to this Final Table, it's very likely that they've played the last couple days regardless, because they've been, for example, when they got down to 14 people, I'm sure that they were together in the same tables, just all as a whole. So they probably have a little bit of experience. They probably know. I don't think they really need to feel out unless they just haven't seen a player like the whole time, which is very rare when you get to the final table.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Looks like Ace Jack takes it down with a C-bet there. Pretty standard play.
Yeah, no, it's standard, but it's hard. In the moment, you're like, I brick this. You might want to check out of position. So good on him to realize that he should keep betting there because it hits him so much when he has the Ace Jack.
Right, and Bob was probably defending very wide in that spot to I believe that was small blind versus big blind.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
And got a question if Drew is playing. Drew might come on for commentary for a little bit. We're not sure yet, but we'll see. But he might pop in.
All right, looks like we're seeing the raise from the hijack by Ricardo with the King-9 offsuit. What do you think about that? A little loose, or would you be raising in that spot?
With 32 bigs, you can go both ways, and I like this 3-bet by Bob. Sometimes with this stack depth, you could just call with the 6s in position, but he does go with the re-raise, and it's going to target exactly what he's targeting. You deny equity from 2 cards, since every 2 cards is pretty much going to be a flip with the 6s. You can deny equity from a lot of hands, but no, I actually like the raise with the King-9. I think it's a good, just like knowledge of where he is. Maybe he knows as a player he might have a tighter range, but we'll see as we go on whether or not he's doing that more often than he should.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it seems pretty borderline either way. Can't really fault him whether he folds it or raises it up.
Yeah, and it always depends on, what you want from just like pay jumps and stuff. What are your goals for pay jumps? Do you want to win, or do you want to try to take like the lower variance route? And you're most likely going to ladder, especially when there's like 4 stacks with only like 10 bigs.
Right. And I think that, we got aces for Rudy.
And he has 8 bigs. So he might get called here, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And he's in...
For a bounty with ace high, button versus big blind, you're expecting your opponent to shove. I mean, Rudy can definitely have, kings, queens, but he can also have king, queen, king, jack. Sometimes even go as far as king 10 suited. So you're
Believe it
feeling...
or not, your ace high is actually ahead of all those hands.
Yeah, exactly. So you might be thinking he's in a flip, and for just a few big blinds more, it's going to be a great spot for Rudy. Does make the call, and you can't blame him because he is going to be ahead of all those hands. But he's in the worst spot possible.
He is drawing nearly dead. 96% for Rudy with the aces. I am not expecting much of a sweat here. Just put a deuce on the flop.
I mean, we've seen some brutal stuff on the stream, I can tell you that. We have definitely seen worse than 4% get there in these big spots.
That is absolutely true.
Oh, that's a...
You don't want wheel card.
Oh, my gosh.
No.
So we all know it's coming, right?
And he 5, and he makes the wheel.
Oh, wow.
So
I definitely... You just want to see paint.
okay. And the aces survive.
Yeah.
But you know he wasn't happy about that flop.
No, I mean, that's a...
But he is happy about that double.
Online, it gets there for sure. Five on the turn. Easy. But then ace on the river.
Ace on the river, always.
No, I mean, that's a huge spot for Rudy. That double up changes the dynamics a lot about the table. When someone has 10 big blinds, things can go a little weird for laddering, but now when he has 20 big blinds, anyone else with less than that is going to feel very, like, congested, feel like they have to go in more, so huge spot for him.
Yeah, I mean, going from being shortest to not being shortest just in and of itself is a huge difference, you know. And it's also going to make a difference in the way that he plays. How is he going to tighten up and, like you said, just try to get those pay jumps? Because a lot of the time people, I would say something about tournament poker in particular is I would not be surprised if a lot of these players have, you know, studied the game, studied like what types of hands they're supposed to open from what positions, etc. But something that I think, especially live players versus online players, a lot of live players have not done the studying on pay jumps and how important it is to play tight when you're going for a pay jump.
Yeah.
I think that I would say maybe you disagree, but the majority of mistakes made on these type of final table situations come from people misplaying when in regards to pay jumps.
Yeah, for sure. And this is kind of an example, but the thing is that on the button, you can definitely, especially with Jesse's position in terms of stack depth, he can call a little more, but he's definitely taking that pressure choosing a hand like King 8. He knows that people are going to fold a hand like, for example, King Jack. King Jack is really hard to continue on this board with just a gutter and an over.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you know, obviously, you can hit your straight. You know your king is probably good, but the question is really, I mean, how much is my chip stack worth at this point? Do I want to continue with this? And looks like he's got about 2.7 million. Jesse's still one of our chip leaders right now. I just think that if he doesn't hit a great card on the turn, he's not going to be able to withstand much more pressure. And he does let it go. Yeah, not surprising.
Yeah, and he could, oftentimes even just be only drawing to a 10. You don't know if you're against King Queen suited. I mean, not King Queen offsuit. Sometimes even King Queen suited is just going to call from the button there, especially from an early open. So there you can see our chip stacks have changed a lot. Adam is now the short stack, and that's not a place you ever want to be. But now we're getting closer to everyone being close together. Like you actually see Preston, who was one of the chip leaders when we started, now in third place.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, yes, Adam is the short stack right now, but it's a lot different with him having, 14 big blinds and the next shortest stack being, I think it was 17 or 18, versus if he had like 5 big blinds, because one double puts him right back in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and shout out to Trey Mears in the chat. Nice to see you, man. Hope you can come out and play some events on stream, but hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Have a fun one. It's already been pretty crazy, and Ochoa instantly gained jacks after raising. Oh my gosh!
Oh, that's sick.
Wow! What?
Aces twice.
and what? 6 hands?
I know.
And you have to call as Ochoa, but you're kind of hating it. You're like, what is he really shoving? Right? Like, you're almost always in a flip or you're dead. But the problem is that you have jacks.
Yeah, and this is why everybody hates this hand. I was even going to make a joke about it, but then I was like, maybe this jacks will go well for him.
Although,
yeah.
I don't think we saw any jacks folded.
Yeah, he does make the call. Can't really blame him, but he's going to see the bad news. It looks like both of the jacks are still in the deck. So he's going to have, it actually says based on the dead cards, those percentages change. So he actually has a much higher percent than normal. Like normally it's going to be about 18% for jacks, but here it's 27%. I guess that's just based on the dead cards in the deck.
Yeah.
So.
And that's actually really close.
Wow, in the window. Oh no! What does Dan Hardigan always say? Domination rotation.
Domination rotation, and that's brutal. I mean, with one out to come, Adam's looking a little Wow.
I mean, you hate to see it like that.
Yeah, we've all been there. GG's to Adam Flores from New Braunfels. He has 2 awesome kids, and he's shouting out just Adam Tripp, his kids, and his wife. Married his high school sweethearts, and they've been together since 1999. He's had some good wins, so I'm sure he can come back from it. But GG's to Adam Flores from New Braunfels. That was brutal.
Yeah, that's a brutal way to go out. But at least he can sleep tonight with the knowledge that there was nothing he could have done.
Yeah.
There's really just no other play that you could make there.
And that's a big hand for Ochoa, our dealer here at Rounders. He had won. Actually, his biggest tournament score was here, $24,000 here at Rounders. And his shout-outs actually are to the Rounders family, dealers, waitresses, the podium, and the owners. He is such a
Not
nice
the
guy.
commentators, I noticed, though. I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, we're considered the podium.
Okay, fair enough. And that puts him to nearly, I think that puts him second in chips, or close to it.
Yeah,
He's up to 4.3 million.
yeah, I think that actually does put him in second in chips after Preston lost that ace-deuce hand.
Yeah, it does.
But Preston's not slowing down, still opening the ace-8 suited. This is a good open. It's definitely a exploitative open where you're trying to capitalize on people's fear of pay jumps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Preston's still one of the bigger stacks. I think he's still third or fourth in chips. And we see another ace-8. This is of the offsuit variety for Brandon, and he's probably going to defend his big blind here, I would imagine. And this is either going to be an anticlimactic chop, or most likely, or we're going to see if Preston with the betting lead. Oh, is he? He's not looking at raising chips, is he? No, I think he's just looking at calling chips.
Yeah, and very often in this spot, you're going to see just big blind defending everything. It gets a little dicey when you start calling with ace-X hands because a lot of the time your aces are just going to be dominated, and you're kind of hoping for a flop like ace-8 rather than ace-high. And this is often going to actually go check, bet, fold. But, oh my gosh. What a lead.
Wow, he's leading out on this board. What do you think the rationale is behind this lead?
I think this is my opponent has a lot of chips, and I'm just going to outplay him the way I think that he's opening too wide.
Yeah, I mean, Preston as the opener, and he opened from +3, so his range is not going to, in theory, his range is not going to be super wide. It's not like he's, it's not like he opened on the button, and then Brandon defended his big blind, This is, he's going to have a lot of strong hands in his range. He's going to have ace-queen, king-queen, some queen-jack suited for sure. He's going to have strong hands here. This is not like a typical big blind lead board, and it does get through, though.
Wow.
That was playing with fire for sure, but he did get it through on that one.
That was. And, there could be, if they've been playing all week, or all the past few days since now, they're definitely going to feel like maybe there's some history. Maybe I know that he's constantly opening. Maybe they even have history in cash. There's some tournaments I've been in where, you get to the final table and someone from cash or tournament, and you just know that they might be opening too wide.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here is our current win-ins for who's gone up. So, but yeah, no, that was pretty much the only hand that he will have that might lead there is a hand like pocket fives. But even then, you're kind of wanting to check raise or check call when you flop a set like that because you don't want to lose value. So yeah, you can kind of see Preston even was taking his time. He was like, "This literally, I don't even know what you could have." Speaking of pocket fives, we'll see how he plays this. After that last play, I could see a re-raise here very often.
You think he's feeling himself a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. I like both re-raise and call. I think you're often gonna not see the big blind come in here. With many hands, you're gonna have just kind of the hijack wrecked with the hand like fives, but he is kind of deliberating.
Yeah, you don't want to be the big blind stuck in between two other players, especially with a mediocre hand. The Jack Deuce, I can't imagine is going to come in. Looks like that was just a call. Yes, it was.
Yeah, and most hands are going to be so bad that you just can't even come along.
You can see on his face right there. Even if you do defend it, unless it's like it's meant to be a reverse tell, even if you do defend at this point, people are going to be wondering, what do you even have that made you react so visibly? He does defend the Jack Deuce. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about that?
It's weird. It's definitely it's a spot that I think a lot of us can get in the moment and feel a little bit of FOMO and not want to fold. And wow, he is going to flop the best of it.
Not the worst flop for either player. I mean, Jesse's got some backdoor diamonds. He's got a backdoor straight draw. He still thinks his ace is probably going to be good if he hits it.
Yeah, and we see a lead here again. This is actually such an awkward spot for Jack 2, which is kind of why you don't want to play hands like Jack 2, is you don't know if you call here and Jesse behind just has a set of 10s. You're throwing away a huge portion of your stack.
Yeah, I'd be so suspicious of Brandon, though, after seeing him lead on the last hand. And this is why you have to be paying attention to every hand that your opponents are in as well. He does fold. That's why it's tough to defend the Jack Deuce. You flop top pair and fold the flop. I mean, and then the ace high does fold as well.
Yeah.
Fives get it through.
The problem with hands like Jack Deuce is you're really just hoping that 4 is a 2. And even so, you're kind of like, do I feel super strong with my 2? If the board pairs, do I feel good? If I'm getting a call, do I feel good? So yeah, a bit of an overstep, but I think with the amount of odds he was getting, I'm sure he felt like, okay, maybe the flop just comes 2-2-2, and I can just free roll.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's rough when you're because if you're just trying to hit 2 pair on the flop, or just pray that you hit a jack and it goes check check check. There's just not going to be that many flops where both the board and the action meet what you're hoping happens. So I think you're just going to be bleeding chips in that spot a lot. But it's tough to say.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, and Jesse opening up a lot here. Jesse is also a regular. I've played with him a lot in a lot of these tournaments. He is a IT support engineer. And actually, this is his biggest tournament score because he just started playing tourneys last year.
Oh, wow. Well, congrats to him, regardless of what happens. And he's one of the chip leaders right now.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. With the 8-5 suited, once the small blind has called, can be a call because you're just generally not going to
Where was that
intersect.
flop last hand? Come on.
That's exactly what he was hoping for last hand.
He would definitely have gotten led into by 5s on that board as well.
Yeah, I think this board would get more leads into. I'm curious to see how he takes the 3s after folding the Jack Deuce. Did he also just want to set mine, or is he going to go for a call on this street?
Do you think there's any merit to raising the 3s for protection?
Against someone who has opened a good amount and played a good amount, I wouldn't be against it. And it kind of looks like he's cutting out raising chips because those greens, I believe, are 100 each. So it does look like he min-raised.
Did he put out enough for a min raise? It looks like he didn't quite put out enough chips, but it's going to be, I believe 700K is going to be the min raise. Yeah.
Yeah, and this isn't, when you see that the big stack is opening a lot and kind of playing a lot, you can do this. The problem is that the big stack is going to get hands sometimes. It's not always going to be these suited aces.
And do you think this is a problem from Jesse's end of maybe over c-betting? Since on that particular board, I just don't see that you're going to get any, pocket 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. I don't think any of those I think 10s probably goes in pre-flop, I would guess, but it's tough to say. I just don't think you're getting any of those hands to fold on that board with the c-bet, but maybe you are.
It's rough because, and you can, I'll go back to it in a sec, but all our stacks are really close now, so you can see kind of the effect of over raising for sure. But it's tough because you don't want hands like Ochoa's 8-5 suited. You know, you check back and the turn's an 8, and you're kind of just drawing to only an ace. You don't want to give them equity, but at the same time, yeah, like a lot of people, as we can see, take advantage of the idea of, you know, chip leaders just raising into me all the time.
Right, and we're seeing the queen jack offsuit raised from under the gun.
Yeah, this can go both ways. I think that online you generally are folding this under the gun, but you know, in live you don't see as many hands, and you might feel like you can use your image, you can use the strength of your blockers, but does get better hands to fold, and that's a big pot for Preston. You know, when you've just lost the last few, you opened button with ace deuce and short stack shoved and has aces, so you're definitely kind of like feeling, you know, sort of tilted, but not really, kind of upstuck.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say at the very least, good on him for not getting discouraged after losing a few pots and sticking to his game plan of if he, you know, thinks he can bully shorter stacks by opening wide, and that's his game plan. I would like to see him stick to it, which he just did there.
Yeah, we can see as the tourney goes on, we'll see how people react, how people get, you know, start adapting to what their opponents are doing, and maybe, you know, at break and stuff, they might even go back on the stream and see, hey, this guy led into me with ace-8 on queen jack 5, or for example. So things like that. When I play anything on stream, I always try to see if I can get someone, a friend or something, that can relay what's kind of happening, like on break and stuff.
We have a card lost in the tape. There we go. That's always the worst when that happens. Yeah, I mean, you want you definitely want all the information you can get, and it's a very different final table dynamic because you're getting the information on your opponents, and not in real time, obviously. This is on a delay, but you're getting it well before the end of play, you know? Because it's not even the next day. It's not like they'll be able to watch this the next day. This information is going to be available to them. I'm not sure what the exact delay is, like 30 minutes or whatever, in 30 minutes or so. And, of course, they're not going to be sitting watching the stream on their phone, but if somebody shoots them a text like, hey, you know, he had pocket fives on that hand where he led, that can really change your opinion of a player for the rest of the final table.
Oh, a ton. Yeah, and actually Adam Flores, who busted with aces earlier, is in stream. He said GG's right after he saw the aces bust, and said good luck to everyone still in. So very awesome that, you know, he came back and he saw that, and he looked back and saw and just talked about it, instead of like, I feel like all of us would just be like, F this, I'm going to play cash. You know, like,
yeah.
Instead he's
I've been there.
yeah, I think we've all been there, but, you know, kudos to you, Adam. You played great. Sucks to get aces cracked. I think we've all been there, but it's always next one. And hey, Joe Berg, thank you for the compliments. We really try to get our commentary good. And I'm here with Michael. We did the Thursday stream. Michael Largent. I'm Ethan Brune. This is Rounders Card Club stream. Here are the cumulative winnings. This is just what everyone's up. And Preston is down 17 bigs. That's never a good feeling.
No. And Brandon, with his, I would say, unorthodox strategy of leading out when out of position, has actually paid off for him.
A ton.
Up 1.2 million worth. And there's a lot of value in 1.2 million chips.
Yeah, you know, sometimes like I like to mix in some donk bets or even just min raises on flops on boards that don't really hit people, as a way to kind of like do that when I do actually get a hand. Sometimes I'll still do it, and we see a lot of people just like spaz out, or maybe they're just over raising. So wow, we're seeing this is not a cash game, guys.
Punish the limpers. Squeeze. He got it.
Guys, we're seeing almost what happened to be a 5-way pot and a turning. So
Yeah.
Welcome to Texas, baby.
Welcome to Texas. Jesse did wake up with a good hand in the big blind. Also a very opportune squeeze spot. 700K, what do you think about his sizing?
I do like the sizing. I think that, he doesn't necessarily want folds. He wants people like Ricardo here at the ace-4 suited to possibly come in. And when you see other people just flatting, you kind of don't expect them to have great hands. But you definitely can flat with some really, really good hands. Like, let's just say pocket tens might flat sometimes. But probably not in that spot particularly. You see it seldomly, but
Yeah, I mean, maybe even like some of your super strong hands would be good flatting candidates, maybe even like pocket aces or something. When it's that multi-way, I think I prefer the raise personally, unless you're going to play like, a low pocket pair for a set mine or something like that, and you want as many people in as possible so you can cooler a better hand. But I like his squeeze. I like that he didn't go too small, because sometimes people will raise to like 350K in that spot, and then get 2 or 3 people to call that, and it's just, you're never happy when the pot is that bloated, and you have a good hand for sure, ace queen offsuit, but not an amazing hand, and certainly a hand where that lots of other hands are going to be drawing live against.
yeah, definitely ace jack and ace queen like to just be hands that want to get in pre-flop versus having to go multi-way, especially out of position.
For sure. What do you do if you get back raised there? Just cry?
Yeah, it gets rough. It depends on my knowledge of the opponent, as well as my ICM. ICM, for those who don't know, independent chip model. It just gives value to your chips. If I have 15 big blinds and my opponent has 4 big blinds, I want to try to outlast them, because our pay jumps, we're now at 8th place, so that's 3,800. Next pay jump is up to almost 5K. So, that difference in 1,200 is it can be really big a lot of the time, especially when the buy-in was just 300.
Right, and the pay jumps keep, as many people are aware, the pay jumps keep increasing as we as the tournament progresses. It's going to be, the next pay jump might be 1,200 or so, and then the next pay jump after that might be 1,800, and then 3,000, et cetera, and then with the pay jump between first and second, of course, being the biggest. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, is a lot of the mistakes that people make on these final tables come from either not valuing their stack enough or valuing it too much, not knowing when to try to outlast a short stack. These are all very important, and they definitely come into effect earlier in the tournament as well, but I would say that they're also pretty specific to final tables as far as trying to outlast short stacks, because you can see everybody who's around. Excuse me. You can see everybody else who's still in the tournament.
Yeah, and a big part of this is that this buy-in was 300, but we had a lot of satellites, so you don't know who might have gone in through a satellite only. And a lot of the times, if you get into an event for, like, let's just say $45, that's $300, and you're at this point, and you're turning 45 into like 4 or 5K, with the chance to maybe, again, first place is 27,000. Some of these people are going to be turning in $45 and 27K, so that's always a really big portion, is just, what is my comfortability? What am I trying to achieve?
Come on, bro.
We see the ace 10. Oh, he just gets a walk on the big blind, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah,
With the best hand.
Stacks are now at this point very close. We have a ton of stacks that are within the 23 to 30 big blind range, which is pretty deep for this late in this tournament. So,
yeah, I mean, we're on the final table, and I don't even think there's anyone who's super short right now.
no, the shortest is 17 big blinds. So,
Yeah, that's pretty rare, I would say, for the shortest stack to be that. Oh,
If you put your black chips in front of it, it'll block it.
yeah, it's very rare. And one of the crazy things is, like, even the WPT right now, Benny Glazier had like 120 big blinds, with the second place having 20 big blinds. So you can see a very big difference in play when people are just like at the same stacks, because then it starts to come into consideration, like, I want to ladder up, oh, I lost 20 bigs and now I'm down to where everyone else is. Like there's so much, not just like issues with like, oh, I don't want to lose out on what would be like a really good cash day if I were to, you know, make these pay jumps, but also like mentally how long they've been playing for. You play for 3 days, you're at this final table. It hurts to lose pots, especially when pots are, or even the big blind is just worth like 3 starting stacks. Wow, we're gonna see quads flopped for Rudy.
That's a pretty good flop when you have king queen. Oh, and it looks like Matthew's going to lead into him. I'm not sure that it's going to work into quads.
Yeah, and this one is oh, see what's going on here. One sec.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a raise or if it was intended as a call. Yeah, we're just going to wait to see what's going on.
Yeah, we're taking a sec. I think it's because Ochoa accidentally picked up a card that he wasn't supposed to.
Right, and so it might have messed up the card reader. Yeah, so we're just running kind of through the action again. You can see Rudy with greater than 99% to win this hand.
I don't even know how it's not 100%. What is
Backdoor straight flush, I think, because he had the king 9
Oh,
of
okay.
clubs. So if he hit the 10 of clubs and the jack of clubs, then he'd have a straight flush. But I don't. We've only seen that one time. We were playing at a table. We saw a bomb pot. Somebody flopped quads on one board, and then it went runner straight flush on that board, and he ended up getting scooped. It was one of the worst beats I've ever seen in my life. It does not happen here because we got the ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, you can see this is the problem with leading out too much, is that you're leading out to someone with quads.
And do you just call in this situation?
Yeah, this is a rough spot because you only have 11 bigs. Call looks as strong as a raise, and you kind of want your opponent to keep bluffing with this king 9 in order to get there. And I don't know if they're folding if they have an ace anyway.
Right, exactly.
But the issue is, yeah, I do like to just call when he's in the small blind. He's probably going to continue. He might not. Also, we can see that he has 7 big blinds. He might not realize that his opponent has 7 bigs.
Yeah, that's why you got to be always cognizant of
Oh, wow.
the 3 street.
I'm not sure what he's trying to get to fold with this bet.
Maybe an ace. Maybe he thinks that Rudy's not going to want to get knocked out. Yeah, so he bets small.
And now he has to call because he's getting 20 to 1.
Do you have to call here? This is never, ever a
It's
bluff.
never a bluff, no, but man.
What can your king high beat?
300 more? Yes, sir.
Nothing but king high. But obviously he's not going to have king. Yeah, I mean.
No, I think you just say whoops and then fold it. He's looking like he might call. I mean, it's one of those spots where, you know, you are getting an insanely good price, but you're also just never beating anything.
Yeah, you're never beating anything, but I mean, it's so much harder in the moment. It's like, man, I already put in 2 mil.
Is the 200K worth it just because you want to see the quads?
30 seconds?
I mean, you know, you said 20 to 1 earlier, that you actually were not joking. It is 20 to 1. I don't know. Do you just pay 200K so that you can see the quads?
It's rough because, man, yeah, you know, he's never bluffing, so it's like.
Yeah, that's an ace at worst, and I even think an ace would just call, and like maybe if, you know, because when you call with the ace, you lose. You're like, okay, I still got, you know, 200K left or whatever. Maybe I can spin it up. Does make the call. He's gonna see the bad news. To be fair, he was behind the whole time, including pre-flop. But I mean, Yeah, there's just so few. I guess maybe he's trying to get him off like pocket tens or something that flopped like a low full house.
Yeah.
I could see that because I don't think pocket tens are folding on that flop. They might fold on the turn is like the worst card in the deck for pocket tens.
Yeah, and even pocket nines, pocket
Yeah, any pocket pair really.
even pocket jacks,
Yeah,
But the thing is that like that's kind of the problem that you get when you're leading out into pre-flop razors.
yeah, for sure. It's yeah, we did. I think we did say earlier that it was a strategy that was working for him, but it's a strategy that it's easy to get burned on, and he did fly a little too close to the sun on that one. We've all bluffed into the nuts before, but it's definitely not a good feeling. And a lot of people won't go for it in a spot like that.
Yeah.
A lot of people will give up on the river, and you could argue that it's probably a good thing to give up on the river in that spot, since there are just so few hands that you can actually get to fold there. An ace is pretty much never folding. A queen is obviously never folding. You're really just targeting like jacks, tens, and nines, maybe pocket kings, but you have a king in your hand, so that's less likely. It's just a rough spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Brandon now going to be one of the short stacks, if not the short stack.
Yeah, he just doubled up the short stack, so.
Gotcha.
But he still has 17 bigs.
Yeah, still plenty of playability for sure.
Oh, and he limps in with this king queen.
On the button, do you like that?
No, not particularly, especially after you were just caught bluffing. But, again, there's so many different dynamics of what's going on, of why you might do this. Yeah, and here's kind of the problem is it's probably just going to check down a lot of the time.
Yeah, we've got gutter for Ricardo and
Oh, wow.
bottom pair for Ochoa, and looks like that was a lead out.
Yeah, and I guess he's correctly assessing that his opponents are never going to be limping with an ace.
Heads up.
Yeah, and that's why at these type of situations it can be very profitable to mix in. Oh, and he would have turned the best hand.
Yeah.
With his king queen.
And that's a really good card for Ochoa.
Yeah, for sure. Turning the flush draw as well as bottom pair. And then looks like Ricardo just lets it go. Well played by Ochoa. He recognized that nobody, for the most part, is going to have a super strong hand on that board. And he protected his bottom pair and took it down. Always nice to win those pots out of the big, or I believe, was he the big blind? He was the big blind, right?
Yeah, big blind, especially when he should have been raised and folded. And I'm going to take this just as a moment to say, I'm Ethan Bruin, and I'm here with Michael Argent. We're here at Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. Best card club in town for sure. And if y'all can give us a like and subscribe, me and Drew and the team and everyone here, we've been doing so much work to try to make sure that the stream just, gets to where it is, looks as professional as it is, and constantly working on this. I mean, every day we've been making sure that everything's cool. Drew's doing this right now, mostly as his full-time and as well as I. So this is a really awesome time for San Antonio. I never really thought that we'd get to this point. So if y'all can give a like and subscribe, it really helps us out.
And if you're anywhere in Texas, come on down to Rounders. I mean, it's one of the biggest card rooms in the state. We've got, like Ethan has mentioned in the past, we've got a bar, we've got a restaurant, got a bunch of stuff. We've got tournaments running every day. There's always cash games running, no matter what time of day you come. So if you're, anywhere in Texas or you're planning to make a trip to San Antonio, definitely swing by Rounders on your way.
Yeah, we see just a call from Ace King in the button. This is a really not where you want to take a hand like Ace King. Ace King's not really one of those hands that you're trying to just see a flop with. It's one of those hands that you're trying to take it down pre or get all in with a hand like Ace 10 suited. And going four-way, you can see he only has 31% from where he would have like 80% if he had raised. And now his opponents are going to outflop him. So might have still been outflopped by the Ace 10 anyway, considering Ace 10 only has 17 bigs. But if you were to shove, pre-flop, I don't think you're going to get called by Ace 10 here.
Yeah, I can't imagine, especially with how deep everyone is. even, the shortest stack being 17 or 15 big blinds or whatever. I don't know that ace 10 is going to really want to take this spot.
Yeah, and here's the problem with calling pre-flop with ace king is that you feel your hand is just so strong that you feel you have to call on a board like this. And I see it often that some people even just like start going crazy on these boards because they think, oh, I have ace king, I got to keep going.
Do you think he's going to continue? I think Matthew's probably going to bet this hand again. Do you think Ricardo's going to continue or just let it go?
This one's rough because Matt has a pot size bet left, but he's actually going pretty small. So Ricardo's getting a good price to still call because it seems like that kind of was his objective in the first place. And maybe he feels that his opponent has something on the lines of what Ochoa had, which is king jack suited. So you're still beating those, and I mean, outside of sets, your opponent never really has as many things that connect with this board other than overpairs and sets.
Yeah, I mean, that 500K to me kind of reads like he's trying to get value from like 7s, 8s, and 9s, and maybe
Yeah.
pocket 5s as well. Maybe ace 5 suited that would call on the flop.
Yeah, and this is if your goal was to keep calling here as Ricardo, this is a brutal river because you've already put in a lot. And I think it looks like Matthews probably should shove, but from what we've seen, he might go for something like a value bet targeting exactly what Ricardo has. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that. What does that look like, 600 or something? I like that really small sizing.
Yeah.
Because like I said, those 8s, 9s, 7s, pocket 5s are all going to have a hard time folding to that size. And you might even get called by some ace highs, like ace king.
Yeah, it's a rough spot for Ricardo having not raised pre.
Yeah, does get out flopped by the ace 10 and does Ricardo does get Matthew does get 3 streets of value from ace high, which is not easy to do. Props to him for keeping the bet sizes small, because I don't think Ricardo would have called a jam there.
No, for sure.
And I don't even know that he would call a jam with those other stronger hands like pocket 8s, 9s, 7s.
I honestly think that he got max value in that spot, so that is that's a big showing as to why you want to raise hands like ace king, is that it's not just a lot of people call it the drawing hand, etc., but it's doing really well against a lot of hands, and that's one of them that would have folded pre-flop, but instead you give a lot of chips. And that's our new chip score. You can see things have changed a ton, but we're still all at like 30-ish bigs, which is crazy.
Yeah, Ricardo now the short stack after that hand, only 9 big blinds left. We've seen spin-ups from much smaller stacks before, so by no means is he out, but he's definitely not where you want to be right now.
Oh, yeah. Actually, one of our regulars, Luis Vargas, he ended up winning one event here, our Reviver event. He won it off of half a big blind at 14 people.
He was literally a chip in a chair.
Yeah, literally a chip in a chair. And he ends up winning, so. Ooh, and we see an all-in.
Was that with the... Okay, it looks like our chips are catching... Our cards are catching up.
Yeah.
Ochoa with the
Oh
aces.
my gosh. How many times are we going to see this?
Do you think he calls? Okay. He does call. That sounded like a joke question. I was asking if you think he calls or if he reshoves.
Yeah.
It does. Oh, he did reshove.
They look as strong as each other.
Yeah.
And Brandon Chalker, he's from San Antonio, business owner, and his hobby is boxing. He's going to need some help here with the sixes.
Or he can just take Ochoa out in the parking lot afterwards if he gets knocked out here.
And we've seen some brutal runouts already, so.
But it's about as safe as it gets for pocket aces. And Brandon does not have a spade, so there's no backdoor spades that can help. And he just needs a 6. He's got both 6s live, and it does not come.
Doesn't come. GG's to Brandon from San Antonio. Is going to be taking home $3,800 and whatever bounties he got.
Off of a $300 buy-in. It's not a bad cash at all. I mean, we don't know how many buy-ins it was, but we'll just say it was 1.
Yeah, and that's such a huge spot for Ochoa. I can't believe we've seen that happen already, like 3 or 4 times where someone has raised with a pretty good hand and just ran into aces. It's pretty crazy.
And the aces have only held twice.
Yeah.
I mean, the aces were one card off from getting cracked by ace deuce offsuit when the flop was 3-3-4. And it looks like our next payout is going to be $4,900
Yeah.
for 7th place.
And then after that, it's going to be a $1,300 payout as well, an extra. But as you can see, when we get to the top, it starts to be like $3,000 pay jumps, which is always, I think a lot of these players, from what we've seen, their biggest cashes are like 6K, 5K. So for all of them at this point, this is starting to become their biggest cash.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we even had some people who was it that said this was their biggest cash already, was somebody who was at the table. I forget who it was.
Yeah, that was Jesse, and he's actually one of the chip leaders right now as well.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, so this is already his biggest cash. Everything after that is gravy. But I believe that Brandon was the second shortest stack. Am I correct on that?
Yeah. After he had doubled up the quads, he became the second shortest.
So I do think Ricardo is by far the shortest stack now. I think he's got 9 big blinds, and I think Preston had like 14 or so. Or not Preston, excuse me. Brandon had, I believe, 14, and everybody else had like 20 plus. So I think he's going to be much shorter than the rest of the competition. I think even a double, he might still be the shortest stack at this point.
Yeah, and it really is exactly what you said. Even if he doubles, he's still the shortest stack, and this is something that we see a lot. Here's a VPIP. Ochoa at 40%. But anyway, going back to what I was saying is we've actually seen a lot of ICM calculations just like to say that, like, even if you double up as the shortest stack, your chip value doesn't change, like the amount as much as if, you just keep your stack, essentially. So we've actually seen in our recent 1.1 million guaranteed, we saw that short stack was able to kind of hold on for a pretty long time and actually make like 2 or 3 pay jumps with like 5 bigs.
And speaking of pay jumps, we got Ricardo all in with the ace-7 suited. Ochoa in the hijack with pocket 4s. Now this is only, what is that, like 9 big blinds that he jammed?
Yes, it's 9 bigs, but the problem is you have a lot of people behind, and 4s aren't doing really good against sometimes you're dead, and sometimes you're just in this flip, for example, in this situation. But also you have to be afraid, like you call and someone shoves behind, and what are you doing,
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rough spot with 4s no matter what. You're just never really doing much better than flipping. Sometimes you'll be against some like ace-3, ace-deuce suited type hands. Occasionally you'll be against pocket 3s, pocket 2s, but in general you're just calling for a flip at best. And as the big stack, that $200 bounty is really not worth the 1 million in chips at this point. The bounties just don't matter. Yeah, he does let it go. The bounties are not important anymore compared to the pay jumps. Like the next pay jump is, I think, 6 times what the bounty is worth.
Yeah.
So, winning the bounties is not really important. That's more of a day 1, day 2 concern.
Yeah, and actually, this is something that, it tends to be more important as pay jumps get bigger, but you generally want to keep a short stack around because especially when he's on your right, you can bully people a lot more knowing that they can't really call or shove a lot of the times because the pay jumps are so big that they want to wait till the 11 big blind stack loses.
Right, because if you have, 20, 22, 25 big blinds and you get knocked out before somebody that's down to, 9 big blinds, it's a disaster for you.
Yeah.
From a payout standpoint.
So sometimes Ochoa actually wants the short stack to stay in the game rather than out of the game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen people just be able to bully It's a little different. And aces again for Jesse. That's the 4th time. We've only been live for 40 minutes?
Think on the button.
Yeah, he does go with the raise. This is this does look like he's trying to take it down again. And if you hadn't seen the ace queen hand, you could, but it does fold.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's okay, especially with the bigger stack in position, to just call with aces. They don't need as much protection as a hand like, let's say, jacks or tens. But, you know, also raising, like, there's a couple of other factors, especially when Bob, who hasn't raised too much, raises. You might be in a spot against something like queens or jacks where you want to just try to get it in with them. But, yeah, definitely just calling can be a good play a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I forget what position he was in. There might have been a few too many people behind him for him to feel comfortable just calling there.
Yeah, he was in the button.
Oh, he was on the button. Yeah.
Yeah.
So probably could have just flatted there, but
But you can go either way.
Either way, it's fine.
It's so close.
and you know even taking it down pre-flop, you're not too upset about that. I mean, he picked up probably 500K chips without seeing a flop.
Yeah.
Preston gonna raise up the ace queen offsuit from the hijack. Doesn't look like anyone so far has anything to defend with. Matthew, no, he's going to just fold the jack nine suited. Could probably defend it, but it's also probably fine to fold it, especially with Ricardo, the short stack, being on the big blind. Knowing that he's going to either have to defend because he's on the big blind or just give up his big blind and bleed away the 180K that he's already committed, which is what he ends up doing with the 7-3 suited.
Yeah.
Probably a fine fold.
Yeah, definitely.
Can't stick around with everything in the big. You don't have to call every hand in the big blind.
No, yeah, and it's rough. Like when you are in that spot, it's kind of like, well, I also just kind of have to get lucky. But the problem is that's also kind of what got him to that spot, right?
Right, with the ace king just flatting pre-flop.
Ace king, jack deuce. You know, a lot of it. I think a lot of people tend to look at spots and be like, man, I got unlucky. I ran aces into jacks, but like, why were you short stack in the first place, right? And a lot of that can be those missteps, those just calls, or those weird bluff lines that don't really go into your range a lot of the time. So
right. Yeah, just lets the suited gapper go. You can maybe make a case for. I mean, 9-7's a little loose, but I think everyone's deep enough that these suited hands still have a lot of playability. We got ace king again for Ricardo. Will he make the same mistake? I don't think he will. I think he's going to go all in with this.
Yeah, it does go all in. And we're going to have Ochoa with ace queen in the big.
How many aces are in this deck?
8 last time I checked.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound regulation. I can't see Ochoa getting away from this.
No, I mean, it's not even about whether or not he calls. I think it's about whether or not he shoves is what he's thinking.
Yeah, probably. And I mean, you know, ace queen is going to be doing super well against a lot of Ricardo's range. This is one of the few hands that it's not going to be doing well against.
Yeah, and sometimes in a spot with the raise from Matthew to 350K, which is a pretty big, wow, it does make the fold. Not my favorite fold, but I mean, in this spot, obviously, it's one that's going to work out.
Yeah, and
maybe
you're not happy with ace 5 here, because the problem with ace 5 as a call here is you're only 30% against all the pocket pairs from sixes to kings, basically.
Yeah. But I think with the amount of chips that you're getting to call here, I think you end up actually having to be more on the side of calling, because you are going to be ahead of king queen again, king queen, king jack, and the worst spot you're going to be in is 30%. So
right, yeah, I can definitely see him calling off here and seeing the bad news, but you know, he's only 32% with the particular dead cards. He might be getting, I'd have to do the math, but he's getting close to the correct odds for sure. He does let it go, though. And that's a huge chip up for Ricardo.
Yeah, huge.
530K. Like, when you have ace-king, some part of you is hoping to get called and double up. But 530K without seeing a flop is massive.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people, sometimes myself, would rather take it down and...
Yeah. He almost got unlucky, though, getting... I mean, he might have gotten, you know, sucked out on, but... It's almost unlucky that neither of those hands that he had in such bad shape called.
Yeah, I think specifically getting ace-queen to fold there, who's the chip leader, is pretty unlucky. Curious, you know, that kind of lends itself to Ochoa. Maybe he's thinking more about, okay, I want to ladder up rather than, like, I want to be the one taking these guys out.
'Right.
Which, you know, when you lose, let's just say you call and then you see ace-king, you lose that pot and it hurts a lot for your mental and for your stack.
Yeah, he still would have been around 5 million, maybe a little under 5 million. It would have still been near the chip lead, but losing those pots can do a lot to damage your momentum. And he has a lot of momentum right now with his jacks cracking aces and then his aces taking out Brandon's sixes. He's definitely got the momentum right now, and losing a hand like that can kill your momentum. But I don't know. I do think you have to just stick it in and pray there with the ace queen, but he does end up getting away from it, fortunately for him.
Yep. 9 in the window. You're going to see a continuation bet a lot here. And I don't like really continuation betting on this board too much when you have the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, you'd like to see a club on the board, maybe, something like that. You know, you want some more backdoor equity, I think.
Yeah, and an ace would just be brutal. Ooh.
Does turn a straight draw.
Does check back.
Okay, picks up some equity, decides to just check back, try to see either an ace or a 7 on the river. Does not get either. That's not a bad card from to bluff, though.
No, not at all. And I wonder if we're going to see a lead out by Bob. It looks like he's thinking about it. Yeah.
Interesting. So he's basically turning his third pair into a bluff here if he leads out. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is something that you see a lot in live cash and in cash games is people block betting here because they're like, well, I don't want to fold, so I'm going to put it in. But the problem here is that king hits Jesse so much that, you know, like we saw with Brandon.
Yeah, before he got knocked out.
You know, it's going to work this time, but you kind of got the same result as if you just check called. Actually, well, worse than the same result because if you check call, that block bet is basically check calling, except you make all bluffs fold.
Well, and the other thing is, like, not that you could be scared of them always having the nuts, but Jack 10, which is a hand that could very well bet flop and then check turn, makes the nuts on the river there.
Yeah.
And when you get raised, I mean, you're just... And maybe, you know, you don't think your opponents are going to raise you with much worse, but the thing is, with ace-9 there, you're not really beating many hands except for the exact hand that he happened to have, you know? You're only really beating those like suited low aces. That's pretty much the only hand you're winning against because Jack 10 gets there. All the higher pocket pairs are already there against you. Hands like King Jack that had a gutter make top pair. Jack 10 makes the nuts. Queen Jack is probably not going to fold on the river. Ace Queen's not going to fold on the river.
Yeah.
It's a very dicey spot. He pretty much was against the only combination that he was really feeling good against. And speaking of which,
yeah, we got a big spot here. I wonder how he plays it. We have seen just the call. Oh, and he does just call.
Interesting. If it's an ace or king high flop, I'm curious how much Jesse's actually going to lose here.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem is if it is an ace or a king high flop and it's not, well, you know, if he check folds, you're not seeing the next 2 cards, and you're also going to be, you know, kind of the same spot that Ricardo was in earlier.
I was going to say, I think this is the exact same board that Ricardo called down with ace-king.
Yeah.
I think it was 10-5-4 as well. Does just let it go. Yeah. I mean, he takes the lower variance approach. It would have probably gotten all-in pre-flop. I don't know that I'm a huge fan of the flatting with ace-king. Maybe he's just trying to disguise his hand strength, keep in worse aces. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can see our chip counts. We're very close in stacks now. Again, this has been a fluctuation of stacks. It's crazy. Ricardo being the lowest at 14 bigs, which is not low at all.
No, he's only 3 times less than Ochoa right now, which sounds like a lot, but it's really not that many chips.
No, it's just one double up and a couple of steals.
Yeah. And, I mean, you know, it's really common to see, like you were talking about with the WPT, you'll have one person with 60% of the chips in play a lot of the time. And that's just, like, not the case here at all.
Yeah, and
we've got all these even stacks.
If anyone watched the WPT, you know that Benny Glazier had, like, 120 chips to... 120 big blinds to everybody's like 20, 15, but at the end of it, actually someone ended up getting to around 80 bigs, having double it up through Ben Glazer in a cooler, and then taking out a short stack.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and like you talked about, the player here at Rounders who won from half a big blind. Like, anything is possible in these
Yeah.
tournaments, especially with the chip stacks all being so close to each other. I mean, at a final table with 7 left and the chip leader is only 3 times the smallest stack, that is going to be a super volatile final table. I mean, anything can happen here for sure. Ricardo is down to 9 big blinds. He's back up to 14. He gets one more double, and he's at 28. And, you know, he's right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. Are you gonna get a Garth Brooks tattoo?
Oh, so we did have, we can see the entrants in the bottom. 662 entrants. And these guys are the final 7 that we're down to. Had to outlast a lot of people to get here. Choa, can't imagine he's going to call the 10-3 offsuit. Bob with the king deuce suited. He just lets it go on the cutoff. What do you think about that?
Oh, Ricardo let go of King
No,
ten?
Bob did in the cutoff.
Oh, okay. You know, it's such a dicey spot that it's, you know, I think you can go either way for sure.
Yeah. Would have run into the ace 7 of diamonds, so he had the king deuce of diamonds, so diamond flop might have been a little dicey for him. Does just let it go. Yeah, Bob seems to be taking a much more low variance approach, you know, flatting the ace king, folding the king deuce suited in the cutoff. And if you know that's your strategy and you just want to get some ladders, and, you know, maybe he would rather just relax and try to get, you know, 4th or 3rd than be putting his stack at risk trying to get, you know, 1st. It just kind of depends on what your goal is for the tournament. Because I do think a lot of people are going to go in with hands that they shouldn't or overfold in spots and bleed out chips. And if you think you can outlast them by playing tight, then maybe that's the right thing to do. Like, it looks like Ochoa's going to raise the 9-6 suited. Wow. He's getting a little frisky.
Yeah, and that could be a favorite hand thing too. That does tend to happen.
It definitely could be. Oh, Preston's got clubs as well. And I think Ochoa's
Ooh.
tight up to now play might be working out in his favor because he just gets the call from King Jack.
Yeah, it's hard to say because a lot of the times when people are playing, you know, tight, you can't really see that from the stream point. You might just think, okay, they're just not getting cards. So it really matters if they think that he's being tight or if they think that he's just not getting cards, you know?
Right. And, I mean, there have been a few times like when Ricardo jammed and he looked with the pocket 4s and with the ace-queen. Obviously, his opponents couldn't see those cards. Speaking of ace-queen, we've got an ace-queen high board. We've got the nut flush draw for Jesse, gut shot for Preston, nothing for Ochoa, and another gut shot for Matthew. But somehow nobody has found a pair yet.
Yeah, and there's some brutal turn cards here that can come.
That is not one of
being
them. Nobody with hearts, so the heart draw is inconsequential right now. And I think everyone just kind of wants to realize their equity. Nobody really wants to take a stab at it. I do think this is going to be a whoever bets first wins kind of situation. Is it going to be Ochoa with the 9 high?
Well, the problem is that Jesse has a gut shot and the nut flush draw, so he's definitely not folding.
That's true. I forgot he has the gut shot as well.
Yeah, and with the checks on the flop, I think Ochoa is going to be betting a lot of aces on this type of board, multi-way. He's never really going to be checking the flop with any of his ace.
Definitely. I could maybe see him throwing in a check with like ace-10 of clubs type hands that he doesn't want to bloat the pot multi-way when he could be behind. But yeah, I do think he's going to be betting the majority of his aces, and especially the majority of his good aces.
Yeah.
As well as some of his diamond draws as, you know, a bluff. Let's see, because if Jesse misses here, I think Ochoa bets again and takes it down.
Yeah, it depends. A heart could be scary for, and that's a really good card for Ochoa.
What kind of sizing do you like from him here?
You know, I would go somewhere like half pot because you want to get called by a queen with an ace. Oh, and he checks back.
Gives it up.
We're going to see King High win a really big hand here.
It looks like he's going to bluff with the best hand. I wanted to see the gangster check raise from Ochoa, but he has 9 high. And, wow. So nobody would have made a pair by the river. and his king high was almost good against all three opponents.
King Jack would have won.
King Jack would have been slightly ahead, yeah. It's a nice pot to pick up, though. I mean, there were, what, 4 people in pre-flop?
Yeah, and he slips into the chip lead with that pot.
Yeah, nice pot for Jesse there. Yeah, when you bet the turn as Ochoa, do you think you have to commit on the river?
Yeah, I think if we're going for a small sizing on the turn, we want to go for a somewhat bigger sizing on the river, but somewhere around like 900 to 1.1 mil just looks super strong. And I think you're even going to get a queen to fold.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think you can get a queen to fold. I mean, the ace, a lot of people will see the top card pair and be like, "Oh, he never has an ace here," you know. Forgetting that there are 4 aces in the deck. People can just river trips. It does happen.
Ooh, it looks like we're going to see an all-in from ace-king.
Yeah, Ricardo going to let go of the pocket 3s. And this is part of the power of jamming the ace-king, is that he gets rid of the pocket 3s, which he's... Obviously, ace-king is a better hand than pocket 3s, but it's still a flip pre-flop. And you're happy to get hands like that out. Whereas if he just min-raises... I mean, min-raise would have been okay here, but it's certainly... The jam is certainly better than, I think, flatting, which, of course, there was no raise. But anyway, point being, can be really good to get in with ace-king pre-flop, rather than just trying to keep the pot small.
Yeah, when I'm around 34 big blinds deep, I do like to go for non all-in sizings with hands like ace-king, but you can't go wrong either way, especially I believe he was in the small blind, so it becomes a little better for him to just shove and hopefully get called by a hand like ace-queen, for example.
Right, exactly. I mean, you can get called by a lot of worse hands in that spot. And a lot of those hands, if you do min-raise, are going to just give up on the flop. And you're not going to get as much value.
Yeah.
Preston with the ace-queen suited, raising it up from early position.
And Preston, one of our stream regulars, his wife is actually pregnant with his first kid due in February. I think he has his family watching, so he says shout-outs to his wife, his family, his mother, and his brother-in-law, who are all watching. And we actually have a lot of people supporting people on this table. There's a lot of people watching from homes, rooting on their family members and stuff. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for tuning in to the potential carnage coming up here as people start to get knocked out.
Yeah, there's been some carnage. There's been some carnage avoidance as well.
There has been, yeah. I mean, a lot of these the ace king versus ace queen spots like that, the carnage has certainly been avoided. Looks like Rudy has Ochoa's favorite hand, decides to let it go. I don't actually know if that's Ochoa's favorite hand. But it was the 9-6 of clubs again.
Ooh, this is a tight spot for Ricardo.
Does let it go. What do you think? Are you raising the Jack-7 suited on the button there?
Yeah, I mean you have to shove if you are. I think 12 big blinds is that weird range where it's like, if you have like 9 big blinds, shoves start to be a little more understandable. But at 12 big blinds, there are some raise folds that you can do. It's probably one of the harder. Being at like 10 to 13 to 14 around that range is one of the harder big blind ranges to actually navigate.
Yeah, I think Jack-7 is a type of hand that can benefit from seeing all 4 cards. Because, the flop can come like 8-4-3 with 1 diamond, and you obviously can't call a bet on a board like that.
Yeah.
But seeing all 5 cards could really benefit. You could go runner straight, runner flush. You could hit a jack, but you're not going to be able to actually call any bets on those type of boards. Which is why I like it a little bit better as a shove than a min raise. But he does elect to just let it go.
Yeah, and if you were to, see recently that Ochoa folded the ace-queen in the big blind to a shove from the small blind when button opened, then maybe he might feel like a shove might work more because he's going to get more folds.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Ooh, and we're going to see a domination spot here. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, Bob raising the Jack 10 offsuit from the small blind, very standard. Preston with the defend. I think you can go either. Oh, that's
Ooh.
not a good flop for Preston. He's basically drawing dead. He is nearly drawing dead.
Y'all hit the gym today?
And
Y'all hit the gym today?
Yeah, looks like we've got some tournaments to promote here. If you want to take it away, Ethan.
yeah, so these are coming up this week.
Oh,
Thursday we actually have that $240 25K guarantee, but we also have a holiday bounty, so sorry about that. Well, I think we're just having a little graphics error, so just give me a sec.
Yeah, we can still. It looks like.
It looks like Jack High is bluffing with the 6-4 here. Most likely going to get ace jack to fold.
Yeah, I can actually see the actual board. We've still got both players in on the turn. 2 million in the middle. The turn was an 8, so.
Oh, and it doesn't look like on stream we actually have it's just on our end. We don't have a problem here on stream, so that's good.
Okay. Yeah, we're just having some technical difficulties. River.
Wow, River puts a straight out, and it's a chop.
That's crazy. And I mean, talk about dodging bullets there. Talk about absolutely dodging bullets. I think he had 3% equity on the flop, and that's including his chop outs. That is very unfortunate for Bob. Very fortunate for Preston. Hey, Preston, your family, your entire family better like this broadcast after you get saved by that run out like that. All right, I want to see the entire Fox clan hitting the like button after that, because Preston just dodged bullets there.
Yeah, Preston got saved there, so he can press on.
If I don't interact, maybe it will stop. Yeah, very. I mean, that's a spot where you you got lucky, and you just thank the poker gods, because it can get dicey. It looks like we've got some sort of raise. Trying to see who it was from. Oh, we got an all-in, actually.
Ooh, with the Jack 5, and this is a blind versus blind. You can see that a lot of the times, and this is a really good play by Preston. You can see that he knows like his tournament. A lot of the times when you're blind versus blind, your opponent's not going to have a hand that can call from the big blind, because I mean he can have any variety of hands. So using hands like Jack 5 are good shoves to steal those big blinds. You can see our stack sizes here. Again, we've been so close. I mean, it's been back and forth. Everyone's just kind of stealing chips from each other, but we've all been at the same big blind levels. So
yeah, and especially with a lot of jams have not been getting called, except for when someone has aces. But other than that, a lot of the jams have been getting through from the shorter stacks. In general, I don't think we've actually seen any all-ins since Brandon got eliminated where somebody was actually at risk, or where somebody got called and was at risk.
oh, well, speaking of which,
Oh, this might be it.
actually I think we might see a shove from Preston, and then I think we were going to see most likely a fold from Bob, but who knows? A lot of these spots get really dicey.
Oh, just the smaller 3-bet size. Interesting.
Yeah, and this might be, he might be raise folding here, which wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, you think if Bob goes all in, you're almost never in good shape. Bob does show the ace and fold. Good move by Preston. Not the min raise, excuse me. The smaller raise almost looks stronger than a jam there, I think.
Yeah.
Especially with him committing almost a quarter of his stack, or roughly a quarter of his stack.
And he's pressing on with this 42%
Yeah,
VPIP.
he's I think he's been chipping up. I think he chipped down a lot at the beginning, but he's been chipping back up consistently. And a lot of it's from good aggressive plays like that, like jamming the Jack 5 offsuit. I wouldn't be surprised. He might be the only player at the table who would actually jam that Jack 5 offsuit in the small blind, A lot of people are going to be not taking spots like that. But if you know that your opponents are going to be folding the vast majority of their hands, it can be very profitable to take spots like that. Looks like Jesse's going to bump it up with the King Jack and take it down.
Yeah, and he's in a great spot at almost 50 bigs. You're kind of loving it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely loving it right now. A lot can change at these final tables, though, especially
we've
because
seen.
yeah, as we've seen for sure, and we've got several stacks that are in the 35 to 40 big blind range. So he's definitely not feeling comfortable with his lead at all. Looks like Bob is probably going to bump it up with the ace-5, or did he?
Yeah, he does raise.
He does raise, yeah.
Goes for a little bit bigger of a sizing.
Yeah, I've been seeing that that 2.5 sizing from people. We were actually seeing some 3x earlier when it was at a 50K, 100K.
Yeah.
That is one quirk of playing live poker versus online is I think the raises tend to be a little bit bigger, whereas most people go for the min raise normally.
Oh, and this is an interesting flop.
Yeah, we've got the backdoor straight, backdoor flush for Bob. Not too much going on. Ricardo has just king high, so Bob might take this down bluffing with the best hand on this flop. Yeah, it looks like he was thinking about, I don't know if he was thinking about making a move or something. He might have assessed that flop doesn't hit Bob very often, which you'd be correct about.
Yeah, especially when he's defending there. Oh, and it looks like we're going to be going on break here. So they'll be going to a 10-minute break. And we've got a awesome special guest for those of you in the chat. He's putting on the mic right now. He's a guy you can bet on.
Hello, everyone. How's it going, boys?
Going good. What's up, Drew?
Oh, not much. Just wishing I was at this final table.
I feel that.
Aren't we all?
I know, right? But yeah, looks like a lot of action today.
Yeah, some insane swings, as we can see. Ochoa has a 2.6 upswing just before first break.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of that was from that the sick aces versus jacks hand where he caught the jack. But when you ride that momentum off of a hand like that, good things can happen for your stack for sure. And yeah, we've got, I think, yeah, it looks like the only player that we've got that's still in but is down is Preston. We kind of talked about how he had some hands early on that caused him to chip down. Bob more or less where he started, and then everybody else up at least $1 million right now, which makes sense with two players knocked out.
Yeah.
Playing down to the final 7 right now, or we're at the final 7 right now. Yeah, I don't know. Whose play has impressed you the most so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've all made really interesting plays where it could be a lot of products of just playing with each other. A lot of the times it's like one of the big things is that they're playing against each other throughout the last 3 days, and they're making a lot of adjustments, it seems. So I've liked all their play so far.
Yeah, I don't think. I think we're seeing a lot of tight play. I think people trying to ladder. I'm curious because another thing that happens in these final tables is they can drag on for the players involved, and we can see some. That's part of the reason why they're taking a break right now. It can be a lot to deal with. Making so many important decisions that could be worth thousands of dollars can be really draining overall. We'll see if that starts to take a toll. People start jamming more, or maybe they'll just keep playing the way they've been playing.
Yeah, we have some amazing tournaments coming up. Look at that, a $240 buy-in, 25 guaranteed this Thursday at 6 p.m. That one's going to be a fun one. You got 60,000 chips, so it's a monster stack. As well as, look at that, who doesn't love a mystery bounty? A $25 buy-in free roll for a 20K guaranteed, and that one always goes hard. Mystery bounties are probably one of my favorite style of events, so definitely come out, get some of those mystery bounties.
Yeah, that'll be fun. This is these two events are part of kind of like a loose holiday series that we're running here. So this 240, I'm looking at the 25K guarantee. That's definitely going to be my first chance to kind of get redemption.
Yeah.
After, busting out of this tournament, because man, it's so painful when you bust out. But now I'm just looking for what's the next tournament coming up. So we got two big ones here. We've got the 25K and the 20K next week. Actually, coming up on the 1st, we're also going to have a 30K guaranteed on New Year's Day. But yeah, lots of tournaments here at Rounders. Things are pumping up. The streams have been great. A lot of action last Thursday.
Yeah.
Ethan, you remember that 1-2 game? That was a lot more action-packed than I maybe thought it would have been.
100%. I thought it was just going to be a chill, like, whatever day, and then literally, like, 2 orbits, people are going all in, like, straddles, going big. Yeah, those are always really fun. Just if y'all want to come, play the stream, we stream every Tuesday and Thursday cash games, and we're always looking for new people to come in and join and hop in and join the fun with those. So,
it's nice to see, since I've been here at Rounders now for actually post WSOP. So that's end of July, August, September, October, November, or December. Wow, I've been in San Antonio for 5 months here.
yeah.
Stream's been going for about 3-4 months at this point, and we've been growing a lot. It's been really cool to see all of the different players here in San Antonio that will play the 1-2, the 2-5. And what is also really cool, I'm noticing as I'm talking to players and getting these games going, is a lot of players don't think that, you can get on live stream. Like, how do you do it? Like,
Yeah.
this is a really nice opportunity we have here for the club members to hop on a stream. Thursdays we have the 1-2 stream. Tuesdays we have the bigger 2-5 game.
Yeah.
But there is a cap on it, so if people enjoy playing the 2-5, it is a hard cap at 3K. So somebody could spin up to like 9-10K, and you don't have people just buying in with $10,000. That was definitely one of the things I learned early here, is Texas plays bigger. Like,
Yeah.
if you tell me I'm playing a 2-5 game in anywhere other than Texas, it's like, okay, it's a coin flip whether or not this game is going to be good.
Yeah.
It's going to be my home casino before moving to San Antonio was Parks Casino, just north of Philly. And I remember the 2-5 games there. Max buy-in was 1K.
Yeah.
And the play was just different. Smaller pots, you raised to $15, but now that 2-5 game is closer to a 1-2 game here pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
The games are just totally, totally different.
Often even 1-2 games can often be bigger than that. We've seen, we actually had an $18,000 pot in a 1-2 game here at Rounders.
Mm-hmm.
That one was insane, but sometimes even the 1-2 game can be, everything's bigger in Texas. That's the mentality, and that's how people play. I mean, last week we saw Chaz straddling for $500 in the fourth or fifth straddle position. So, sometimes you get even at these games. I was seeing a lot in the chats like, this is a 1-2 game.
Yeah. Tuning in, we are on a brief tournament break from our 200K final table. It's about 10 minutes, so we probably got about another 5 minutes of just hanging out, talking to you about Texas poker. We got Michael and Ethan here, who I think have been doing a great job. Commentary has been fun to listen to. And I actually, speaking of 1-2 games, I ran into you guys when I first got here to San Antonio at a 1-2 game over at one of the other card clubs.
Yeah, I think that was like your first day in town, right?
Yeah,
Or one of the
it was
first days?
one of, because when I first came to Texas, I was like, you know what, I got to dig into this card. It's different, this card room scene. So I got onto Poker Atlas, Google Maps, and just tried to find all the card rooms I could. I remember I was doing Instagram stories. I think I hit 4 card rooms the first day, and then I think I hit 3 on the final. I think there might be like an 8th one, or maybe there's some smaller ones.
Yeah. There's probably 8 or 9 total in town, something like that. But
There's some that are like not known, like
there's some that
are they're just like off the beaten path. But no, I mean I remember seeing Drew come in, and I was like, what the heck? Because that game that Drew had come and met us at was kind of like a home game, pretty much. Like, they don't really ever get tables going there too much, and it was so like the last thing I'd ever think of seeing is someone like you just coming in and like playing there. Like, I remember talking to the owner. I was like, maybe I can get some like pros to come, but he never wanted to do anything big there because I used to play there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, when I started seeing more people come, it was one of the. I've been a San Antonio player for a long time, and it's crazy to see more people coming and seeing Texas poker for what it is, because I think it's such an awesome thing, like so unique.
Yeah, it really is. And a lot of people just don't even know what I almost want to use the word culture is
Yeah.
with Texas Hold'em in Texas. It's definitely different. It's learning. You gotta figure out how to play multi-way pots. That's one thing.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where like when I play in Vegas, because I've pretty much only played in Texas is where I learned to play. When I go to Vegas or somewhere else and the pot goes heads up, I'm like, wait, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in heads up pots. What am I supposed to do here? But yeah, and I mean, like we were talking about, the stakes in Texas are really more of a suggestion. 1-2 is really more of a suggestion of how much you can buy it for, because it gets a lot bigger really quickly. I mean, at that other card room, I remember one night where it was these two guys, and one of them, every single hand, one of them would raise. It was a 1-3 game. One of them would raise to 100, and then the other one would raise to 300. Every single hand.
Wow.
And I think one of them ended up having $40,000 on the table from stacking the other guy repeatedly by the end of the night.
That's crazy.
I got my 2 double ups and then I was out of there, but because I was like I am not rolled for $300 pre-flop. I'm not rolled for 100-300.
I'm not sure many of us who are.
Yeah, it looks like we're back into the action here, and seeing a raise with the 9-7 suited from the hijack to 320K. Our blinds are back up. It's now 80K, 160K. What do you think about the 9-7 suited?
I love the 9-7 suited raise. I struggle not opening this from almost any position.
Especially in a cash game, I'm always raising it.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, all the 8s being dead is not great for that hand, but I'm guessing it's probably going to go heads up here between Jesse and Matthew, but we'll see.
Yeah, there is, what's Matthew got? 22 blinds. I think that going all in is an option some players might think of. Flatting button is also good going from there.
Yeah, it's definitely reasonable either way. We've got a second pair for Matthew and also middle pair for Jesse. And Matthew, I guess he likes the flop enough. He's going to just try to bet to protect his pocket 8s here.
Yep, I like that. I think we're going to see a bet a lot. And then, of course, the 9-7 is checking to call and reevaluate turn.
Yeah, and of course we know with how many 8s are gone from the deck, him hitting his straight is going to be unlikely, although now he does pick up a gutter.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the second overcard, I wouldn't be surprised to see a check. He does double block 8-9, which is actually pretty relevant on this board. He knows his opponent probably won't have it. He does like to bet again. And I think we're going to see another call from Jesse.
If he made it small enough, let's see. He thinks
No,
it's
does
too
let it go.
big. Yeah.
That's a pretty disciplined laydown.
He must have known all the other 8s were on.
Yeah, he has the stream graphic. And we texted him to bail out right there.
That was a disciplined fold by the 7. And the 8s, I know if I was in a spot like that with the 8s there, I would not love betting and then getting jammed on.
No, I mean, I think when the 10 comes, I think I'm just taking my showdown, especially in position. He had position there. You're not getting a jack to fold. And some of the gut shots that pick up a 10, I don't think you're getting them to fold either. So I would have preferred to see a check on the turn there and then evaluate the river. But he does end up taking it down. A lot of, I guess he wanted to fold out a lot of like ace-high floats that were out there.
Yeah, there was a couple of backdoor draws that could have picked up some equity there.
Looks like Ricardo is all in with the king-queen suited. And if it folds back to Preston, I'm expecting to see a call, yeah.
Yep, pretty quick call. $200 bounty on the line as well, so that is a factor for this tournament. For those of you who did not know, this is a bounty tournament where day 1 was $50 bounties, day 2 is $200 bounties, even at the final table. So Preston with the ace high, the bounty definitely makes it a little bit easier of a call. And Ricardo was less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a pretty close, about as close as you're going to get to a 50-50. King in the window, and an ace also on the flop. I mean, Ricardo still has outs, but that is not what you want to see. He's going to need a king or a queen only. They're all live in the deck right now. Or he's out, and he is eliminated in 7th place. Congrats to Ricardo. I think that's a $4,900 payout, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we should see in a second, but the GG's to Ricardo. Confirmed.
Yeah.
4,900 for 7th place.
Off of a $300 buy-in. You can't really complain about that. And I'm sure he picked up a few bounties on the way as well.
For sure. We can't really track that, but
Right.
I know on day 1 I had 10 bounties.
Yeah, that's pretty
I was
crazy.
going into day 2 like, let's get this money, $200 bounties, and I did not even have one opportunity to go after a bounty. It was pretty sad, but man, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes.
That is, yeah, these tournaments are so volatile, especially with the bounties on the line in day 1 and day 2. I think they're playing a little bit less for the bounties now since the pay jumps are so big, but it's still definitely a factor. And yeah, I think with the ace high, you're going to be ahead of hands like the king queen suited enough to where you just have to stick it in there for the extra 600K or 700K.
Yeah, we have an interesting spot here with the nines. This actually gets really dicey with nines here. This definitely is what we've seen so far is people like to take a more conservative route. So, but Matthew seems to have been he's not been a stranger to raising. So, curious to see how he takes this.
Yeah, and you know he's got the 30 big blinds right now. He is on the cutoff, so he only has to get through 3 players besides Rudy. He does elect to call.
Yeah, and you're deep enough to where I don't fault a call. I think this allows you to call some other hands as well in this spot. Maybe like 5s and 6s.
And everyone waking up with a pretty good hand here.
Yeah. And this can be the problem with just calling, but you know, you can also avoid a lot of spots where, you know, let's just say you shove and then ace jack does elect to call and you just have to flip for it. Whereas here you can call, and if you have a terrible flop, which multi-way is going to happen. Wow.
That is a monster flop for queen 10 of spades.
Nice check back by Rudy. I think a lot of people might decide to keep betting on this sort of flop.
Yeah, and I think he's just willing to take. He's got the backdoor spade draw. He turns 3rd pair, and a gut shot, of course.
Yeah, interesting spot because they're holding each other's outs. Ace of spades is not live, but Rudy might feel that his 2 pair could be good. But a lot of the times you are going to be, I mean, with Preston having the 10, you are going to be against a lot of hands like 9-10 in this spot when he just called from the big blind.
Yeah, and what do you think of this bet by Preston on the turn?
Yeah, I think this is a please don't run out bad kind of bet.
Yeah.
I think we've all done this a ton. It's like,
Does like to show.
yeah, it's like you just know that this flop is so good that the river is going to be the ace of like diamonds.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
he
it
would
would
have
be
made the nuts,
yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, yeah, or like the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and he does take it down. I think he picked up, even though nobody called his bet on the turn, picked up like $1 million in chips off of that just pre-flop.
Yeah, 1.2 million in chips, and that
Yeah.
puts him in the lead.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, everybody had a reasonable hand to call with. And, I mean, that's part of the, unless the river was going to be a 9, you know, the ace-jack would have probably won if they went all in pre-flop, if the 9's jammed and ace-jack elected to call. But that's what happens when you just flat with a hand like 9s, it can go multi-way, and you're letting a lot of hands see a flop in that spot. Whereas, you know, you jam the 9s. I don't know that he's necessarily calling for 18 bigs with ace-jack offsuit. I think that might be, we might see a fold in that spot with the way that people have been playing so far.
Yeah, it's close though.
It definitely is. I wouldn't fault a call, and I wouldn't fault a fold.
Yeah, I think I like both plays. It really depends on what your goals are in terms of keeping your stack where you feel like, wow.
Oh, that's a bad flop for Jesse. That is a bad flop for Jesse.
He's going to need some help.
He's going to need a lot of help. He's going to need to hit one of his 2 outs on the Turner River because I do not see him getting away from this on the flop. I mean, maybe he'll get bailed out by a diamond or something, or an ace or something on the turn.
And he raises.
Oh, that's not good.
Although this raise, I mean, on this board specifically, I think you might just get it in with the king jack because there's so many draws that you want to deny equity from. But this raise is not scary for Matthew. Like, this is definitely like, okay, what am I getting raised by? Like, pocket fours are going to raise here for sure, and pocket fours is going to be in here calling from the big blind. So you're definitely not feeling like insanely comfortable in this spot with the king jack, and you might even see some folds, especially on a turn like this, where now you're only beating queen jack.
Yeah, and I mean, with him defending the big blind, depending on how wide you think he's defending, he could have Jack 4 suited, Jack 6 suited, 6-4 suited type hands. Some really big combo draws like 7-8 of diamonds, 7-5 of diamonds, which you're still obviously ahead of, but not in great shape against. He bets small on the turn and gets called by Matthew. Yeah, really nothing else to do but call there once you just call on the flop. And then let's see if the river is one of the two queens. It's not, it's a 6.
That's actually a really bad card for Matt. I'm not for Matt, for Jesse.
Yeah, it is.
I think we're going to see, from what we've seen from Matt, oh, wow, he checks back. Thought we would see a small bet, but does elect to check, which you can't blame him. I think when you bet and get raised or something, you're just hating life.
Right. I mean, the only thing, again, that you're really going to get value from is like Jack 9, which might not even raise on the flop, and Queen Jack, because, any 6 is now beating you. I don't think a 4 is really going to call any bet, and a diamond draw is not going to call any bet, So it's like, what are you... I would still like to see a very small bet in position possibly, but when you really break down like what hands you're trying to get called by, there's not too many worse hands that can actually call a bet there on that particular river. So
yeah, it would have
okay
to be the exact hand that...
Yeah, exactly. He could have gotten value from Queen Jack, but that's about it.
Although I do feel like we've seen a lot of these spots where he has to have the exact hand, and they just happen to have it.
That has been happening a lot. That would not be the first time we've seen it. And it looks like Preston's going to raise his button with the Jack 10 offsuit, pretty standard. And Rudy with Ace 9 off. Now, with 16 big blinds, would you rather see a call or a jam here?
Yeah, hands like Ace 9 want to shove here just because you're against the button, which is going to just be raising so many hands. Ooh, and we see a fold. It go.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of tight play on this final table so far. And Preston's aggression's been working out for him in the latter half of this final table.
Yeah. And we'll probably see it continue as we start going down in players. Aggression starts to become even bigger. 6 to 5-handed, aggression starts to get really key. And then 4 to 3-handed, it becomes huge. So we'll have to see how people start taking that, when people are starting to maybe make more raises or make less.
160 to go.
We're going to see Bob with the ace queen.
Yeah, and Bob, I think he started out with a pretty substantial stack. I would not be surprised if somebody wakes up with a decent hand here. I would expect it to go all in. But we'll see. Yeah, Matthew with the Jack 9. That's a hand you could probably just call. He does let it go. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people at this stack depth, it seems like people are a lot less willing to defend their big blind, which I'm not surprised by. Because, when you only have 14 big blinds or 15 big blinds and you're calling, 2 big blinds pre-flop, that's a significant portion of your stack.
Yeah, and we can see, as we've seen from some people who are knocked out or even like just sometimes even now, is when you start calling, 2 big blinds, you do that 8 times, suddenly you're down 16 bigs and you wonder where your stack went.
Right, and that's where, sometimes it can be important, like with the ace 9, it can be important to actually find some shoves there where you can pick up, you're picking up your big blind, the ante, the small blind, and the open. Picking that up, 2 or 3 times. Wow, we've got Ocho with queens.
And when you have queens and you get raised or even shoved on here, even though you have queens, you were on stream recently and you had your kings shoved into by a hand like ace-5 and got cracked. You're never really feeling too good. And you can see that ace-5, even against queens, still has 27%.
Did that happen to Ochoa recently?
No, I'm talking
Okay.
about you when
Me.
you played on stream. And
Yeah, in the bounty tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I had pocket kings blind versus blind, and he jammed into me with ace-7 offsuit and hit quads. Yeah, I mean, you still have to be happy to get it in with kings, or in this case, queens.
Yeah, this is a weird spot, blind versus blind, because we haven't seen many 3-bets, so...
Yeah, I kind of would have preferred a flat in this spot, honestly, from Ochoa. I guess Matthew is deep enough that maybe you could do the small 3-bet. Or actually, this is a pretty large 3-bet. But if you were going to 3-bet, I think I would pick a little bit of a smaller sizing. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, in position, especially, it becomes more important to have queens in your flatting range, just because you want to be able to, if you just call queens here, for example, which you're going to do on some frequency, it's not an always kind of thing, but when you do just flat queens there, it's going to protect all your other hands that you're flatting. If people see that you just called with queens, then they're going to be a lot more afraid, one, to raise your big, and then see, when you're just flatting, they're like, okay, what does he have? Like, if he can have queens here, what else can he have?
Right, exactly.
But I'm going to take this moment. We have a lot of people in chat, so we're here. I'm Ethan Bruin. I'm here with Michael Largent. We're streaming on Bet on Drew's channel, but also on Rounders Tonight's channel. We're here streaming from Rounders. It's a card club in San Antonio, Texas. Probably the best card club in San Antonio. Was the biggest card club in Texas for a while. I'm not sure if it is still, but at least, in the top 3. And such a fun time to play here, guys. Give us a like and subscribe if you can. It really helps us. And we're really trying to make this just a great viewing experience for everyone.
Yeah, and we've got Ochoa with the king, queen, and the small blind. Does elect to raise it. Bob is going to defend. Pretty standard, I would say. The 8-6 off, probably not probably a hand that you're not too upset letting go pre-flop, but it's going to hit a lot of, that is not a board that 8-6 is going to hit. I expect Ochoa to probably c-bet and take this down. Yeah, it looks like he's electing to c-bet. I cannot imagine Bob sticking around with his 8 high. Does let it go. And nice pickup from Ochoa.
Yeah, nice pickup. That can definitely be a scary spot with the king-queen against big blind's range, where big blind is going to have a lot of flush draws and big blind is going to have sometimes 4-5, etc. I mean, we see he has 8-6, so good recognition that he still wants to bet to fold equity from hands like 8-6. Even though it seems clear, those spots are, as we've seen, even though there's some clear spots that you can take, sometimes you want to take either the lower variance route, or sometimes you just want to, play by what your opponents are doing or what you believe they're doing. So good on him for still recognizing the bet there.
Right, and I mean, with the way that people have been playing, I wouldn't be shocked to see Bob even flat a hand like ace-10 there.
Yeah.
And just never be folding on that flop, Yeah.
And the payouts, next person is guaranteed a little over 6K, I believe. I think 6,200. And then we got 27K up top with a couple of, I think, second places like 19K or so.
Yeah, I mean, that's, a lot of huge pay jumps. Wow, is Preston going for it with the 8-7 offsuit?
It looks like it, and it's going to work out.
It is going to work out. Somehow he's dominated by both players, but I cannot imagine either of them calling this raise. That is a sick move by Preston.
Yeah, and you can see that his just long-term kind of ability and his experience is really showing. And we've seen him make plays like this on stream, where on streams prior, because he's a cash game regular. Mm-hmm. He makes plays like this. He'll wait in spots and he'll be tight, but then he'll make that kind of play, and it works with his image.
And this is part of what we were talking about with protecting your flatting range. When Bob just flats there, I think Preston is pretty correctly assessing that he's not going to have the upper part of his range there very often when it goes raised from the button and then he just calls in the small blind.
Yeah.
And he also knows that Ochoa's going to be raising a lot wider from the small blind from the button compared to from the earlier positions.
Not only that, but Ochoa, when raised to, is going to have to also think about when Bob is flatting there. What does Bob have?
Right, exactly.
Ooh, and we're going to see some fireworks here. Oh, Bob shoves the ace-3 suited, and I think we're going to see a call by nines here, although this is a rough spot. As you've seen this guy, be a little more on the tighter side, but it's about 12 big blinds to call, and you're seeing nines from a button shove.
Yeah, I think he's going to tank, but I do not see him letting this go, honestly. I mean, I would be surprised to see if he did, but it looks like he's going to make the call here.
Yeah, you wouldn't fault him for a fold. Like, the pay jumps are pretty big.
Yeah, and Bob's going to see the bad news. Only 29% equity here. He's pretty much going to need to hit an ace or some clubs to win this hand.
Yeah, he's trying to go club in one way or another.
With his if he gets sent home, he'll have $6,200 to go clubbing with,
Yeah.
which is not a bad payout.
Yeah, that's like 2 drinks, right?
Clubbing the win.
Oh my gosh.
Still has an
Well,
ace for his outs
3 outs. 3 outs going once.
or a queen,
Oh, a queen would be brutal.
and the
And
nines
that's
hold.
it. Unfortunate spot when you shove with the ace, the suited ace there on the button.
Yeah, very standard shove, I would say, for his stack depth. Just running into it, running into pretty much the worst hand possible. A pocket pair there.
Yeah, GG's to Bob, taking home 6,200 and whatever bounties he got. Good showing by him with $300 buy-in. That's a big thing. And everyone is now locked up 7,700. But we can see the pay jumps are starting to get huge. And Bob Mitchell is executive consultant strategy business guy. Plays golf and poker. And
by the way, we have a golf simulator here at Rounders, so you can do both of those things here. How cool is that?
looks like he also placed pretty high in a couple of tournaments at the WSOP and stuff. So no stranger to the brutal pain of tournament.
And it is brutal. I mean, I play a lot more cash games because tournament life is just too brutal for me sometimes.
Yeah, it can be, and I'm sure anyone who has played tournaments knows that those couple months where you're just not hitting anything, it's.
I mean, our first knockout of the day, I believe it was Adam who ran his aces into jacks and got sucked out on.
Yeah.
And that was
Big
his
spot.
tournament life. Yeah.
Not only his tournament life, but Ochoa. That spot. I think often as poker players we forget like how lucky we got in that spot, for example.
Right.
And how much that actually was worth, because that was worth a ton of money in chips. So.
And just to take a moment, Preston now starting the day down over 1 million chips, and he's now up to 8.8 million, 55 big blinds. And honestly, his aggression, I love the jam with the king six suited. He's maybe catching on to Preston's antics, that Preston's been playing aggressive, raising a lot of hands, especially on the button. And he's going to play back at him a little bit.
Yeah, and since we're probably going to see a fold here, just going to give a shout out to Mike Taylor in the chat, going for Team Ochoa. Mike Taylor recently won one of our events, and overall, amazing guy. I've been playing with him for a very long time, and one of the coolest guys in the scene, so I'm sure a lot of you know him. But we got a lot of cool people in the chat, so thank you for coming in and supporting, guys. Again, if you can just hit that like and subscribe button, it really helps us out and goes towards just our goals. We really want to make this stream really big and also make the stream as entertaining and valuable for you guys here at Rounders Card Club. So thank you for tuning in. And yeah, this is Ethan Brune here with Michael Largent, one of our guest hosts. He first commentated with us on Thursday.
And they begged me to come back. I said I couldn't do it, but they just absolutely begged.
I'm too you're too busy playing poker. Can't do it.
It looks like Preston
Ooh.
letting go of the queen 10, maybe a little shook after getting jammed on in that spot by Rudy.
Yeah, we see that it would have gone through. So I don't fault him. That fold, even though in one hand, a vacuum of a single hand looks weird. he might be wanting to keep an image of some sort where he wants his raises to have some respect so that he gets more folds later on.
Right, and I mean, as the big stack now, he's okay with raising and taking down the blinds and just trying to suffocate all the other players here. But what he doesn't want is to be raising marginal hands like Queen 10 offsuit and then be getting jammed on consistently. Yeah, let's go with the King 6 offsuit. And Rudy electing to let go of the 10-9 on the button. I don't know. I think I would have liked to have seen a raise there, but I think letting go of it is also fine.
Well, as we've seen, he's very much chipped up. I mean, not chipped up. He's very much gone a lot of pay jumps, just chilling and not getting into any like dangerous spots.
Right.
So I think we've seen it before in other streams where you would expect for people to. Well, we're gonna see a cleanup from Matthew here.
Pretty good flop. I mean, you don't love that it's monotone, but you have 2 pair.
Yeah, 2 pair against big blind. But yeah, going back to Rudy, we recently saw some stacks who in other tournaments where they probably could have made some shoves here and there, but they decided to elect for the lower variance play, and they ended up a lot of pay jumps. So that can be a big factor. You can see that Rudy hasn't got involved since the aces hand very much, but he's already made like what three
pay
ladders?
jumps, yeah,
Three pay
something like
jumps?
that. Yeah. He did make that cool bluff with the King 6 suited just a few hands ago. I really liked that.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, he's definitely playing pretty chill, just letting people get knocked out. And that's kind of what we were talking about at the very beginning with how you play these final tables. A lot of it can come down, especially when you're kind of a middling stack like Rudy has been. A lot of it can come down to just letting the big stacks knock out the other players and just taking your ladders, because he's made, I think, almost $3,000 on this final table, maybe even more, just from letting other people get knocked out for the most part.
And Preston's about to be up, well, pretty much at 9 million, so he's feeling pretty good. With 55 bigs, we got top 5 here. Rudy at 18 bigs, but you can see that the chip size is 1 double up for anybody is changing the game completely here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, Rudy, yes, he's the shortest, but he's still, like we were talking about earlier, only 3 times shorter than Preston, who's our chip leader. And he's more than half the stack of the second, third, and fourth place stacks. So 1 double puts him immediately into second. So he's feeling pretty good about where he's at, even though he is the short stack. We're going to see Matthew raise up the ace-8 offsuit. Looks like he took it down pre-flop. And yeah, I mean, in these spots, it's a lot of pre-flop, and it's a lot of how much can you get away with stealing the blinds. There aren't that many blinds in play right now. I mean, everyone's still fairly deep, but every blind that you steal is worth a lot of chips.
Yeah, and it's also with the ante as well, so the blinds get to be even bigger. Every time you take 2, you're taking. I mean, every time you just take one orbit of blinds, it's actually going to be worth, because of the small blind and the small blind ante. It's actually worth 2 blinds.
The big blind ante.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big blind ante. Well, the big blind ante is
Equal to a small
equal
blind.
to a small blind. Yeah. Preston's going to open up with 5-4. Not going to get through against Ace King here, but we'll see how Jesse takes it, since we've seen some. Wow.
Oh. I think 2 players might go to post flop, and Preston's not going to be one of them.
We might not see Rudy. I mean, with this raise and this shove, this looks insanely strong. When you actually might see a fold here from the 9s.
I will say Rudy did kind of correctly assess with the King 6 suited earlier that Preston has been raising a larger than normal amount of hands. So while this all-in does look pretty strong from Jesse, I think, depending on what Rudy is ranging him on, I think these 9s might just have to be a call. But it does look very strong.
Yeah, I think what he's assessing is, am I dead at so many? And he does fold.
Does fold. And I think we're going to see the 5-4 get let go of. Yeah, nice pickup.
Yeah, you can see, just going back to, Ace King is so much better as a shove, because you get a hand as strong as 9s to fold there, where normally you would be flipping, but they fold because you have that ace, you have that king. you're going to be flipping with most hands, but you're also going to get a lot of hands to fold from just the blockers that you have, because it's harder to have a lot of different aces and kings if you're holding two copies of them. So
Right, and if he just flats with the ace king there and lets nines come in, or lets nines shove behind, you're still not feeling great about calling off when nines shove behind. I mean, you will call, but you're not feeling as good about it as you would feel about just shoving and getting nines to fold pre-flop.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty disciplined laydown with nines. A lot of people, when they see they have a pair as good as nines, are just not going to let go of it pre-flop, no matter how much it is. You'll see that in cash games a lot.
Yeah.
People call like, $400 pre-flop with pocket nines in a 1-2 game. And yeah, good play by Jesse to get that through.
yeah, and you can't rebuy in this tourney at this point, so it's very much different. Those cash game things are. It's always, you see a lot of people do that because they feel like they can just rebuy after. We've seen Ochoa kind of chip down a bit, but this is a strange spot. You're against King 10 suited, but you have an Ace 8 against a small blind. So I wonder if he's wanting to take a raise here.
Looks like he's cutting out raising chips. I like that he's taking the more aggressive route, because King 10 suited is a very good hand, but you're not really feeling like you're in great shape against anything, and he's not in great shape against Ochoa. He's basically flipping, but he could be, dominated. He could be against King Jack, King Queen, Ace King, Ace 10 suited. There's a lot of hands that he can be against that just have him crush. And, if Ochoa is doing this with pocket nines, pocket eights, it's also a flip at best.
Yep.
Let's let it go. Yeah, I mean, getting a hand as strong with as much potential equity as King 10 to fold pre-flop, King 10 suited, is a great pickup for Ochoa. I'm glad to see him take the more aggressive route there.
Yeah, good play by Ochoa there. One of our rounders dealers here recently won a big event for 24K. So, we'll see. He's been on a heater, I hope.
Let's go, Ochoa. No bias.
And again, stacks are getting super, super close. They've been close this whole time. I don't think we've seen many stacks go under 10 big blinds, which is very. That's just not very common when you see at these final tables when it gets down to this many people. You see a lot more stacks that would be like at 8 bigs and stuff, but this case, no. So
yeah, let's see if what do you like with the 5-4 suited here? Do you like a defend from the small blind because you're gonna be playing out of position, or do you just let it go?
not with the chip leader behind.
Yeah, yeah, because when Preston re-raises or jams, actually likes to defend the 10-3 and flops bottom pair. Goes check, check.
Yeah, 10-3, my favorite bad hand.
And spade draw on the turn. Nobody has any spades. Looks like Preston's going to bet to protect. And I can honestly see Matthew floating his ace high here and thinking that it's good against a player as active. Yeah, as active as Preston's been.
Yeah, and we could see if Preston kind of gets a hold of what's. Ooh. Now, that's actually a card that's not going to get Preston paid off. I was going to say if the river's like a 4, let's say, he's going to get called by ace high, but in this case, now he has so many single pairs that Matthew pretty much has to bluff if he wants to put chips in at any frequency.
Right.
But honestly, he's holding a hand that might want to, and he would be against a very disguised 2-pair.
Yeah, I mean, if Matthew jammed, I'm actually curious if Preston would call off, because yes, he has 2-pair, but he essentially has bottom 2-pair, not literally, but any of the 2 pairs that Matthew has would be better. And Matthew can also have hands like King Jack. Does like to just let it go. That's pretty understandable. That bet looks very strong. But yeah, I'm curious if Preston would actually call off with the 2-pair there. But yeah, I mean, Preston, he's going to be at nearly 1 million chips now, right? Or excuse me, 10 million chips.
Yeah, I think. Well, he hit the 1 million chip a while.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he probably hits a 10 mil chip point at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for starting the day off, like we mentioned, down like 1.2 million.
Yeah,
He's made a huge comeback. I think his especially as the field shrinks, I think his aggressive style is working out a lot better.
Yeah, and you can see like he hasn't even been, and we haven't seen many all-in situations where Preston was the one calling an all-in, except for one time, which is just testament to how aggression can be key like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the ace three that Bob had jammed on the button, and then Preston called with his nines in the small blind, and that's really the only all-in pot we've seen him stack.
Yeah, and that was only for 2 million chips, and he's at 9.1, so he was down to like 2.5 at one point. So really nice comeback, and you can see his aggression. He can limp there with a hand like 9-3 and not get raised by ace-4. One, because he's the big stack, but two, the Jesse in the big blind is going to think, okay, well, he's been raising most hands. His limp is either absolute trash or I'm dead, because limps are going to contain kings, aces, and queens. You want to get hands like ace-4 to raise you. Whereas if you just raise, you're either just getting called or sometimes just getting straight folds. And we're going to see Ochoa is going to be waking up with the jacks next to act here.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a pretty standard raise spot. Yep. Looks like he's just going to min raise here.
And lucky for him, he's going to get through Preston, which you're always, that's one of the things you're most afraid of in a spot like this is, am I going to have to go toe-to-toe with the big stack?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge mistake that we see is people who are, one of the bigger stacks. Like, I think Ochoa is either second or third in chips, and he's very close, whether it's second or third. And we'll see the players with those type of like second or third place stacks, when there's still 5 or 6 people left, get involved with the chip leader in these huge pots. And you really don't want to be doing that when you're second in chips.
Yeah.
You really want to be outlasting the shorter stacks. So anytime you get through Preston, that's always going to be a good thing.
Yeah, we can see, I didn't even notice, but I guess some have their bounties on the table. Ochoa seemed to have like 10 or 11 bounties there.
He's been taking names.
Taking names.
Taking souls.
And our bounties are $200 each, so he's taking what look like at least 2K in bounties, as well as what he's already cashed for. Here we can see Preston with the 40% VPIP and Rudy at 8%, so you can see the when you're short stack, you can't really open it up, obviously, but it gets a lot harder when you're short stack and just not getting cards and having to fold nines in that spot, for example.
Right, and obviously we know that he was in a flip spot, but I think folding nines there is actually the correct play.
Yeah, I agree. You're going to be at a flip at best.
Preston opening it up with the queen 10 suited.
It is rough, though, when you're the short stack. It's especially the way that they've been playing, where I don't think you really feel like anyone's going to go out anytime soon.
Yeah, everyone's relatively deep. Ochoa electing to defend the 9-7 off. I guess he thinks that he's going to have a lot of cards that Preston's not holding.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Preston is just hitting right now, which is really good when you have this sort of image. You have the board so locked up that you can check a lot of the time. Does elect to go for a more aggressive route, which does work. And if someone flopped queen here, they're probably not folding. If Ochoa had something like queen 9, definitely going to see a street.
Even a 10, like jack 10, king 10, I don't see folding on the flop.
Yeah, and we got some info here on Preston, how he's playing. Chip count 10 million, but pre-flop raise 26%. And he's actually had 40% of his hands go to showdown, which is surprising.
Yeah, that seems high. Yeah, I'm surprised it's that high. But the stats don't lie.
160 to go.
Jesse probably going to open it up with the ace-10 off.
Yeah, and again, thanks for watching, everyone. Put in chat who you're rooting for. I've seen we've had a lot of love for a lot of the players, but I'm sure they would love if just seeing all the support and everyone watching for them. It's always an awesome spot. I think getting on stream for one of these events and being on the final table is just one of the coolest feelings you can have in poker. And I think we're all looking for that glory when you're playing. So, yeah, if you can, put who you're rooting for and show them some love.
Yeah, we're down to 5 players here. We had 662 total entries, we're down to the top 5 now. So, I mean, these guys have outlasted quite a few players. Outlasted both of us. And the pay jumps right now are getting crazy. You know, if you get busted now, it's about 7,700. If you make it to first, it's 27,000. So it's a $20,000 pay jump between 5th and 1st. Makes a huge difference how long you survive here.
Yeah, I see we got a lot of love for Ochoa and Preston. It's nice because they're both regulars here. So we see stats for Ochoa here, 5.7 million. And his VPIP went down for the last few hands because he's been making some correct, actually, folds that worked out really well for him. But yeah, we got a lot of love for Ochoa and Preston in the chat, and it's always nice to see when you know regulars are getting paid off for their hard work and dedication, especially when it's someone like Ochoa who's a Rounders employee.
And Preston is a live stream regular, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got some fans watching, as well as his family.
Wow.
Rooting on. Some people just have all the luck. Am I right?
Yeah, and wow, he's gonna get shoved on. Wow. I mean, you're still not loving this with jacks. We saw that no ace was folded.
Yeah, still 30%, even with a hand as bad as ace deuce offsuit.
That ace is so key. It's insane how big aces can be. That sounded like a Dr. Seuss rhyme. Good luck to Rudy. This is a big one for everyone. Everyone's sweating. Ooh.
Yeah, of course, everyone at the table is rooting for Preston's jacks to hold so they can get another pay jump.
Wow.
Oh, the ace.
But it is the ace of diamonds.
He can hit a diamond or a queen on the river.
Or a jack.
Or a jack to resuck out. Doesn't come. Rudy stays alive. Hits the ace.
Yeah, and that hurts when you're Preston.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That was probably a $2,000 pay jump, something like that.
Yeah. And you can see when you're... This is kind of where Preston wanted to fold the queen 10. I mean, obviously he wants to call in this jack spot, but that's why he folded queen 10 and from the cutoff earlier was he doesn't want a hand like ace 10 to feel like I'm being bullied. I need a shove here.
Right. And, yeah, 30% of the time that's going to be the outcome.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, where that leads, if that changes people's perspective of what Preston's opening up with. If that changes like, oh man, I sucked out here, maybe. And this actually does tend to happen where people are like, oh, I sucked out here, maybe like he's not actually bluffing. And then you start folding more to his raises.
Right.
And you're never actually too sad as the chip leader to double up a shorty this shorthanded. As I said, you know, he can now kind of take even more advantage of people with ICM pressure.
Right, because people are still going to be trying to outlast Rudy. Is Rudy still the shortest stack? I'm not actually sure after that.
Now it's extremely close.
Yeah, I think it would be, yeah.
But the thing is, again, going back to that pressure thing, and you can see he's going to keep applying it. Every time Preston takes one of these blinds, he's getting 400K.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't take very many hands for that to start to add up. Jesse going to go ahead and defend the queen 10 suited in position on the button. I think that's a pretty standard play. I think for 17 big blinds, you could sometimes shove it, sometimes just call. And Rudy has both other players dominated.
But you can see he folds, and that's the pressure of the ICM, as I was saying, is now that he's doubled up, and we've seen that he's on the side that is a little more conservative, wanting to get these pay jumps. Now that he's doubled up and Jesse's the short stack, ooh.
And we have middle pair here for Jesse, and just ace high with a backdoor flush draw for Preston. But that king is not going to be Jesse's favorite card. I could see him calling on this street, but I wouldn't be surprised if he lets it go sooner rather than later if Preston keeps putting pressure.
Yeah, and I don't think he called queen 10 suited from the button with this stack to just fold, so it's definitely going to be minimum of, oh, wow, and you see the aggression, the ICM pressure right there. That is so key, and just like that, Preston gets half of what he just lost with the jack's hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's unreal. I think when you're Jesse in that spot, you're thinking, Okay, well, yes, I probably have the best hand, but am I willing to call down with this hand? Am I willing to call down because I know I've seen Preston play. I know he's going to keep putting pressure with all of his hands. Am I willing to call down with a hand as weak as just a queen with no kicker on a king high board?
Yeah, and if I'm calling, should I just shove with 15 bigs?
Exactly. That's kind of what I was going to say next is like when you're flopping a decent second pair and then folding, it's almost better to just, especially when you're the short stack, it's kind of better to just let the money go in pre-flop and see all 5 cards because, or
fold.
or get a fold, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I think Preston would not have called off with the ace-6 there, most likely.
No, and I actually saw this at watching the WPT where someone flatted queen 10 suited in the big blind, flopped top pair on 10-6-5, and small blind had let out into him and the pre-flop razor, and he just folded the queen 10.
Yeah, I'm
straight
not
up.
surprised to see it.
Yeah. And that's even with him, flopping the top pair. So I think with hands like, oh my gosh, guys.
Rudy, are you going to get another double?
I mean, we're just seeing these train wrecks hand after hand, y'all. And this is pretty common for Rounder Stream. I will say.
We've got the fake tank going on, the shaking of the head.
I actually don't think this is fake.
Oh, you don't think this is a fake? You think he might fold?
I think he's...
Oh, he's holding it like he wants to fold. No, I can't see him fold. Yeah, I didn't think so.
I really think he was considering folding.
Yeah, but I think that's one of those tanks where you're like thinking, am I really going to fold this? But you kind of already decided, no, I'm not going to fold this. I'm not surprised to see the call there.
I think everyone kind of hates jacks and queens.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's still, only 66%. 2/3 chance that he loses 2/3 of his stack here.
Yeah, barely more than a flip.
Oh, he has ace queen. It looks like we had an issue with the card reader. It's
Oh,
actually
okay.
Ace queen, not queen. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and also the equities are going to run a little worse for the ace-4 here.
Yeah, this is actually worse for Jesse than if he had queens.
Okay, so I understand the deliberation. on
Yeah,
the
that makes a
fold.
lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense.
I'm actually surprised he called now that we see that.
Yeah, I can't say I'm shocked to see the call. I mean, he's been jamming a little bit wider pre-flop with the not wider, but especially when Preston raised, like he jammed the king 6 suited, he jammed the ace deuce off, but he hasn't really been calling very wide. Like he folded the pocket 9s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think calling with ace queen is correct in this spot, but I'm not surprised to see some deliberation.
And Jesse's going to need some help, although we've been seeing that these spots have been brutal. Oh, my
4
gosh.
in the window, queen on the flop.
But some outs, some back doors for Jesse here. Oh, and there's
a club.
Oh, my gosh.
He could hit a 4 or a club here.
And everyone is sweating, and everyone wants this club to hit. Let's see, going to the river, it's not a club.
And the ace-queen is going to hold for Rudy. I believe Jesse is out in 5th place. I think he's going to take home about 7,700.
Yeah, plus whatever bounties he got.
That's
GG's to Jesse.
GG's. Sometimes you just run into it. Not much you can do. But well played, and thank you to Jesse for being on the live stream.
Yeah, GG's to the IT support engineer. And he says that was his biggest score right when he got into the game. Right when he got to top 9, it was already his biggest score. So now he's way,
that's
way up there.
More than double his biggest score then, for sure.
Yeah. And congrats to all our players so far. They're all locked up $10,000. Always nice to know that you're going to be taking home minimum 10K.
Yeah, it's a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, but you can see the difference between 4th and 2nd is almost double. So the ICM implications start getting really big.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to see what Rudy is back up to in chips now. Yeah, he's up to 8 million. He's almost up to the same amount as Preston now, and it looks like, yeah, I mean that's a crazy chip up from him being at risk with ace deuce off versus jacks.
Yeah,
and now he's almost chip leading.
Not only that, but it was the ace of diamonds that came on the turn for Rudy that ended up getting them there. And you can see, if he had called with the 9s against the ace king, it's possible that he'd just be out, but his patience definitely let him carry on, and now he's in a really good position. Actually, Preston, who's most likely going to be folding here, is going to be at a lower chip stack than Rudy.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he chipped down a little bit. I forgot he lost some chips versus he lost the chips to Rudy in the Jacks versus Ace Deuce hand,
Yeah.
which was I think somewhere in the realm of like 2 million that he lost in that hand. And that goes to show they're now pretty much neck and neck. Goes to show you how volatile it can be. And nobody is too short right now.
No, we were all at almost the same chip stacks again. I mean, this whole final table, everyone's been at the same chip stack range, which actually ends up making it to where it's kind of brutal. Like, you're kind of afraid, like, we're going to see a lot more like the nines fold, or like even the ace king just flat when we're this deep, because one, there's a lot of, now each pay jump being like 4K, you're feeling it. You're starting to feel like, dang, now our pay jumps are worth as much as the last guys just made, you know?
Yeah, as much as like ninth and eighth made is how much the pay jumps are worth from fourth to third. And looks like Rudy's got queen eight suited. Unwittingly, is going to be dominated by Matthew. Unfortunate position. Usually, you think both your cards are probably going to be live in that spot.
Yeah, and it's always the worst when you're in a spot like this where you're like, I have ace eight. Well, how is my opponent raising with a dominating hand from under the gun?
Yeah. I have queen eight.
I have queen eight, yeah.
And
well,
there is no justice in poker. We see the queen high flop. I'm imagining this is going to go check, check. Yeah.
good check by Matthew. I think a lot of people would continue on this board. Ooh, and that is actually a card that they both really kind of hate.
Yeah, I think Matthew thinks he probably has enough showdown value. He's not picked up a gut shot.
I thought we were going to see another chop here. And Rudy's just going to take his showdown here. Can't blame him. It's a lot of chips.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. And it's also when you bet, now that the jack is paired, when you bet, what are you getting called by?
Yeah.
Trying to get called by just like 9, 10, 9,
Yeah,
8?
probably like ace high, some pocket pairs. I think, you can definitely see a hand like ace king call. But with how, more conservative Rudy has been, it's possible that you're not getting as many calls in that spot, which can actually be beneficial, where because of how conservative he's been, maybe Matthew elects to not bet there as much on the flop because he feels as though his opponent will only call with hands that are way beating him and only fold with hands that you're already beating.
Right, exactly.
Whereas
Ochoa's turn with the queen eight of hearts.
Yeah. And we're four-handed now, so aggression is going to pay off very big. And I think we're going to see Preston raise a lot of these buttons.
Yeah, and it's with the way that it's configured. When Preston is on the button, Rudy is going to be on the the small blind. Yeah, so it's going to be Matthew actually on Preston's big blind, which is really not where you want to be because Preston's going to be raising a lot from the button, and you're the shortest stack right now.
Yeah, and Rudy is actually going to be in a rough situation here because Rudy is going to not be able to steal a lot of blinds with the way this is set up for him.
Exactly.
Ooh.
And looks like got second pair for Matthew, and just a backdoor flush draw for Preston.
Yeah, Preston's probably going to keep betting on this board because you want a lot of hands to lose equity. But in this spot, he's obviously going to be against what's top pair right now.
Right, and if you're Matthew, are you just calling this? Just trying to keep his bluffs in?
It's rough. You have 17 bigs. It goes back to the queen 10 hand, right? It's like, well, you have to be comfortable with calling 3 streets. So it does get called. And there are some interesting turns that can come up. I think this board is extremely wet. It's going to hit. And that's one of them. That's a card that Preston can do a lot on, including shove. When you get called, you're pretty much going to put your opponent on diamond draws and maybe a 10, and sometimes some jacks, but you have so many more jack hands, you have so many more king hands, and you're just going to get even diamond draws to fold out here. So I think we're going to see a big sizing from Preston here.
Yeah, I don't really see him giving up when he's got 5 high on the turn, especially on such a good card from the bluff. I mean, Matthew will have some like king queen that floated on the flop that just called pre-flop. I wouldn't be surprised, but you can't be afraid of him just having the top of his range here.
Yeah, and he does go for, like I said, essentially shove here, which is going to get a lot of folds. Amazing recognition by Preston. You can see, again, just how experience of a player he is. Very good play there. And you can see he didn't use the shove sizing because if he gets, shoved on there, he can fold.
Yeah, and you're not really getting any more folds from going all in versus going the 2 million or whatever he went.
Yeah, and saving 500K, I mean, that's worth too big. So if he does make that play and get shoved on, he's definitely going to feel like, oh, okay, well, now I can just fold. And we're going to see that Preston and Rudy have just been back and forth here. But now we start to see that Matthew is falling way behind. If he doubles up, he's still not in third. So
Yeah, I think. That was a pretty brutal turn card. I do think he was prepared to call down a lot there, but that king on the turn, it just hits so many of Preston's hands. I mean, it's pretty hard to put your opponent on 5-4 of hearts there.
yeah, and there's a lot of hands that Preston is going to have that it's just brutal for you.
Wow, and everybody kind of waking up with a playable hand here. Yeah, Matthew does elect to just let go of the king-8 suited. Don't blame him. Curious if Ochoa is going to defend. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to. So we got the two chip leaders running into each other here.
Yeah, and it's going to be big for Rudy to have position here. And you can see how much he values keeping his stack by just calling the ace-10 suited. Ooh, and Preston's going to check to Rudy here. Curious to see how Rudy plays this one. He might want showdown. Does check.
Yeah, he's got the backdoor spades that he could pick up on the turn. Another turn that nobody is really too excited about.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some continues here by Rudy, although when he just calls ace-10 pre-flop, this is definitely not the board that you love.
Yeah, you are ahead of quite a bit, but yeah, he does like to just let it go. I'm not surprised. Like we said, he's been a little more on the conservative side when it comes to calling bets. Not so much with the jamming and the raising, but definitely with the actual calling, which is kind of a good thing, I think, because most people, I would say, have the opposite problem, where they're over calling and not raising enough.
Yeah, no, for sure, and that's a spot in which Preston is gonna be, from what I was saying earlier, he's gonna be really good about taking advantage of those spots from what we've seen, and as long as Preston continues to get away from coolers, he's gonna be in a spot where he's gonna feel really comfortable about his chip stack and everything going forward.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Looks like we're seeing Ochoa just limps with the 8-6, and then Preston is going to check his option with the 6-3. A bit surprised to see it's a pretty good flop for 8-6, all things considered. I'm a bit surprised to see Ochoa limping the small blind here.
Yeah, this is it's a rough spot when you're going against a chip leader who's been so active, but maybe he just wants to see a flop like that, take it down, and then that's big for him. I mean, that's a big pickup already right there.
Yeah, for sure. I just think if you make a habit of limping there, it's going to be something that Preston is going to start punishing if he notices you making a habit out of it.
When Matthew with 14 bigs is going to look down at ace-jack, this is a hand that's going to want to shove.
Yeah, I expect, especially with him being so short, less than half of Ochoa's chip stack, I imagine we're going to see it go in here.
And yep, he puts his bounty chip in. And again, these guys went through 662 people, and they're reaching the climax of this tourney, so does get it through.
Yeah, and I think people know that Matthew's probably not jamming too light there.
Yeah, and during this break, I just want to say thank you all for watching. Again, this is me, Ethan Brune, your normal host, along with Michael Largent, who has just commentated with me on Thursday, but he wanted to come out. We thought we did a great job, so yeah, I mean, hope you guys can give us a like and subscribe. We're really trying to make this thing big and really make this just a long-term stream that can have a lot of production value. We're going to get... Recently, we had Jesse Sylvia, Poker Guru, Ebony Kennedy. We had a bunch of people coming here and just playing at Rounders in San Antonio, Texas, and just really having a fun time. And there's so much to do here, so much just amazing vibes. And if you do want to go rewatch those videos that we had with Jesse Sylvia, Nikki Limo, we have some really cool clips that come out. And here we're going to have a big hand, Ochoa opening with the 8s under the gun. Matthew, wonder where he's going to take this one.
Do you ever just call here, or do you think this is a jam or fold spot?
This is so close, and he does go for the shove.
Yeah, I like the shove better as well.
Yeah, and this is going to put Ochoa in a spot where I think he actually will fold the 8s from what we've seen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him fold the 8s. His range is going to be a little bit stronger since he's opening from early position versus opening, like, say, the small blind or something. And Matthew should know that. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty tough to say whether he's going to call or not, because he's definitely in the blender right now.
Yeah, this is a rough spot. I mean, we haven't seen many shoves, but as Matthew starts to, especially because he just shoved the last hand, as Matthew starts to chip down, it's going to start being where you are going to want to make this call more often because Matthew is going to be shoving some weaker hands. But it is a ton of Ochoa stack. I mean, Ochoa would be in a really rough spot if he were to call and lose.
And the other thing that would be weird is I think all three, if Matthew does win this hand, it's going to be all three of them in the 7 to 9 million mark with Matthew, Rudy, and Preston, and then Ochoa down by himself in the 2 million chip zone. You know, so
Yeah.
he's gonna be the only short stack at the table at that point if he calls and loses.
Yeah, you're never really having a great time when you only have 10 bigs. And also his big blind would be coming up next, so if he were to lose this, he would instantly be rewarded with a big blind, which is pretty brutal.
Yeah, definitely going to be in the tank for a little bit on this one. I think that the question you have to ask yourself is, you know, is he really jamming any hands that are worse than my hand, like 7s and below? Looks like he wants to call, and the answer is maybe, but I don't know too often if he's going to be jamming those type of hands with the play that we've seen so far.
This is a super close spot. I think that even if a lot of pros would be looking at this spot, it would be with the ICM implications. This is just, it's actually kind of funny, but the $200 bounty does add a little bit extra call. It's like not much, but it is worth a little bit, and this page up is like 4K, so you know you can almost just let Preston or Rudy kind of take advantage of this spot and go after Matthew instead, and you still have like 10 bigs on Matthew if you fold. But man, this is I do not envy Ochoa right now. Actually, I don't envy either players.
Yeah, because I mean, when you're Matthew, you're not really praying for a call in this spot. You're honestly hoping for a fold with the ace-10. What you're really hoping for is a call and then you win. But
Yeah.
I think at this spot you're totally okay with him folding a hand like 8s that you're flipping against.
Oh, and he does fold.
Yeah, makes the fold. Not surprised.
That's exactly what Matthew wanted. You never really want to let a hand like 8s realize their equity. And we can still see that Ochoa still has 6 big blinds on Matt. So, you know, he's still in a great spot. And all of them now just have so much playability.
That was close.
Yeah, and when you're Ochoa in this spot, you're really just hoping that Preston or Rudy can knock out Matthew for you. You don't really want to do the dirty work yourself.
Yeah, we can see stacks are now insanely tight. I mean, this is anyone's game right now. One double up for anybody. I mean, obviously a double up for the 2 chip leaders is going to be game over for someone, but a double up for Ochoa and Matthew would actually put them in the lead a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's crazy about how volatile this final table has been is that anybody could take the lead at any point. Even a double up for Matthew is going to put him to, I mean, if he doubles up through Preston, he's the chip leader at that point.
Yeah.
If he doubles up through Rudy, he's right there. And even if he just knocks out Ochoa, then they're all right up there together.
Basically, whoever gets knocked out next is going to be giving whoever they get knocked out to a huge favor.
Exactly.
It's kind of insane how tight it is now. And again, right now everyone is guaranteed 10K, but second place is 19,000. So when you have a chip stack like Rudy or Preston, I think we're going to see Preston kind of take advantage of that, that fear that I can just make it to 19,000, double of what I'm getting right now if I just wait. Like, even in this spot, I wonder if Preston ever re-raises here with a hand like this.
I could definitely see him doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a shove is, obviously in this spot would get through, but I think it would almost always get through. We see that Ochoa would very likely fold a hand. Wow, and he's going to do it. I love this play. Preston's such a good player.
He is. Yeah, it doesn't go for the shove. He elects for just raised. It looks like 1.1 million.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot for Ochoa. You just folded eights, and you're getting raised by Preston. Which is why I kind of like shove a little better, but obviously you have a hand like Queen 8. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something to look for with players is how many good folds do they have in them? Because, even a tight player, if they're forced to fold playable good hands in too many spots in a row, eventually they just get sick of it and they will start calling no matter how tight you perceive them to be. I've seen it happen over and over again. And Ochoa's not there yet, but honestly, if he gets sick of everybody's antics, I could see him going in with a less than stellar hand.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday during the WPT, we saw that one of the players on the bubble, because they had been made to play for 20 hours almost, I believe 20 hours, one of the hands on the bubble to final table, they're playing down to 6 people. He ends up shoving 8 deuce offsuit from the button because they were just so tired and such a long time.
I mean, 20 hours is a long time to play poker.
Yeah, but for 300K
for
pay
millions
jump,
of dollars, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm shoving 8 deuce off for a 300K pay jump, but
Yeah, I think at a certain point you have to just suck it up.
Yeah.
Not shove the 8 deuce off. And he did end up winning, didn't he?
yeah, he ended up winning against Ace Queen, but he did still bust in 7th.
Oh, okay.
He actually had a disgusting spot the next hand where he shoved pocket 9s with a pretty big stack, actually. Probably could have waited for a bit. But he shoved pocket 9s and ran into Ace Queen on the big blind. And
So the ace queen did eventually do him in.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Beat it with the 8 deuce, couldn't beat it with the pocket 9s.
But yeah, I mean that, when you get tired of the way someone's playing, it can be really hard for you to just keep composure and keep doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated aspect, especially of playing live when you're seeing so few hands per hour, and you can see the other people, you can see their faces. It just gets it can just get tiring to keep making those folds. He does open the 8 deuce off under the gun and gets it through. With his image, I expect those type of opens to get through a lot more, especially when Preston doesn't wake up with anything. I think it's going to get through the blinds a fair amount,
Yeah.
with Matthew being as short as he is, especially.
Yeah, good on him to keep raising there, despite the fact that he had just lost, 2 or 3 spots where he raised and had to fold. So when you press on and realize that it's fine, that like you still need to do the best play that you believe.
Yeah, just try to keep making the right play one hand at a time. Yeah, looks like we're going to have Matthew just limp the jack-8 off. Ochoa just checks his option with the queen 7.
The computer hand, and it flops a straight flush draw, and Matthew has top pair and out of position. This is, I wonder where Ochoa takes this. I think a lot of players will take a raise. I think you can go either way. He is going to look to do almost a min raise, and
Yeah, the min raise looks pretty strong. It looks like maybe he flopped a flush or a straight, or maybe even a set once in a while if he elected to just check his pocket 5s and pocket 6s.
and just folds the
yeah.
top pair.
Let's it go. And he was actually, despite having top pair there, if you looked at the percentages, he was actually behind versus Ochoa's queen 7.
And it looks like everyone's wondering what Matthew is listening to. So Put in the chat what you think he's listening to. We already got Backstreet Boys. We got Britney Spears, Kids Bop.
I don't know about Kids Bop.
I can see Kids Bop.
You can see it?
He has a South Park shirt on.
That's
so
true. I don't think South Park is for kids, though.
I thought it's a cartoon.
Okay, yeah, it's a cartoon. You're right. You get a point.
I get a point. I pressed on.
You said press on, and you didn't say pressed on, and I was, like, amazed. Because you weren't talking about pressing at all. Yeah, Rudy just going to let go of the king deuce.
Anytime I say press on, it's gonna be a reference to Preston.
But yeah, but you did it, and you didn't.
A walk on the ace jack.
Yeah. I mean, what's going to happen?
The Weekend, Bieber.
The Beeb?
The Beeb. I feel like he's just listening to white noise.
Yeah, maybe. Just like a psychopath.
Yeah, just like a.
It's just TV static. He's a stone cold killer. All right. Is this from? Looks like these might be from last hand because we were just getting dealt in. Our video might be a little bit behind. Looks like we've got Ochoa with the jack six. Lets it go. And now we've got Preston with the king queen off.
Ooh, and the nuts on the big blind here for 7 deuce.
Preston picking up some good hands. Does take it down again. 7 deuce game is not on at this final table.
Although it was on for our 1-2 game on Thursday. So if y'all want to go watch that back, just like and subscribe. We put a bunch of clips on, a bunch of videos like that. But we had some 6-7 deuce bluffs in our last 1-2 game.
I mean, probably like, what, 4 or 5 7 deuce hands? And I think they all got through.
Yeah, and they were big pots.
Yeah. I think everybody won with the 7 deuce. They got it through, which is rare to see. Somebody usually gets caught with their hand in the cookie jar at least once with a 7 deuce game. And then you wonder why you're bluffing $300 to win $5 from all the other players.
I think we've all been there.
Let's see. Yeah, Preston with the king 9 off on the button. I am expecting to see him raise a hand like that a decent amount. Looks like he's going to go ahead and raise it up. Not surprised to see it. And playable hand from Matthew in the big blinds. He's actually dominated here, which you're not going to expect to be dominated too often with the 10-9 suited. I would honestly, for his 15 bigs, I think I would prefer a jam to a call. I don't know if you agree. Looks like he does go for the jam. I like that.
Oh, dang.
I like that play a lot, honestly.
Yeah, especially with the 10-9 suited, it gets a little more.
It's just a hand that so many people are just going to try to see a flop in position, or not in position, excuse me, that they're just going to try and see a cheap flop with by just flatting pre-flop. So I like that he has the confidence to make this jam. The TV static is really working out for him, making him make the right plays.
I think I'm going with the Backstreet Boys. He looks like a Backstreet Boys kind of guy. I mean, you shove in 10-9 suited, you have to be into the Backstreet Boys.
He wants it that way. All right, let's see if I don't think Preston's going to find a call here, but maybe he will. Maybe Matthew. I mean, the thing is, even if you lose this to Matthew, Matthew's up to like $6.5 million, and you chip down to about the same amount.
Yeah, not only that, but 10-9 suited is never really doing that bad against any hand. And in this spot, even as you see, Preston has him dominated. He still has 30%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Preston actually opened to 500K there instead of min raising to 400K, which does end up costing him another 100K in chips, if I was seeing that correctly. It's that's kind of the problem of, especially at this late stage, opening to those larger sizes. Is 100,000 isn't that many chips, but it can definitely add up over time.
I mean, he's done it a couple times already, and he has benefited from it a lot. Yeah, I mean, he's done it 3 or 4 times now, which just picking up a ton of chips, but also, you're not only getting the chips that Preston put in there, but the chips that you had to put for your orbit, which gives you another free orbit, which then gives you, more hands in the future. You can see he's chipped up to 4 mil when he was down a ton. It's not that far off from Ochoa in chips, but he's gonna have a domination spot right here.
I like that he's just raising here because I think a lot of people will see the king 8 suited and just jam, but I think it's a great candidate to just raise fold. You know?
Ooh, and 10 high board, but we see a queen. We're gonna see a small bet from we're seeing a small bet from Matthew really often here, but it's gonna get called, and he's essentially drawing dead to a chop right now. Oh, dang, and he's gonna get some showdown value, which is gonna be a check a lot of the time, and he does check. See how Ochoa takes this. I think with the flush draw on the board, you can take it either way, and you hate to see that river when you're Ochoa.
Yeah. Now, will Matthew turn his 8 into a bluff here? What do you think?
Yeah, I think from what we've seen, it's a really good spot to use to get a queen off, because I think a queen can fold to a bigger sizing bet, something like 1.2 million, whereas, your 8 has great showdown value, but and he does take a showdown value, and you can't fault showdown value here.
Yeah, and the problem is that pretty much every draw got there. Jack 9, King Jack both made it straight, and clubs also made it.
Yeah.
So I don't blame him for not going for it there.
No, for sure. It's a hard spot. I think that's kind of the annoying part about being small blind versus big blind there is when you're out of position, it's like you want to bluff, but you can't. And that puts Matthew back at a very tough spot, having half of the next smallest stack. But Rudy's actually back to third place.
No bias. I want to see Preston double up Matthew so that everybody will have the exact same chip. Everybody will be at 6.5 million.
So much playability, so much stack depth. I love to see these kind of games where, everyone, it just comes down to how you're playing.
Ooh, Matthew with the 5-3 suited. My favorite hand. I doubt he's going to put any chips in the pot with it. Yeah, Rudy just letting go of the king 9 off.
Ooh, and he's gonna get a walk.
Yeah, Preston's been getting walks all over
With
with
queens.
Preston's been getting walked all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes to show how much his aggression's been working out because people just don't even want to tangle with him at this point, I think. But now it's kind of working out against him.
Yeah.
Where he's not getting action with ace jack or queens.
That's an unfortunate spot, but it is four-handed. It's hard to make a hand. It's hard to get a hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, everyone, for joining in again. We have so many viewers. I'm so glad that we're able to provide this content. This is something that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I'm sure Michael has too. Michael actually used to have a podcast as well. So, we're both love the entertainment sphere. And we're going to see a jam by the ace-queen here. Oh, and Preston's going to wake up with fours. This is a close spot, and you can see how close of a spot it is.
Oh, we got another ace queen. So
wow.
Preston's fours are actually in amazing shape. He has no way of knowing that, but yeah, I mean, I don't. It's tough to know. I think Matthew's actually been probably jamming the widest out of any short stack we've seen at this final table.
Yeah.
But in a good way, I think. And Preston is, I'm sure, aware of that. But there's just no hand that you're really happy to be against except ace 3 or ace deuce.
Yeah, and if we see a call by Preston, I think we're going to see a fold by Rudy.
100%. I don't see him overcalling with the ace queen.
I'm curious if Rudy ends up calling if folded too. Because if he calls and loses, he is in a terrible spot.
Yeah, he did make the call with the ace queen earlier when I believe we were 5 or 6 handed.
Yeah, and it's a 15 big blind shove, so
yeah, not surprised to see Preston let it go.
yeah, I like the fold when you have someone behind.
Rudy does have a decision here.
Yeah, and this is actually a really hard decision. Ace queen is one of those hands that I think everyone just kind of hates.
It's the jacks of just random Broadway cards.
Yeah, I feel like you hate ace king, but ace queen you absolutely hate. But you are going to be dominant. We've seen Matt jamming ace jack, ace 10 from another gun. You're going to be dominating a lot of hands. You're going to be dominating. I mean, he actually got here with the ace queen against a dominated ace 4 for very similar stack size.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to run through the list of hands. I mean, the only hands you're in really terrible shape against are aces, kings, queens, and ace king, which there's not too many combos of, especially with you having an ace and a queen. And then you look at everything else, you're flipping against every pocket pair, and you're actually, 70% or whatever against all the worst aces.
Yeah, but like we saw with Ochoa, you don't want to be the one having to do the dirty work.
No, not at all.
But if no one does it, then Matthew's just going to continue chipping up as he has been.
Yeah, I think he's been picking great jam spots. I think, and he does let go of the ace queen, gets him off the probable chop, which is pretty huge. I think Matthew might be above 4 million chips now. He's been working the short stack really well, which I think is a super underrated skill to have, knowing when you can jam, knowing what hands to jam. A lot of tournament players, a lot of professional tournament players just look at those jamming charts of, if I'm at 15 big blinds, what hand am I jamming? If I'm at 12 big blinds, four-handed, what hands am I jamming?
Yeah, and those are fun for anyone who wants to look those up or doesn't know. You just look up on Google or something like push fold charts, all in push fold charts, and those are really helpful for your game as a whole in tournaments. Those are really good to look at.
Yeah, I think, as with most poker, a lot of the big mistakes that people make are actually pre-flop, and just having a good pre-flop strategy, which it seems like Matthew really has. I've been really liking the way that he's been. Like, it seems kind of obvious to jam with ace queen there, but you have a lot of options. Like, do I min raise and then call? And Matthew with the jacks.
Not going to get any action, but does shove.
Yeah, Preston's probably just going to be a snap folding here.
Yeah, he's getting pressed on for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, jacks, would you... I'm just going to power through. Yeah, would you like to see a flat with the jacks ever?
Jacks do want a little more protection than any of the other hands, but against Preston's range, I probably do like flats here and there. The question is, I've just shoved 3 or 4 times. Will my fourth shove get called by a hand like 10s and 9s, which it will.
Right. And actually, looking at the...
And there are pay jumps, guys. Next place is going to be about a 4,000 jump, but 2 jumps from now is going to be double what fourth is making almost, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Preston opened to 3x there. Did I see that correctly?
No, that's correct, yeah. And that is a direct attack on shorter stacks. When someone's short stacked like that, you definitely want to go for bigger sizings because you don't want them to take a hand like, let's just say, Queen 8, Queen 9 as flats there. They start having to fold those hands from the big blind, whereas when you go 400K, they have a little more incentive to just call with the Queen 9. And then you can start doing that 3x sizing when you're big stack with your strong hands as well if you're weak hands.
Yeah, makes sense. And we can see Matthew up 1.4 million chips from the start of the day, it looks like. I'm not sure if that's from the start of the break or from the start of
I believe it's
day
start
overall.
of break, but... And Preston's going to have a 14 big blind difference between Ochoa, but Rudy has chipped down. He hasn't really been able to get a good spot. So Matthew is slowly creeping up, and Rudy and Ochoa are going to hate that. And they've both had spots to knock both of them out.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's kind of the dark horse of this tournament right now. We didn't see him too active when we were 8 and 9 handed, but he's really been chipping up with the short stack here.
Now, when you say dark horse, do you mean like Katy Perry dark horse, or do you mean
I think
like,
the phrase came before the Katy Perry song.
I don't know about
Believe
that.
it or not.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, okay.
Press 1 if you think Dark Horse came out before Katy Perry. Press 2 if you think it came out only when Katy Perry made that song.
Press 3 if you just want us to talk about poker. It looks like we're getting a...
Lady Gaga poker?
Poker face? It looks like we're getting a color up right now. I think they're going to take all the pinks off the table, it looks like. So it's just going to be those bigger denomination of chips. I remember the first time I got one of the lime green chips. It's always a good feeling. And now they're, I think, the smallest chip on the table.
Yeah, and guys, you got to come to the club. We're here in San Antonio, Texas, Rounders Card Club. I have some friends coming out from Austin and Dallas for that Thursday event. On Thursday, we have a $25K guaranteed, $240 buy-in. You're going to start with 60K chips at, I believe, 100 to 100 levels. So you get a lot of chips in that one. That one's going to be great. That one will actually sometimes will hit like 60 or 70K. So that one is a really fun one, unlimited rebuys. We also have our on Friday, 20K guaranteed mystery bounty free roll. So, if you want to come in, you're not used to buying in big, you're not used to that $240 buy-in, you can buy in for that $25, get in with that chip stack, and turn that $25. I've seen it turn that $25 into like 6-7K.
Now, what's the difference between a regular bounty tournament and the mystery bounty?
So mystery bounty, for those who, it's actually a new concept that has just come out within like the last year or so, and it's been huge. But so regular bounty, every time you knock someone out, you get a set amount. Sometimes if it's a progressive knockout, it changes. But like in this bounty, for example, anytime someone knocks someone out, they're getting $200 right now. But in a mystery bounty, every time you knock someone out, you get an envelope, and it can be any amount within a certain amount of bounties. And I believe the highest amount for our 20K is usually like 3 or 5K, around that. So if you knock someone out, you could be the lucky person to open that 3 to 5K off of a $25 buy-in. So you don't even
have to win. Yeah, you don't have to win. You don't have to final table. You don't have to do anything. That could be the first person you knock out. You pick up the 3K, and then you get knocked out the next hand. Doesn't matter. You get to keep that.
Yeah, and I remember my first big score that I got was actually in a mystery bounty for the SA Card House event, but mystery bounties are a lot of fun. I remember when I was around like 25 players, I opened a bounty for like 2K, and I was like, dang, well, I'm already chipped up. I already got my 2K. I was
already way in the green for that one.
Yeah, so definitely come out. Those mystery bounties are a ton of fun.
Yeah, I remember you getting paid out for that. I had never seen your wallet that fat before. That was a fun one. But yeah, I think that's the 22nd. That's going to be a Thursday, and the 23rd is a Friday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This Thursday and this Friday for those two events.
So definitely make it if you can. If you're in Austin, just drive down. I know a lot of people are probably going to be visiting family here in San Antonio on those days. Definitely try to sneak away from them and come play one of these tournaments. They're a lot of fun, and it's a pretty chill vibe. There's always tons of people entering these tournaments. I think it's very common for the guarantees to be exceeded in these types of tournaments with how many people we get signing up. Even if you don't want to play tournament, if you're a cash game player, Rounders is still open 24/7. Always a cash game going. Always lots of fun. So definitely make it down if you can.
Yeah, and I think our last mystery bounty had something like 1,000 rebuys and entries total.
Yeah.
Which that's awesome for a one-day event.
Yeah, it's great. And so does that play all the way down just on Friday?
Yeah, so the way it works is that it plays all the way down to the money, to the cash, and once you're in the money, that's when mystery bounties start coming into effect. So you have let's just say the money is like at 20, 30, 40 people. You have a very good chance of getting that 4 or 5K that ends up being the number one mystery bounty spot. You have a very good chance of hitting that and making that 3 to 5K without even needing to final table or anything.
And that's a pretty good ROI for a free roll, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I'll probably be there for both events, so you come out and see me in that. It'll be fun.
Take his money, bubble him again.
Yeah, but let me get my 20th bubble in a row.
That's the tournament life, unfortunately.
Yeah. But the tournament life is also turning 300 into 27K. So
I know, which is what we're about to see here at this final table. More than 27K with bounties and everything.
Yeah, and again, just show some love in the chat, guys. Say who you're rooting for. These guys are really, really working hard at trying to win this one. I mean, you can see some of the painful folds, the great raises that they're making, and the great plays. And overall, it's been such a fun final table to see. It's been crazy. The last few final tables we've had that we've streamed just been off the chain. You see so many crazy hands, so many tough spots. And it's pretty crazy how often we see the action here at Rounders on the stream. Just see so much happening. So definitely subscribe and like. It really helps us out. And thank you for tuning in. Still on break.
Yeah, we're just finishing up this color up break, giving these guys a break. They're making decisions for lots and lots of money. Got to keep their minds sharp for that.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they start talking about any chops or anything like that. I know that Preston plays pretty decently big, so he might not be in the mood to chop here. But
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Or, with him being the chip leader, he might ask for a bigger portion of the chop, potentially, if he does decide to chop.
yeah, and as we've seen, he's been very just active and able to guide through these spots really well. So
Yeah, I think his aggression is really paying off. But the thing is, even when you are playing aggressive and playing well, it really only takes one spot for you to lose your chip lead. And just one cooler, aces versus kings, kings versus queens, something like that, or even getting it in behind and sucking out ace king versus ace queen hand like that.
Jacks versus ace deuce.
Yeah, jacks versus ace deuce. I mean, imagine if that had happened for 6 million chips.
Yeah.
You can lose your lead pretty quickly, potentially. Especially with the way that Matthew's been playing back at him from the short stack on his opens. Now, he's had pretty good hands every time, but he's still taking spots that a lot of people would be afraid to take,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious what's going to happen when we come back. If it's, I wonder if Preston's going to rein it in a little bit, since with the way that the players are configured, Preston is going to be opening his button a lot as the chip leader, but Matthew in the big blind has kind of shown that he's not afraid, since he's the shortest stack. He's not afraid to go out next, and he's willing to keep jamming into Preston's opens, especially into his opens with a larger size, which the larger size is going to disincentivize Matthew from calling on the big blind, but it might also have the reverse of the intended effect and cause him to jam more,
Yeah.
which I think is something that he's been running into so far.
Well, it's also actually something that is a good point in that using that big sizing does make your opponent feel like they need to jam more, and we see that a lot of the times good players will take those big sizings to make the other player feel like they have to go all in with good hand, or
When they have a good hand to open.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he might, if he goes 600,000 with aces or kings, just like he's been going with, his king nine offsuit type hands, it's good to be consistent with that. But at the same time, with the way Matthew's been playing back at it, I wouldn't be surprised if he did start reining it back in and going for just the standard 2x open.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be starting somewhat soon here.
Yeah, everyone's going to be coming back from the break pretty soon.
Yeah, if you can't see the chip counts there, we have Matthew as short stack here and Preston as a commanding leader with 14 extra bigs to the second stack. So they're really close, and a lot of these people are, I believe, most everyone, if not everyone, is from San Antonio. Yeah, Matthew from San Antonio, Ochoa definitely from San Antonio, Rudy as well from San Antonio. Rudy is a construction worker, so I always like to see when people just do really well and they have jobs like very not connected to poker. So, and then Preston, who is a regular here but also a software engineer. So a lot of these guys, no one's a pro. They all have jobs outside of this, and it's always nice to go home with what is usually worth like at least like 4 months of a paycheck for most people.
If you get first place, for sure. Now, we've been talking a little bit, quite a bit about Matthew and Preston, but I want to talk about the two middle stacks, Rudy and Ochoa. So, if you're one of these middling stacks at this final table, what are you going to be focused on?
Yeah, so if I'm a middling stack, I definitely want to try to outlast the other middling stack for Ochoa here. He's in a rough situation where he actually has to kind of conserve chips for just to keep himself away from Matthew, to keep himself not having to be in the spot where he has to shove himself.
Right.
So it's actually brutal for for Ochoa here because he's in a spot where if Matthew keeps chipping up, he's going to have to start making plays.
Yeah, Matthew at 16 big blinds, Ochoa at 25.
And actually, Ochoa has more chips than I thought he did. I think he might be tied, if not close, to Rudy.
I do believe he's ahead of Rudy, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, so Rudy will actually end up. This is a very interesting spot for everybody because in that case, if we see a 10 high flop here, this is going to be dangerous for Preston. But yeah, I mean, Rudy, from what we've seen, is on the more conservative side. So it really depends on, if we see Ochoa raise fold hands like eights going forward, it can get brutal. And this is not your favorite flop, is Matthew, but I think you can keep betting against the big blinds range. Does elect to check, which is fine.
He might also be thinking that Preston's, when he sees the check back on this type of board, well, that's not a good turn.
Yeah.
You might think that he can get Preston to start throwing out some bluffs, which he's not taking the bait, to his credit.
Yeah, and I mean, almost any sizing that Preston can conceivably go is going to get called now.
Yeah, especially on that river. I expect to see Preston just give up. Yeah, and I don't know that Matthew's going to value bet this on the river.
Yeah, I mean, you're targeting an 8, which is fine. I think if you want to target an 8, those thin value spots are where you can make a lot of money. And thin value, for those who don't know, just means when you bet, even on a board as scary as this, just trying to target a small set of hands. But, again, your opponent's not going to have many kings and queens as played. So,
yeah, especially a player like Preston, who's going to be pushing the advantage when he has a strong hand that hits the flop.
yeah, let's just say Preston has 9-8, ace-8, for example there. He's not going to be folding to a big blind.
Yeah, you could just bet like 250K, one big blind, and probably get called by an 8. The only thing that's scary is that against a competent player like Preston, you do open yourself up to get check raised, and then you're in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
Especially when you have jacks, so like he's not going to have as many jack 10 type hands that feel the need to turn their hands into a check raise bluff. So you're going to be against a lot more of his value range.
Yeah, and blinds have gone up, so they're all getting very short. And Ochoa, this is a huge pot for him to take down. This pot is worth $500K for Ochoa added to his stack. So he's now given himself a big lead over Matthew and Rudy. So this is actually a spot in which the more that Ochoa, if Ochoa were to take another big blind or so, it would put Rudy and Matt in a very tough spot where you really want one or the other to lose and end up being stacked instead. But we're going to see a clash of some hands here.
Yeah, so it looks like Ochoa's going to open it up. And are you expecting Preston to call in position or maybe go for a small raise or a jam?
He can go all three, but I think from what we've seen, he's going to go on the bigger sizing. But he does just flat, which in position, I actually do like just flatting a hand like sixes. Although you do allow Matt to come in, and against two hands, sixes aren't doing as well as the fold equity that comes from shoving. But the thing is that Ochoa has a lot of chips. If you were to shove and get called, you would be in a spot where if you lose, you're very much the short stack.
Yeah, and it really depends on how wide he thinks Ochoa's opening. I mean, ace-8 offsuit is a pretty reasonable open, but it's definitely not near the top of his range.
Yeah, and an 8-high board would actually be brutal for everyone. And we're going to see a 6 on the flop, and he's going to have a central lockdown on this hand.
Yeah, 10 middle pair for Matthew with not a good kicker. I expect if Preston bets big with Ochoa still behind him left to act, I think Matthew will just make a disciplined fold here with his 10.
It is rough, though. This is a spot in which Preston is going to be betting a lot, and good fold by him.
Yeah, they both let it go. Preston not getting paid with his sixes, but does pick up still $1.3 million in chips off of that hand.
And that's kind of what can happen, too, is where Ochoa is probably going to, fold a hand like ace, let's just say ace 10 there. He might even fold.
Right.
Probably not, but at least a one bet. But he might call, pre-flop of hand like, let's just say, ace queen and perhaps fold if he has ace queen of diamonds or something on a board to a bet. Whereas, when you shove pre-flop, you end up getting, when you do get that lucky, you get all the chips that you need for getting that lucky.
Right. The thing is, with Ochoa being the opener, I think Ochoa is almost, and part of the reason why I think jamming the sixes is actually maybe a good thing there is with Ochoa being the second biggest stack, it becomes a disaster for Ochoa to call an all in.
Yeah.
With even a hand as strong as like queens, it becomes a disaster in a lot of cases.
Yeah. I mean, he could definitely fold tens. He can definitely fold jacks, and queens becomes super scary still when you get shoved on there.
Yeah, because the reason being that Ochoa having the second biggest stack is really trying to get these pay jumps, really trying to outlast Matthew and Rudy. And getting knocked out, when you're second place in chips, getting knocked out in fourth place in this spot is just a disaster from a payout perspective.
Yeah, and you can also go back to the ace-8 that he just opened is maybe even not raising hands like that might be better because we could see that if he hadn't raised, I think Preston would have raised with the sixes, and then Matt would have called and saw the 10 and definitely would have continued, which would have been a great spot for Ochoa. But because Ochoa raised, he ended up actually being in a spot where he's going to let Matthew make an easy fold. So it's funny how stuff like that, out of your control, just can happen.
Right. Yeah, I think if his goal is to ladder up, I would like to see now ace jack. You pretty much have to open.
Yeah, well,
This could get really dicey if Matthew
yeah.
opens and then Ochoa jams.
And I'm curious to see how this goes because Matthew is going to raise, but I don't know if Ochoa shoves ace jack off.
Yeah, when you open the ace jack, the king jack as Matthew with your 18 big blind stack, are you looking to? So are you looking to raise it and then call a jam, or are you looking? Oh, did he actually fold ace jack?
Yeah, he folded ace jack, and
Wow.
you can't blame him. I mean, you can see that his goal now is okay. Preston's gonna do the dirty work. I'm just gonna allow these big stacks to. Wow, we're gonna see a fold from.
And
King
I
10.
think Rudy and Matthew are at about the same chip stack now. I think they're like dead even now with Matthew picking up enough of these small pots.
Yeah, and I would have liked to see a defend from King 10. I think that's a really strong hand, but you can see just how important some of the pay jumps are. I mean, they're off of a $300 buy-in, the next pay jump being 4K. You want to lock up that extra 4K, not only just the 4K, but the extra almost 10K that second place gets.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, 13 buy-ins for the next pay jump?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. Preston, yeah, electing not. So, yeah, you can see that Matthew's, I mean, of course, there he wanted Preston to open the Jack 3, but, Matthew not being scared of Preston's opens is leading Preston to fold hands that I think a few hours ago we would have seen him open, like the Jack 3 suited on the button.
Yeah.
And I think it's really working out in Matthew's favor so far. He's really chipped up a lot as the short stack. I mean, he survived a bunch of pay jumps, and now I think Rudy's actually the shortest stack now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a really even decent spot for Preston that's happening because with Rudy, oh my gosh, how many times are we going to see this clash?
Surely the Jacks will hold this time. I don't see him not jamming this.
Yeah, he's going to jam, but I don't think he's going to get called.
No, I don't think so.
Ace-10 offsuit, a little too weak to call here. Ace-Jack and Ace-Queen might be a call, but honestly, I think you even fold those.
Yeah, I mean, look at Matthew's chip stack, all in for 5.3 million. Preston only has 9.3 million. He would be the shortest stack if he called this and lost. And it's like a weird reverse pressure. Like normally you see big stacks putting pressure on the short stacks, but in this case it's one of the shorter stacks putting pressure on the big stack consistently. It's a really cool dynamic that Matthew is making work to his advantage.
Not only that, but because Matthew has shoved so much and you don't know what he's shoving with, Ace-10 becomes a prettier hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, he's cutting out some chips here. He's not decided whether or not he wants to fold yet.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's actually had pretty good hands when he's shoved so far. I think the only, the weakest hand he shoved was like the 10-9 suited.
Ooh,
He
wow.
calls. Wow.
That That's uncharacteristic, I think, from what we've seen. But like I said, when your opponent has shoved as much as he has, and you haven't been able to see what he's shoving with, ace 10 becomes a lot stronger. But surprisingly, we have not seen Matthew shove one time with a hand like ace 8. So
Yeah, which of course Preston doesn't know, but this is huge. Matthew, a 76% favorite to become the chip leader here, 25%, and he's out in fourth after running up his short stack.
and we did see an ace being folded.
That's a pretty safe. I mean, some straights on the board potentially.
Some chop outs as well.
Yeah, some chop outs for sure.
But you can see ace 10 with the 13%, and Preston would be in. Wow.
What a turn. Has to be a 6 or a jack or an ace on this river. 8 outs with one folded ace for Preston.
Yeah, and you hate to see that turn with the jacks. You just know it's going to be the jack on the river.
And he holds.
He holds, yeah,
Wow. Matthew now the chip leader.
by a lot.
By a lot. I think the biggest stack we've seen of the night, 11 million. Wow, that is massive for Matthew.
Yeah, and like we were saying, it's anyone's game. Matthew had something like 13 big blinds at one point, and now he's a chip leading with 43 bigs with Preston in the short stack. So, yeah, I mean, you can't fault Preston for the call. And wow, Matthew's going to have, from being almost triple down everyone's stack to being double everyone's current
Yeah,
stack.
it's an unbelievable run up. I mean, he's had a good run of cards for sure, but I think he's also done a great job playing the short stack. Now we'll see if he plays if he puts the pressure on as the big stack as well as he was as the short stack.
I mean, he's been playing very well, so we'll see. Also, you know, when you're playing well, you have to get lucky, but he's been playing very well so far, so.
Yeah, I mean, the two go hand in hand. He's definitely been hitting good cards, but he hasn't been getting it in bad at all and getting lucky. Like, that's a very, it's very different to get good cards and play them well than it is to just get lucky and suck out on someone from behind.
Yeah, and that Backstreet Boys is definitely helping him out there.
Absolutely. Couldn't have done it without them.
See what he starts doing with the hands like ace deuce. This is where we kind of see, you know, how he's going to take his chip lead. He's going to elect on a raise.
What do you think about the ace deuce raise in position?
Yeah, on the button, this is a good raise. I think Preston's going to be in a uncomfortable. Oh, and we're going to see a shove by 9-8. Wow. And
the reverse of what we've been seeing this entire final table. And now it's Matthew being forced to make a decision on the big stack, facing a short stack shove.
And you can wonder, you know, what is Preston shove? Why is Preston shoving 9-8 here? But the thing is that Matthew is going to be raising so many hands like ace deuce that cannot call a shove. If he calls the shove, he ends up being back to where he just started essentially, and giving Preston everything back. So this is a really hard spot for Matt. I wonder if he's going to come with the call conclusion. Kind of seems like he is, honestly.
You're still ahead of king queen, king jack suited, maybe king 10 suited, 9-8 offsuit surely. I don't think he expects Preston to be jamming this wide. I think this is 100% just Preston trying to play back at Matthew because he perceives his opening range to not be very strong.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're basically in really terrible shape against any ace. You're in terrible shape against any pocket pair. You're really just hoping he has like a king, queen, king, jack suited type hand. That's really the only hand, or like a suited connector that he jammed.
But you're also thinking, I can kick out, or I can take out the guy who's doing this play. I can take out the guy who's willing to put it in with 9-8 and make sure that he doesn't have more chips to continue, you know, making plays like this.
Right, exactly.
So there's definitely a lot in mind. He does make the fold. I do like folding. Although I would like to see more of a call from a hand like 9-8. I love taking it as a bluff. I think that's such a cool line to take from Preston.
Mm-hmm. And I think something that might be a counter to this strategy, because we've been seeing a lot of short stack jams. Something I would like to see from the bigger stacks potentially, and it is scary, is maybe more open jamming if you're afraid that you're going to get shoved on by a short stack, you know? Like 20 big blinds. Ace deuce, I think, maybe in particular, I don't think it's bad as an open, but I think it might even work a little bit better as just a shove and try to get them to fold all the better aces.
Yeah, and even this, like, sevens likes to be shoved. But, you know, live can be a different beast.
For sure.
You sometimes you feel like a raise might do the same job as a shove, but obviously you can see that when you run into someone like Preston, who seems to be pretty studied, it can be rough because he's going to know that you're opening really wide. He's going to know that his shove looks extremely strong when he is putting his shove on for its tournament life.
Yeah, and we've got a really interesting dynamic here where Rudy, Ochoa, and Preston are all right at about that 5 million chip mark, and Matthew's up to like 11 or 12 million. So all three of these guys with the shorter stacks are really trying to survive and outlast each other.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where Preston takes this ace-3 off, for example. Does shove it, and I thought he would, but it can still be scary.
Yeah, I can't see Matthew calling with the king-9.
No, I can't either. You call this for half your stack, and it's just brutal. You definitely want to be the aggressor, not the one calling.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely huge to be the one actually doing the shoves.
And it's really not that bad as Matthew for Preston to chip up here. It seems like it might be, but it really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing you want is pay jumps, and Rudy and Ochoa haven't been playing back at either of them too much so far, and I think that unless that changes, they might continue to just chip down at this final table.
Yeah.
And just leave the way for Preston and Matthew to continue stealing blinds, continue jamming pre-flop, continue just picking it up. But then, what might happen is you end up jamming a hand like ace-4 off, ace-3 off, just one of these slightly lower equity hands, and then they wake up with a huge hand. All of a sudden, your tournament life could be at risk.
Yeah, and that's why you see him just raising now that he has a decent chip stack.
Yeah, is 22 big blinds versus Rudy's 18 big blinds, and I would like to see how many Ochoa has. Yeah, Ochoa also has 20, so Preston and Ochoa basically neck and neck in terms of blinds.
We're going to see a domination spot here, but this flop is amazing for Preston, and he's going to be betting here pretty small. That's probably going to get through.
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't think Ochoa can call. Yeah, good flop for the ace-3. Also happy to just take it down without having to actually make your flush.
Yeah, and Preston's actually in a weird spot now. Now Ochoa and Rudy are super, like 2 million chips away from Preston now that he's gained like 1.5 million to 2 million chips within the last 3 orbits. So
yeah,
one orbit.
Yeah, and good of him to not lose his composure after losing that huge pot with ace-10. He still seems to just be playing his game. He doesn't seem to be shook at all. He's still just trying to play the best poker he can, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, and you can see no one's going to steal from his blind and you saw Rudy fold the ace-7 under the gun, I believe, because you feel as though, you might think Preston's going crazy. Maybe he gets, stacked by the chip leader just like he, called the ace-10, for example. So if you're Ochoa or Rudy, you're like, just please, one of them, please get a hand against each other. But the problem is that the more you wait, the more that you're going to have to gamble and get the hand in. So, we see an ace-10 shove here. We're going to see 9s. This is a rough spot.
Yeah, and Ochoa's been playing pretty tight, and it's definitely a rough spot when you have pocket 9s here. It's not a hand like, I'd say even like jacks is probably just a snap call. But like once you get down into 10s, 9s territory, it gets a lot rougher. Because when you know that Matthew has already folded.
Ooh, and he does call.
Oh, he does call.
And, Preston is no stranger to big games.
And these two guys are very close in chips, very similar chip stacks. Whoever, if I believe that Preston does have Ochoa slightly covered, but whoever loses this is not going to be in good shape. Obviously, Ochoa will be eliminated.
Oh, and it looks like Ochoa accidentally exposed his hand before Rudy called.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure the floor will handle that. I don't think it really influenced the action too much. I can't imagine that Rudy was going to overcall with the ace-7.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it looks like it's sorted now. honest mistake.
Huge pot. If Preston wins this, he will be chip leader again.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Ochoa loses this flip, he is going to be out in fourth for a $10,000 pay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Good flop for nines.
Yeah, clean flop for the nines, but there's a lot of backdoor and there's a lot of overcards still at 23%. Wow.
Whoa, ace right on the turn. Preston is only going to have 2 outs going into the river.
Yeah, and Preston must be mad. He's had this happen a couple times like this and not getting the same fate for himself.
Yeah, and he does chip down. It looks like he still actually has quite a bit of chips left after he won that hand with the ace-3 of hearts. But yeah, these all-in pots have not been going Preston's way for the most part.
No, but he still has 7 bigs in a dream. We saw Matthew go from super low to now chip leader. Very possible for anything to happen here, but I believe that Ochoa is gonna get a couple hands where he can't play. I'm not exactly sure.
Put them on the card reader so that way you can have the aces and everybody looking for aces. Right?
And there you can see who is up. And there are big blinds.
Round or hand?
Ochoa and Matthew neck and neck. Rudy and Preston are very, very in the depths here, and you can see Rudy's really trying to chip up here. I mean, not chip up. He's trying to ladder up, and you can't blame him. Now he's in a good spot to do so. And Ochoa is going to get a round penalty, if not, I don't know how many hands exactly, but he had ace-jack suited under the gun, and he's not going to be happy when he goes back and sees what he had to fold because of that. It is going to be a walk for Matt.
Throw him 75,000, please. What's that? Throw him 75,000, please. I got it.
But that could have saved Ochoa because he would have opened into Matt's sevens.
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, and as we start getting even lower and lower, we're gonna see a lot more flips like that ace 10 nines. Okay, Ochoa just got 1 hand penalty there.
Are you sure?
And you can see he's doing really well from where he was. We've seen a huge change of stack depths. And Rudy's full goal now is to hope and pray that Preston just gets out next.
Here, we need that. Matt, can you throw your purples out front for me, sir?
Is that?
Could you throw your purples out front for me, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. No worries.
And Ochoa is back. He only had to lose 1 hand there, so no worries.
Raise 600,000. Fold.
I wonder if Preston had folded nines, if we would have seen a call with the ace-7. Ace-7 would have won. Not sure. I don't think Rudy would call, but it does beg the question whether or not he would in that spot. And Preston's going to be paying his big blind here. He was down to 7 bigs, just under the gun right now, so now he's going to have about 5.5 going to the big blind. And Rudy's going to look down at ace-7 suited. He is going to shove it. Yeah, and this shove, we got to see what Preston wakes up with, but looks like it does get through. I'm surprised to see Rudy shove there. From what we've seen, I thought he would raise fold, just to avoid being in a cooler spot, but does take it down, which is good for him.
Yeah, he might recognize what's been going on at the table as far as people rejamming to these min raises.
Yeah.
And just wanted to get ahead of it and just jam so that nobody could force him to fold his equity.
Yeah, and I wonder where Matthew's going to start taking hands like Jack-9 here.
Yeah, it's especially odd now for him now that he's got Ochoa, who's almost as big of a stack on his left.
Yeah, we're going to see his shove by the ace-8 suited, and it's not going to get a call. So Preston's going to chip up back to 1.8.
Yeah, which you're honestly okay with at that point. With just, I mean, you kind of do need to double, but you're also okay with them folding 2 cards that have equity against you.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I think that hand kind of wants a call from on big blind or small blind to big blind, but yeah, no, you're definitely happy with also just chipping up and hoping that you get better hands.
I mean, if there's anything we've learned from this final table, it's that just because you're short stack does not mean that you can't make a comeback.
Yeah, and we're going to see Preston have another ace here, which is going to be shoved almost 100%.
Yeah, for only 7 big blinds, there's not really much else for you to do. And with him being on the button, stealing the small blind and big blind would be huge.
Yeah, and he does. And chipping back up to 2.3 mil.
Yeah, guys, keep in mind the big blind plus small blind plus big blind ante. At this point in the tournament, that's 500,000 chips every single time that you are able to take that down pre-flop.
Yeah, when you're making the comeback, you definitely feel good when you take those 2 pots down. You feel like, okay, a little bit of breathing room.
Got a little bit of momentum back in your corner.
Ooh.
He's Jack 10 off. You think he takes this as a jam?
Yeah, I think so, and he does. This hand is very strong four-handed when you have 9 bigs. And he's going to walk into 4s.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, do you see any world where Matthew folds the 4s here?
No, you can't fold for 9 bigs.
And why is it so good to call with even like a low, like you might see a hand like pocket 4s and think, oh, you're always flipping. Why would you want to call with a hand like that?
Yeah, specifically in this spot, Preston, he has such a short stack that this hand is just going to do so well because Preston is going to shove. I mean, again, he could shove a hand like ace-3 suited, which you're doing really well against. Obviously, he's in a poor spot against Jack-10, which is a straight flip, but you are going to be against a lot of hands like Jack-10 that need to shove. Does make the call, and I like it.
And we're going to see Ochoa fold on his big blind, it looks like. And we're going to go to a run out.
Yeah, and a straight flip, actually Preston ahead a little bit, which doesn't surprise me. And that's even with 9 and 8 folded.
Yeah, we're gonna. This is for Preston's tournament life. If he gets knocked out here, he will go out in 4th for $10,000 plus whatever bounties he collected.
Ooh, and he's
that-
drawing almost dead.
Yeah, he's just got runner straight, but I don't see it happening.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, rough way to go out. I honestly want to give a shout out to Preston. I thought he played great this whole final table. There were just some flips that did not go his way, but I really like the way he played all final table.
Yeah, and Preston, he pretty much lost every flip there.
Even a 70-30 with the ace deuce versus his jacks.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot.
No, it's rough, and I'm sure he's kicking himself, but he played super well, so he shouldn't feel too bad. That doesn't stop us all from being in that spot and wishing for better things to have come. But now every player guaranteed almost 14K. Everyone's feeling good about this spot, especially Matthew, who has played really well since nursing a short stack. But yeah, GG's to Preston.
Yeah, and now we're down to 3-handed. I think this is where I think the ranges start to get a lot wider,
Definitely.
Only three players in. I'm expecting to see Matthew really take advantage of the fact that it's everyone's short stacked.
Yeah.
Or not short stacked. Everyone is. I guess is everyone short stacked. Everyone is going to have worse hands, is what I meant to say.
Yeah, we have an interesting flop here. 3-handed. Oh wow, he doesn't defend with the 7. You definitely want to start calling, especially in this spot with your pairs on boards like this when Ochoa just limps. But I understand the fold. You don't really want to. He also, from this point, he's seen the chip leader go from chip leading to out, so he's definitely looking to get those pay jumps since the start, and he's gotten them.
I know Rudy has just pay jumped 6 times now.
Yeah.
And hasn't really been at risk very often. Only I think once or twice he's only been at risk once or twice.
Yeah, and he's been short stacked very often as well.
So I know not quite to heads up, but you play a lot of heads up. What changes from more of a full ring, even like a 6-handed style to when we get down to like 2 or 3 players left? What are the biggest differences that people who primarily play full ring games are not going to necessarily know without studying?
Yeah, I mean, the important thing to know is that you're playing, well, in this case, you're playing against 2 opponents that have 2 cards that are very likely very bad, considering most combinations of cards in poker are just bad. So you start actually wanting to target those bad hands more often than actually, folding, for example. For example, with the Jack 7 that Rudy just had, Ochoa's going to have a lot of garbage that he's limping in. And as we've seen, Ochoa likes to raise more often with good hands rather than limp. So we're not going to see as many times that 7 be in a bad shape against Ochoa's range there. So you generally want to be just like, for example, this 6-5, if he were to call and then hit bottom pair on like an ace-high board, he would still very often want to continue to call bets and stuff, because Matthew, although on the top range with King Jack there, King Jack suited, he's still going to have so many bluffs there, and we've seen him raise there with Queen Deuce, even 4 or 5-handed, that you're going to want to start playing more in position. You're going to want to start calling more bottom pairs, calling more even ace-highs and stuff.
Yeah, would you say position almost becomes even more important when you're playing this shorthanded?
Yeah, it does, and relying on that position correctly is really important. And we are going to see the fold from 8-5 suited from the button. So it really depends on what the goals are for a lot of these guys. At this point, there is a really big pay jump. It's a 5.3K pay jump. So, not doubling Rudy up is big for them. As the blinds keep going around, Rudy is going to have to go in.
Yeah, and I mean, think about when it's 9-handed. You're only paying the big blind and the ante once every 9 hands. Now, when you've so your 12 big blind stack could actually last you quite a while and give you some ladders. But now, if you're Rudy, your 12 big blind stack, you're paying the big blind every 3 hands. You're paying 2 big blinds every 3 hands, basically.
Yeah.
With the ante and everything. So that stack that might have lasted you a while before is now going to dwindle a lot faster than it would full ring. I expect to see a jam here with the pocket 5. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does shove, and he's not going to get a call. But what's crazy is now, because he's so far behind, even this chip up isn't as big as it would normally be, because the orbit is just going to come, I believe, right now. Or no, next hand.
So he's got 1 hand to rest, and then he's paying that big blind and ante again.
And there you can see, 71% of his hands went to showdown. So you can see that because 71% of his hands went to showdown, but he has a 10% VPIP, a lot of the times he's either getting it in or calling with good hands. And Matthew is getting really good hands in the blinds here, hands that you don't normally see. So, wow. And I do think that Ochoa, ICM-wise, is just going to call this, but he can take it either way.
Yeah, I mean, Queen Jack suited, a good hand in a full ring game, and when you're down to 3 players, Queen Jack suited is an amazing hand.
Yeah, and some players might feel the need to shove here, but you do have almost 40 bigs. You're in really good position to maybe even lose just the 2 bigs and not have to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, and I think the problem with shoving it is that you're going to fold out a lot of worse hands. Matthew is going to have hands that you dominate.
Yeah.
Like Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, Jack 7 suited. He's going to have all those types of hands. But he does elect to raise it to 1.6 million.
And even here, this is interesting. Matthew is going to want to be using this hand more as a shove as well, but you can go either way. But Ace-Jack really doesn't like seeing flops, especially out of position. It's more the hand strength of Ace-Jack, especially in tournament, is more the fold equity that it has. Obviously, we see if Ace-Jack were to shove here, Ochoa would fold, which isn't always the case, but generally that is where the strength of a hand like this comes from.
And I don't think we've seen Ochoa take many 3-bet spots like this that were non-shoves. But this is what happens when both players are a lot deeper. Both of them, to start the hand, we're at least 35 big blinds deep.
Yeah, and I would like a fold or a shove here or maybe even a a 4-bet non all in.
It's like 4 million or something, or like even like a min raise.
Yeah, even like 3.5 mil. But a call out of position ends up being just really, but you let Queen Jack essentially take the reign and control, and on a lot of boards that brick both of you, Queen Jack can just decide where the hand goes if you just call, and he does fold. You can't blame him.
Yeah, I don't fault the fold. We haven't really seen that move out of Ochoa up to this point, from what I remember. I don't think we've seen him take that small non-jam 3-bet too often. So he might have been putting him on an extremely narrow range.
Yeah, and three-handed, a hand like Queen Jack is great as a non-all-in 3-bet, where you have a lot of blockers and you have a lot of strength, but you don't really like seeing flops with these type of hands. I mean, obviously in position you're fine with it, but you're just as comfortable with taking down what you can.
Yeah, and especially with Rudy being so short, I think it's totally fine to just fold there and try to get the next ladder, because this is going to be a huge ladder from second to third, or from third to second. So not wanting to take a higher volatility line, higher variance line. Does show the jacks. He jams it. Rudy folds his big. Yeah, so the third place finish going to be 13,700 plus whatever bounties they picked up. Again, this is off of a $300 buy-in, so pretty nice to even be in the top 3 of this tournament. But that first place is going to be almost double, or actually over double. Excuse me. Did Ochoa just pick up jacks twice?
Yeah, jacks back to back.
Must be nice, Ochoa.
Yeah, and Ochoa, playing that Queen Jack hand was really good. Especially, he's only done that re-raise 3 times, so
Yeah,
does just get it through.
Get it through again. Is he going to show it again?
I mean, you have to show it when you get it twice in a row, right?
No, it doesn't show.
No, it doesn't show.
That's what you want on these final tables. I mean, obviously he wants to get called in either of those spots. I know sometimes you don't want to get called with jacks, but I think at this point you definitely do.
Yeah, and we can look at a lot of spots that some players would take that players haven't. For example, Ochoa folding the 8s, even though he was ahead. It's possible that if he lost that flip, he wouldn't be in this situation. We're going to see kings. Guys, three-handed, this is very, very unlikely. You do not see this many strong hands three-handed.
And how sick would it be if you just limped the kings? I would love to see a limp here.
They're deep enough where limping is actually going to be a really good strategy with hands like kings and aces that don't require as much protection. But he does go with the raise, and you can't fault him,
Yeah, and the other thing with them being deep is maybe he wants to raise more to get more value. That's also very reasonable. They're both 40 big blinds deep right now.
Yeah, and Ochoa has a hand that will connect, and if it doesn't, then you just move on. And this is a funny flop because we are going to see a lot of checks by Matthew, and he does continue to bet.
Do you like a small bet even with kings on this board?
Yeah, you're blocking ace-king, and in general, you just want to continue, and we are going to see a float, so a 4 would be brutal. You are going to not have a bunch of aces in your opponent's range here, except for like ace-3, which is very, very possible. But here, when Ochoa floats, it becomes really brutal with the kings.
Looks like he's going to go for another value bet. I really like that. I think he's trying to get max value from an 8 or a flush draw in this spot. I think a lot of people, when they see the call on the flop, they're like, oh, Ochoa can only have an ace here when he calls. And, there's really a lot of hands that he can possibly have here.
A ton. And, whoa, are we seeing a possible raise here by Ochoa?
That would be pretty baller.
That would be pretty baller, and it would probably work, actually.
Yeah, I can't imagine Matthew continuing with kings. He's going to be sick if he gets raised. Does let it go. Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, the ace-high board is just going to have so many good hands for Matthew when he raises. I mean, he's obviously raising small blind versus big blind, so the ranges are a lot wider. But he's still going to have a ton of strong hands there.
Yeah, that raise would have been really fun to watch, though.
Yeah, that would have been crazy. But yeah, gets kings, gets a street of 2 streets of value if you include pre-flop. So not a bad result with kings at all. Obviously, you want all the money to go in the middle, but it's a great result either way.
I can't tell if Matt's headphones are really retro or really like expensive new modern.
I'll have to look at them closer. We've got the Matthew with over half the chips in play right now. Rudy is just dwindling, and yeah, he does. Ochoa does jam. Rudy not going to defend the 8-6 suited to the jam, and I mean Rudy just bleeding chips out like really badly right now.
Yeah, and this is not a fun spot to be in when you're Rudy.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take a second while they're dealing to, again, say we're Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. I'm Ethan Bruin here with Michael Largent. We commentate every Tuesday and Thursday, but as well as these final tables, we have a lot of these fun events happening just year-round. As a whole, Rounders is a great place to be. There's a lot of things going on, so definitely come out, come see us, and like and subscribe because it really helps our algorithm.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Ochoa on the button with 5s. I'm expecting this deep. I wouldn't be surprised to just see a small raise. Yeah, it looks like he goes to about 700K. And Rudy's going to fold, and I think Matthew's also going to let it go.
Yeah, and I like this sizing. This is very much Matthew fold, but if Rudy shoves, I'm still calling.
Yeah, with any pocket pair, I think Rudy's only got like 8 big blinds left. You're pretty much going to have to call a shove.
Yeah. Yeah, and at this point, Rudy's going to have to... He can't really wait for a premium anymore because now his shove is just going to get him back to where he started.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I mentioned at the beginning of this, when we started playing 3-ways, he's just chipping down so much quicker than he would like. And he is going to be all in with the Jack-9 off. And Ochoa with 5 deuce off, yeah, just going to have to fold it in the big blind. I think you're going to actually end up calling super wide in the big blind there because you don't actually need that much equity. But 5 deuce is just a little bit too bad of a hand. But yeah, I mean, one double puts Rudy back up to 20 big blinds, which definitely gives him some playability. I mean, the crazy thing is if Rudy doubles through Ochoa, they're almost going to be at the same stack.
Yeah.
Like, Rudy will be at 6 million, Ochoa will be at 7 million.
Yeah,
so he's by no means out.
The thing that Matthew and Ochoa are going to want to do, because they both really want this pay jump, is that they're both going to actually just wait until one or the other gets a good hand and then just constantly steal Rudy's blinds versus just like... They're not going to want to obviously call any of Rudy's shoves. And this is a hand that wants to get shoved in the small blind here.
Why do you want to shove it?
Rudy will just have so many bad hands, and you do not want any of those bad hands to get equity. Or a hand like this King Deuce to get shoved on you because he is going to shove, whereas he decides to check. But he could shove that more, getting a hand like 10-8 to fold. Whereas if you shove the 10-8, you turn a 55% hand into a 0% because Rudy's just not calling hands like this.
It's kind of a game of chicken. Who can shove first and get the other to fold?
Yeah, exactly. And like say he did shove and he did end up getting called, now you're in a perfect spot against a hand like King Deuce. Whereas now you're kind of giving a lot of equity to a lot of hands. But it's fine, but both ways are fine. Generally you want to be shoving around 8 bigs though.
Yeah, that
although
makes a lot of sense.
It's definitely scary when your opponents have, a stack where if you shove and get called and they double up, you're not like in a great spot anymore. But sometimes you do need to take that risk to actually make things easier for you in the future.
Yeah, and Rudy not being able to flop anything there is definitely going to hurt him. He's through another round of blinds down to 2.5 million, and yeah, just not where he wants to be. Because the problem with chipping down in these spots
When
is
we're gonna see a shove with the King-9
and 7-4 not going to call. I don't think.
I need a matching one right here.
Yeah, it's a good pickup for Rudy. The problem with why he needs these chips is every time you chip down, your next double is going to be much less than it would have been otherwise. So like the difference between doubling up at 3 million versus 2.5 million ends up actually being worth a million chips because it's either 5 million or 6 million. And so if you chip all the way down to like 2 million, then you're only going to get to 4 million when you double. And the gap just keeps widening between you and the other players that are still, have healthy stacks.
You can see our pay jumps, they're really big. So Rudy is trying to make that extra 5.3K. And the difference between third and first is a whole double up of money. The difference between third and first is almost exactly what third is making. So
Yeah, it's a crazy pay jump. Oh, and it looks like the Jack-8 suited. I expect it to go in here.
yeah, definitely. This is a hand that wants to get in on the button here. And does go for the shove.
Oh, and
Ooh.
Ochoa with ace-king suited. No decision at all. He's
Is he
he's
folding?
he is going to call. And Rudy's still not in terrible shape. He is a 2-to-1 dog here pre-flop. But there's a lot of flops that are going to be good for him.
I'm actually very surprised at this being a 35-65.
Yeah, me too. I would expect it to be a little closer.
Yeah, I think like 40-60, but
He's got a gutter. So now any 8, Jack, or 10 is going to give him the best hand.
and he also has some heart redraws. Doesn't get the heart redraw. It's actually a really bad card for Rudy, and wow, doesn't actually get there.
Ace-king high holds.
GG's to Rudy, though. He played really well, very conservative, but he was able to get huge pay jumps. He almost busted around like 9th or 8th and was able to go all the way to third and make a cool $13,700 plus whatever bounties he made. So congratulations to Rudy. I thought you did really well. Thank you for coming out. That was a great showing, and actually ended up, getting past a lot of the chip leaders, people who had a lot of chips. Jesse Preston, for example, who had a ton. And it looks like the heads up might be going on break for a second, guys. But right now, both players have locked up $19,000 plus whatever bounties they've made. I saw Ochoa has a little under 2K in bounties there. That doesn't include maybe what he's put in his pocket from other days. And I haven't seen what Matt has, but all these players are getting a really good payday right now.
Yeah, off of a $300 buy-in, I would say so.
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, huge for a $300 buy-in. It's always a great feeling when you've locked up that 19K. And Ochoa, Rounder's favorite dealer here, who recently had won one of the other events for 24K or chopped, I forget, looking to take down another 27K and maybe his next biggest score.
Yeah, and I mean, even with bounties, it might already be close to it. Even if he gets second, it's going to be pretty neck and neck with that $24,000 score. Yeah, so I think we've got pretty even stacks going into this heads up, which is rare to see, I think.
Yeah, and I'm curious, as we've seen, Matthew has been more aggressive. Aggression does tend to favor the bold when we're playing heads up. Tends to be a lot better of a strat when you're aggressive, but we'll see if Ochoa starts to put on the pressure now that they're both locked up 19K.
Yeah, and with ICM being not really a consideration, I mean, it is a consideration, but at this point, it's just winning is the ICM consideration.
Yeah, ICM is turned off essentially when it comes to heads up. It no longer becomes a factor. Although, many people do chop, and you chop based on ICM, so if we see a chop, they have almost 50-50 in chips. So we're seeing a complete even, about what looks like 40 bigs each.
Yeah, and they might, I don't know what the exact rules are here, but I know what some people do is they'll chop for maybe 80% or 90% of the prize pool and then play for the other 10 or 20%. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that.
And that's what happened in our 1 million guarantee. When they got heads up, they played for a long time. They were very deep. They ended up chopping for 160K each and then playing for the rest, which was like 10K, 15K, around that. So, you still play for 10 or 15K and, take a really big payday. And While that's happening, you can also get your payday with this stocking stuffer here. Thursday, we have our 25K guaranteed, 6 p.m. It's a $240 buy-in. You're going to start with 60K in chips at 100 blinds, I believe. So you get a ton of big blinds, ton of playability. That one's going to be fun. Got a lot of friends coming down for that. And then on Friday at 6 p.m., we have our 20K guaranteed mystery bounty. That's going to be a free roll for 20K guaranteed, $25 buy-in. Come in, get into these tournaments, make that same money that these guys are making. And right now, actually, if you're in the mood to play tonight, we still have entry for a 10K tonight. It's a $150 buy-in, 10K Monday event, and that one's really fun. And we're getting right back into the action, guys. Ochoa's going to open up with the King 3, and this is a great hand to take as an open in this format. And then we're actually seeing both players wake up with pretty big heads-up hands. And you might wonder, why is the Queen 8 and the King 3 so good heads up? And it's the amount of garbage that you get dealt in Hold'em is a lot more than you ever expect. So when you do have hands like these, they're going to hit a lot more in heads up. And as we see, King High ends up getting there. And heads up, this starts to be a little different. You no longer care as much about chipping up with one big. You care more about getting value. So checking is never too bad heads up when your opponent's calling with almost any combination pre-flop, to where you can let him catch up with some hands.
Yeah, and I mean, normally if you flop that, again, like the difference between full ring, having top pair no kicker in a 3 or 4 or 5-way pot, you're never feeling comfortable. But heads up, your King 3 is almost always going to be the best hand in that spot, which makes a big difference in how you approach getting value. Because on that flop, let's say that Matthew had Queen 6 instead. Queen 6 is never going to fold on that flop.
Yeah.
Because oh, wow, they both have each other's straight flush outs. Yeah, these are both going to be hands that are definitely going to be want to go to post flop. They're both going to flop extremely well heads up.
Yeah, it's actually funny. We had in the 1 mil guaranteed almost exact situation like this where both players had 9-8 or 10-7, and both of them one hit top 2 and the other one had open-ended. And the open-ended ended up getting there.
Oh, that's
It
sick.
ended up being a really big pot because it was a 3-way or 2 or heads up.
I want to see some spades on this flop. This is what I want to see.
No, I mean, pretty much any flop that connects with one is going to connect with the other. So
9 high
wow,
board.
and as we see, 2 pair is going to give Matthew the nuts if Ochoa were to hit 2 pair. And middle pair, which is often going to be good heads up, is going to give Ochoa the second nuts. This is a sick spot, actually. It's funny that we talk about how, when they connect to each other, it's going to be a crazy flop. This is super unlikely in heads up how many hands, even in 3-way, how many hands they've all been getting against each other.
And Ochoa does make the raise now to 1.1 million. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is protection, but it's also kind of a bit of I just want to take this down with my top pair. And generally in heads up, you really want to be allowing your opponents to continue bluffing. But I understand why you're raising. The problem is that although we are seeing instantly some hands clash, these hands are super important for when you are getting trashed for just hand after hand. And when you're not getting the maximum value every time when you hit, it starts becoming a little, and we're going to see a call. It starts becoming worse for you when you're not allowing your opponent to bluff, for example. But in this point, Matthew does call.
What do you think about the call in this spot?
Yeah, the call here, this is, I think this is in thinking that Ochoa is often going to check on the turn, which is true. And Ochoa will check with all his bluffs. Let's just say Ochoa had 3-4, which could bluff like this. Or even, let's just say, 7-king that can bluff here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ton of hands that Ochoa is going to have that aren't top pair with the straight draw. And so you can float, and a 10 is often going to be good. Obviously, an 8's going to give you the nuts. And sometimes a 7's going to be good.
You can pick up a spade, too, for your backdoor flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of good turn cards for him. I don't fault the float there at all.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see hands like that clash instantly. You really don't see it very often, as I've been saying.
And getting a fun flop.
Yeah.
That hits both players.
Yeah, I mean, it hits exactly both players, so it's always pretty crazy.
Wow, we've got the ace jack for Ochoa now. Pretty big hand here. Matthew with the queen 4 on the big blind. We'll see if Ochoa elects to raise. I think like when you're heads up like this, especially since he's going to be in position post flop, it becomes a little bit more okay to start limping. And he does actually end up limping. It
Yeah.
becomes better to limp some of your strong hands like this.
Oh, I love this limp. This is a great limp. This is something that's not really utilized, but heads up, limping strategies become a lot stronger.
And a flop that nobody's super happy with, but if you're Ochoa, your ace high is going to be good enough of the time, I think.
Yeah. And you can see your opponent's going to be bluffing with a hand like queen 4 when you just limp with an ace jack. But you have to know, I made this limp for this exact situation. I made this limp so my opponent could bluff. Although, you're never going to be happy when you get continuously bet on. And this is a great turn card for Matthew to continue betting on.
Yeah, I think it becomes tricky, especially when it's a king high flop and you have ace jack. Like if it was say a 10 high flop and you could hit a jack or an ace to probably like lock up the hand, it becomes a lot easier to float these type of hands. But yeah, as you see, the aggression is going to take it down for Matthew. But it becomes so much harder when you know that you only have 3 outs to make top pair versus the 6 that you would have with 2 overcards.
It is rough, though, because heads up is a lot of these. The thing is that when you're this deep, right, 35, 51 bigs, heads up becomes important to continuously go on your leads. Like, if you're ahead by this much and you're giving away like that 3 to 5 bigs with a hand as strong as ace jack, it's, we're seeing a lot of strong hands like ace jack, but the thing is that generally you're not getting that, and eventually it starts getting tiring. You start seeing people start losing their patience, start losing endurance, and then those hands, you wonder where did I go wrong, and it's usually when you're not making like those calls. But on that board specifically, that 5 of diamonds was really bad for Ochoa.
Yeah, this is more the type of hands you'll see. King 5 off versus 3 deuce offsuit. That's a bit more standard for heads up play. I wouldn't mind seeing a few train wrecks of both of them getting good hands.
Yeah, and going back to that stack thing is when you are this deep, you do have to start making lighter calls because otherwise you're just going to wait for train wrecks,
Yeah,
Otherwise you're just going to hope that your opponent has queens when you have kings, and that's generally not where you want to go. You really want to be constantly stealing these pots, constantly putting your opponent in rough spots.
Yeah, we see Ochoa elect to just limp. I think that's pretty reasonable with a hand that's going to flop decently well, 6-5 offsuit, heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, and in position that works. You do like to see more raises with some trash. And we're going to see another king high flop, and the 6-5 does outflop the queen 5.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to bet small. Oh, no, that's actually a pretty chunky bet for protection.
Yeah,
And
and
it's the purple.
with this kind of hand, you're fine with just trying to bet for protection.
Yeah, and take your showdown, or protect your equity, rather.
Although, it is fine sometimes to check again. That 6 ends up being super strong. As we see, when we look at 3 and 4-handed, people going all in with hands like pocket 4s, pocket 5, pocket 3s, but then folding, bottom pair in a spot like that, or like not valuing it as much. But you're also expecting that your 4s or 5s hold, so it's like it's a weird aspect in that people have that tendency to not realize, like, well, that's essentially like having pocket 6s,
Well, I think you'll flop no pair you'll only flop a pair or better about a third of the time. So
Yeah.
that means 2/3 of the time, any hand that's not a pocket pair is just going to miss the flop and not have any showdown value besides like ace high or whatever.
Yeah, and all their hands have really connected with each other, which is crazy. We can see a lot of big flops here. I mean, pretty much any flop that Ochoa is going to have good hands on, Matthew will too. Wow.
Wow. Is that the kind of flop you were looking for?
That's insane, y'all. This is not a common...
And his 2 right here is essentially the nuts right now, okay? And
Yeah.
heads up play, that 2 is as good as pocket aces, basically.
Yeah, and actually even ace high is really good here, but I like this raise coming in from Ochoa. This is going to signal a ton of strength. Now, this also kind of just screams 5-4 to me. I don't know if he's going to do this with a 3, but I feel like he does this very minimally with a 3.
Yeah, I could even see him doing this with, like, depending on how he'd play them pre-flop, pocket 4s, pocket 5s type hands that
Yeah.
are rarely going to flop an overpair and want to protect that they're usually going to be the best hand on this flop.
No, for sure, and we can see some brutal turns here. Depending on the turn, Ochoa, I mean, if it's a hard turn, obviously he's not getting a fold, but Ochoa can get a lot of folds here if he continues to bet. If he goes something like 2.5 million, he does go for a snap check, which signals a bit of lack of strength.
Yeah, I would like the snap check, honestly, if he had a 3 to some degree. But,
Ooh.
and he does hit a 5. Now, the question is, does he value bet his 5, or does he just take his showdown?
Well, the question has been answered.
I like that. I like that choice.
And he is very likely going to get called here. You can't really fold the ace-deuce here, although your opponent snap-checking turn and then betting this river. Almost elect to re-raise sometimes here rather than call, although it's not something that we often see.
Yeah, especially not from a hand that has pretty good showdown value. Like, a deuce on this board is actually very strong. And
Yeah.
he does pay it off.
Yeah, and it's brutal. I mean, you have to pay it off. It's not as bad as an ace would have been.
Yeah, definitely not.
But you can see he steps away from the table, shaking his head, and understandably, that's...
Yeah, it's a rough river card. And with that, I mean, that's a huge swing. Ochoa now with 76% of the chips in play, 20 million. And Matthew down to only a quarter of the chips with his 6.4 million. Still is going to have quite a few big blinds. I would like to see how many he has. Yeah, he's still got 20 big blinds, which is plenty in heads-up play. But, yeah, he can definitely bounce back from that. Any double-up puts them basically back to even for Matthew. So he's... definitely not in too rough of a spot yet, but it's not where you want to be in heads up. And yeah, he just gets a walk with his 5-3.
Yeah, and while they're shuffling, I just want to remind you guys, we have streams every Tuesday and Thursday. Those are some big cash games. Every Tuesday we do a huge cash game. Chaz was playing here last week and shoved blind for 3K about 4 times.
And that was in a 2-5 game?
In a 2-5 game. So
if you guys have never
our
played
games,
poker in Texas, you got to get down here. I mean, come on.
yeah, and it goes pretty crazy. But yeah, we do those streams every Tuesday and Thursday. Just give us a like and subscribe if you want to watch those. We also have a lot of our clips and YouTube videos on our channel. We do a ton of just different content, making sure that everyone kind of sees everything. And we're doing a lot of work over here just to make sure that everything is to just a really high production. And if you've been watching for a while, you can see our designs have changed. Our just like even our full stream is just super updated, and we're doing that constantly, really putting a lot of work into it. So if you can give us a like, a subscribe, it really helps us out. But if you can also watch those videos, we have some really cool stuff. We had a lot of pros coming in here recently, Ryan DePaulo being one, and just always try to help us out. We would really appreciate it. So thanks, guys.
I mean, come on, guys. You think that the stocking and the snowman, you think that's free? We do this for you. We Christmas theme this set for you. And it looks like both of them waking up with garbage here, as is going to often be the case, heads up. And we're seeing Ochoa limping quite a bit on the button. What do you think of that? Would you like to see more raises, or do you think that this limping strategy is going to work out for him?
This stack depth actually likes more limps because you don't want, ooh, and this is a brutal flop. This is a cooler flop for sure. Yeah, you actually want to see more limps because a lot of the time you don't want your opponent to essentially only shove or fold. You want to play post flop when you're the big stack here and just take advantage of the spot. So limping is actually going to be a really good strategy around when your opponent has 20 bigs.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Matthew going to continue to value bet his 6 here. And wow, Ochoa lets it go pretty quick.
Yeah, I would have liked to continue with the Jack 5, but does make the right fold. And, a lot of the times, one, you might not think, let's just say both of them don't play too much heads up. Then both of them might, only bet 6 there, whereas they might only check call 5 there. So if you feel like your opponent's not going to be betting out with anything worse than a 6, then it can be fine to fold there for sure.
And some of his bluffs do get there on the turn. Hands like 7-8, 7-9 do pick up top pair on the turn. So his Jack 5, I would say, was degraded pretty significantly. Even like a hand like 7-4 that would just call on the flop with open-ended, picks up top pair. So I don't fault him for the fold too much.
Yeah, I mean, he has a commanding lead, 3-1 here. And when you're 3-1 here, you're just feeling, one, you feel like you can't lose, and two, you feel like any pot you lose might you get a little upstuck.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to see an interesting flop in that it's going to go check, bet, call a lot of the time.
Another flop where we're seeing it hit both players. Ochoa with the gut shot, Matthew with top pair. And this 9-6 of clubs was actually the hand that Ochoa almost bluffed 4 people off of their hands earlier. I don't know if you remember that hand.
Yeah.
Or 3 people. Oh, and this is a crazy turn.
Yeah, and I like the check from Matthew on the flop. I think this check is getting exactly what it wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Ochoa does pick up a ton of equity here, but Matthew, and is there any merit to raising here if you're Matthew, or are you just calling?
I think there is. You can deny a lot of equity with a shove and gain a lot of bigs, but also you want your opponent to continue bluffing. Let's just say it's not a club river, or let's just say it's a 9 on the river. Your opponent might just continue betting, but we'll see. And this kind of card is exactly what Ochoa would likely bet on, but does go with the check option, and we've seen him take more of the conservative route. Yeah, really conserving his lead.
And, you kind of expect Matthew to value bet. You have to wonder what you're targeting, since you can't target an 8 anymore since they all made trips. I guess a 5 still has to call on this board for sure.
Yeah, 5, maybe even like 5-3 that got counterfeit that now has to kind of call.
Right, makes sense.
Even ace high should really call there, but it's hard. I mean, if you just feel like your opponent's not bluffing enough that ace high is a good call there, then it becomes even a more difficult call there, especially when you have 70% to 31, well, 69% to 31%.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And we're going to see Ochoa with an ace-high hand. Now, he's been doing a lot of limping. I wonder, with a little bit of a stronger hand, I'm curious if we're going to see him continue that to keep his range a little bit more disguised, and he does. I like that. If you're gonna limp with your weaker hands, I like the limp with a strong hand as well.
Yeah, and this limp, you can go either way. I think ace-8's one of those hands that you want to see a flop, but you also you're not going to flop really well most of the time unless you're flopping top pair, which
he does.
Which he does. And Matt eating one of our amazing salads here at Rounders Card Club, guys. Really fun time here in San Antonio, Texas. We got a full bar, full restaurant, freaking barber shop, a golf simulator, and you can live here. You also get money for playing here. You get about $1 an hour every time you play back, and that you can use towards all that. And it's just an awesome place to play.
I didn't know how that worked for the longest time, and I just started using it, and I have I ordered some chicken tenders last night, and she told me, you have like $108 on your player's card, right? I was like, I did not know that, but I should probably use more of those points.
Yeah, and you one time bought food for you and your brother as well as other stuff.
Yeah.
So you probably had somewhere within like the 200 range, which is testament to how much you're playing for sure.
Yeah. And we actually wake up with two very, very playable hands here.
Yeah, these are the nuts heads up.
We've got Matthew on the button. He's going to go ahead and raise up the Queen 10 offsuit. And very standard, I would say. And then I can't see Ochoa doing anything but calling. Yeah, he's just going to defend his Jack 6 suited. Both these hands are going to flop well heads up.
Yeah.
Except on that board.
And we can also see a lot of raises. I think these are prime examples of hands you want to raise a little more when you feel like your opponent has an idea of you that you're not raising with anything but better hands than Queen 10.
Right, exactly.
And I wonder if we're going to start to see some adaptation by one of the two players where they start realizing, like, okay, my opponent is just not, betting here with anything that's weaker than Queen 10 or a queen, and then start actually taking advantage of that image.
Yeah, I mean, pre-flop is huge heads up. It's huge in full ring too, but it's especially huge heads up. There's a lot more like 3-betting, 4-betting even with marginal hands that can go on. It's so much scarier to 3-bet into 9 people or 8 people's ranges than it is to 3-bet into just one guy's hand. And yeah, Ochoa is just going to continue to keep limping. Matthew has chipped up a little bit. He's back up to 26 big blinds, which is a ton of playability for just heads up.
Yep.
And yeah, it looks like Matthew's queen high is going to be good quite a lot here. And but he does get Ochoa just bets and gets him off his queen high, which is another testament to the strength of having position in that spot.
Yeah, and I'd like to see what happens when Ochoa starts getting strong hands, because he has done a complete limping strategy, which is very good heads up, but it starts to be brutal when you don't raise more hands, because then when you do get good hands, you're just not getting enough traction off of those good hands when you raise.
Yeah, definitely not.
Especially heads up when people are just going to have constant garbage. And shout outs to Preston Fox in the chat, one of our top 4 finisher. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing fine. I know those beats can be brutal, but congratulations to you. GG's. You played really well.
Yeah, we both really liked how you played. That was a rough way to go out. But GG's, man. You played well.
I mean, 10K is 10K no slouch.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's what, 33 buy-ins? Something like that? Pretty good.
Yeah, plus whatever bounties he got, which I'm sure he got a good amount.
Yeah, he definitely did. Playing the way that he was playing, I can imagine he racked up some bounties on day 2.
And he probably got 30K total, just 20K in bounties.
Oh, we got Ochoa with aces. You better limp these aces, Ochoa.
Yeah.
I'm going to be upset with you if you don't limp these aces.
Yeah, this is kind of where I was talking about, right? It's like, this is awkward when you have this. And it does look like he was going for a limp. Wow.
I love it. Thank you.
Great recognition there by Ochoa to just limp the aces, noticing that, that pattern.
You see so many people make that mistake of doing a full limping well, that's a pretty good flop for aces. It's almost too good of a flop.
Yeah, that's way too good of a flop.
You can't get value from hardly anything.
Yeah, it does go with the good option, which is check. And that is terrible for Ochoa, but he might get a bet off of Matthew here.
Yeah, and I mean, what I was going to say is a lot of people, and he does induce the bluff here. You have essentially the stone cold nuts. I mean, if he has pocket jacks, sometimes you get unlucky. But when you both just limp, you have the nuts here. And
is he going to fold?
You have to mix your folding range. Yeah, the question, he just calls. I like that because I think any jack is definitely going to value bet the river, and you also want to keep his bluffs in.
Yeah, and he's going to probably have to bluff on a spot like this. The problem is that it's a rainbow board, so your opponent really does not have any hands there floating, and yeah, it just goes with the check. I wonder if you can just min bet, hoping that your opponent's going to check raise a lot of hands, since you kind of have complete lock, but it does suck when you're giving a 7 a good price, for example. It does go with the third pot bet, which is going to get called by a 7 somewhat often. It does show the pocket aces.
Yeah, you don't want to show that. That's I think he might have shown it actually. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I saw him flip over, but maybe not on purpose.
But yeah, I was really happy to see him limp that. It's just such a common mistake where people will limp everything and then all of a sudden they're raising and you have to wonder what they have. Like I remember Brad Owen a while back did a he's a poker vlogger. Doesn't everyone know Brad Owen by now?
Yeah, I think non-poker people know.
Even know him, yeah. But he did a high stakes heads up tournament, and there was this one crucial spot. He was playing against I think Daniel Devoris, one of the best players in the world, and there was this really crucial spot where Brad had pocket aces, and he went for a raise, and then Daniel 3-bet him, and then Brad made a really critical error and 4-bet when he had done some 4-betting, but his 4-bet was like too big. Anyways, it was a whole thing. But if he had just flatted there and just called with the pocket aces, he probably would have ended up knocking out Daniel in that round and knocked out a much better player. But
he ended up losing.
Yeah, he ended up 4-betting and then and losing because he. Yeah, lots of outs for Ochoa here. Looks like he's just going to check. Matthew is happy to take showdown with his 3. But yeah, he ended up losing because largely because of that play. And that's what can happen heads up.
Yeah, heads up is a really hard beast to conquer. I think it's one of the harder formats. Very much to me, very much just crystal poker.
What do you mean by that?
Just like it's very just clear. Like I think very much like poker at its roots.
Yeah. It's like a pure form of poker.
Yeah, it's not like you can't just like wait all day in a 9-handed ring game waiting for like good spots, and you really have to like get down and outplay your opponent in a lot of spots.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really interesting format to watch because every hand matters. Every hand pre-flop can flop equity. Like 5-4 diamonds is a great hand, but like even Jack-8 offsuit, it's, you're just not going to be playing that in a full ring game. Even though it can flop, it can hit boards, but it's just not going to be played very often. And it looks like he's going for a raise actually. So this is the first raise we've seen out of Ochoa, or one of the first. He might have raised one other hand, but I'm interested why he chooses the Jack-8 for his first raise. Maybe he just doesn't think that the pure limp strategy is going to work out as well as he wants.
Yeah, I think this is, if he is recognizing this, it's actually a great, when Matt gets to around 22 bigs, it starts becoming better for Ochoa to raise now. Whereas when Ochoa is when Matthew's more like at 20 bigs, it starts to become, wow.
Is that
work on the turn?
Okay, I thought it was a straight flush. I thought it was the ace of diamonds for a second. Yeah, he makes basically the nuts, only behind 4-6, and he's also got a flush draw that he doesn't really want to hit.
Yeah.
And yeah, he does bet and take it down. Would you have liked to see a check from Matthew out of position, or do you like just trying to get some value out of an ace that got sneaky and checked the flop?
I do think a bet from what we've seen is a little too strong because we haven't seen as many bluffs on a board like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to say because he has been betting, for example, with the 9-6 on the pocket aces hand.
Right.
Where he has been checking then betting with his bluffs.
He has to pick his bluff spots a little bit better. You generally don't want to be bluffing into pocket aces if you can avoid it. Especially not top boat of pocket aces. But anyway, both of these guys have very similar hand here. And it could be fireworks if one of them hits the board. Because if one of them hits the board, the likelihood is the other one's going to also hit the board.
Yeah, and going back to the blinds and the limping strategy is that now that Matthew is around 27 bigs, Ochoa wants to use less of a limping strategy. A lot of the limping strategy comes from, it's essentially like raising, except you don't have your opponent shoving all the time. And yeah, this is just going to go bet fold a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's about as good as the flop can be while still having 8 high for Matthew. There we go. We got the graphics up. Yeah, so we've got the backdoor straight draw for Matthew and the flush draw. And, yeah, he's just going to take it down there with a bet. Very nice pickup for him.
Yeah, and I hope everyone's having a nice night. Again, I'm Ethan Brune here with Michael Largent here at Rounders Card Club in San Antonio. If you can give us a like and subscribe, that really helps out. We got a ton of videos and a ton of cool stuff coming out, streaming every Tuesday and Thursday, and including these big final tables as well as some other tournament events that will be coming up. So we got a lot of fun stuff planned and a lot of fun stuff in the works coming up. So definitely like and subscribe and come out to Texas. Oh, and we're going to get instantly 2 big hands against each other.
Yeah, the ace-6 from Ochoa. We'll see if he... so he does elect to raise it again. So he seems to be mixing a lot more raises in now, which I like to see. And the question is whether he's going to call or raise with the queen-10. I expect to just see a call. Yeah, we haven't seen any 3-betting in this heads-up at all. It'll be interesting to see if anybody starts working that into their gameplay.
Yeah, that would change the dynamic a lot, and I think they can pick up a lot of chips doing that. And we are going to see a queen-high flop, so we're going to see Ochoa bet on this flop pretty often, but he does go for a check back. I'd like him to take a little bit of time with his checks, but yeah, in the moment it can be hard. I wonder if he's checking that fast when he does get the nuts.
Yeah, and we'll see if Ochoa elects to try to hit his gutter or maybe an ace. I don't think you can really call this with the ace-6 of hearts. Since, an ace, hitting an ace is going to bring a 4-liner to the board, and, you're just calling for a gutter, essentially. But,
Ooh.
is he cutting out a raise, perhaps?
And I was thinking is that this raise would be really strong. The problem is that he's against the strongest possible hand.
Yeah, I mean, Ochoa, I believe, was the pre-flop raiser, so he can have hands like ace-king. But heads up, it's just not, and, he could also have, of course, 8-9, king-9. But heads up, it's just 2-pair. If 2-pair is strong in hold'em, 2-pair, like in full ring hold'em, 2-pair is, like, insanely strong in heads up play.
Yeah, it's practically a set.
Yeah, exactly. And not many people are folding a set on that board. Yeah, he does elect to just fold, probably for the best for him. I don't think he was getting... I don't think you could pry that out of Matthew's hands there.
Yeah, it would be rough to see any folding going there, but honestly, from what we've been watching, what's been folding / raising, I wouldn't have faulted a raise and then possibly folding. Ochoa winks at the camera. I don't know if he meant to wink at the camera, but
he knows what he's doing.
He was like perfectly in frame where his face was the only thing showing, and he winked at the camera. So,
and ever since that one big hand with the 5-4 versus ace deuce that Matthew lost, he has been chipping back up. He's back up to 27 big blinds, and he's got, it looks like, about 40% of the chips in play right now, if my math is right. So he's definitely in good shape right now.
Yeah, and we're going to start seeing the effects of getting tired.
Oh, yeah, these guys have been playing for, I don't even know what time it is.
As long as we've been commentating.
Yeah. When do we start, like 5:30? It's been a while.
Yeah.
These guys have been playing for a while.
Yeah, and it gets super tiring, especially heads up when you're playing constant hands. I remember when I was playing the heads up tourney in Austin, I had to play 3 back-to-back over like a 12-hour period because I was one of the unlucky few.
Mm-hmm.
And
I remember that.
And man, by the third, I was delirious. So.
And that was what just happened in that hand is something else I want to highlight. That was the first time I think that we've actually seen a limp and then a raise from the big blind after seeing a limp. And
yeah.
He had the ace queen, and Matthew does let go of the 10-5 off. But there's just a lot of room for variability in these pre-flop plays. Wow, Ochoa is just picking up hand after hand right now.
And having your opponent dominated and heads up is a really good spot you want to be in.
With a hand that he's definitely going to defend. I mean, I don't see him letting go of the queen 8 off pre-flop here.
And we can see some raises again. Oh, wow.
Wow, good fold. He might have had some sort of read that Ochoa was strong.
I don't know if I ever fold queen 8 pre-flop and heads up, but ends up making the right fold.
Yeah, he might have just had some sort of read that Ochoa was strong there. Ends up making the correct fold.
Yeah,
Wait.
I mean, we've only seen Ochoa raise one other time, which was with the Jack 8.
He had also just raised the ace queen
Yeah.
before, but yeah, we didn't see it
From
go
the button, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty much been limping from the button every other time, so. But you can see, like, if Ochoa catches on to that, then he can start raising more from the button.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think there's a lot of room for more aggression in these pre-flop spots. Bottom pair for Ochoa here, and backdoor draws for Matthew.
Oh, and there's one.
That's a pretty good turn card for 8 deuce. He's got a decent amount that he could rep. He could have 6-5. He could have 6-7 even. That is definitely going to be wanting to value bet on this board. I expect it to just go check here.
Yeah, when you're playing the 8 deuce, you definitely want to be trying to do at least 2 barrels in a spot like this. But I understand the just check. I think if you're gonna just check, you probably should fold pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean when Ochoa is just checking, you have to ask yourself how strong his hand is actually going to be. Because is he really checking a jack for 2 streets? Maybe he is, but you have to ask yourself if you think that he's doing that or not. And if he's not betting and he's just checking constantly, he probably doesn't have a super strong hand, and he probably doesn't have a super weak hand like 7 high that he would take for a bluff, you know?
Yeah.
And now Matthew's turn to pick up a big hand, and he gets a walk.
And that hurts.
Yeah, that's rough. Ace King suited heads up is an absolute monster.
That hurts when you've been not getting many hands. You just had to play deuce, and then suddenly you get ace king, and your opponent folds for the first time. I think that's the first time we've seen Ochoa fold from the button since they've just been getting monster after monster.
Yeah, it might be.
And there we go, monster.
Where was this last hand when Matthew had the ace king?
Yeah,
That's
and
what he's going to be asking himself.
blinds did go up, so we're starting to see things are getting a little closer. 17 mil is no longer what it used to be.
Yeah, and looks like Matthew has about exactly a third of the chips in play right now. Ochoa with 2/3 of the chips in play. And this is going to be rough for Matthew if Ochoa keeps picking up these hands. I mean, this has been an unbelievable run of hands for Ochoa.
Yeah, and the Rounders dealer might take down another one. He's in prime position to do so. It does go with the raise. 2.1 million is what it looks like, and I like the sizing.
I think this is the first 3-bet we've actually seen pre-flop. What do you think about 3-betting the ace-queen here versus just calling?
I definitely think that ace-queen wants to be re-raised here. Although, if I were Ochoa, I would start making a little more of those 3-bets. One, you want to put pressure on your opponent, but you've noticed that you and your opponent have kind of played snug and a little less like raise heavy, so then you want to start mixing those in and start raising a little more in those spots. But it gets even harder when you don't know what your opponent's raising with.
Exactly.
And Ochoa, again, another really good hand.
That is absurd. He is getting a crazy run of hands. He's not getting paid too much.
Right.
So there is that to keep in mind. I don't even think he'll defend the 7-4 here, but maybe he will.
No, and Ochoa goes for a bigger sizing, so I don't think he will.
Yeah, and I mean, he hasn't been like winning any huge pots or even coolering him post-flop, even coolering Matthew post-flop, but you only need to steal so many pots before your opponent starts to really feel it. I mean, in just the past few pots that he's stolen, it's like 2 million in chips. It's not a small amount.
Yeah.
You know?
And just for reference, guys, they are playing for 27K up top, so it's a lot for both of these players, and I believe it would be both's biggest score.
So looks like we're gonna see
A limp
The
from
limp
the
and the check. Both of these guys have very playable hands here. And
none of them hit.
nothing hits. I expect to see a bet from Matthew in position. I think 10 high is going to be weak enough. No, he just likes to check it. I think he thinks he has enough backdoor equity with hands like the jack.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a bet now for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to bet this. You're just not going to be up against too many strong hands very often. Sometimes he'll turn a jack. Sometimes he'll turn a club draw. But sometimes he'll just have 6-5 of diamonds and fold it.
Yeah, I mean, you often want to. You can see even Ochoa on the turn still has 14%. You really want to take away that equity from hands like that, and even sometimes get twos to fold, which is going to be ahead of you by a lot there.
Right, exactly. And yeah, good awareness to bet there. And I mean, even heads up, you even kind of want to protect your 10 highs. Like, it's gonna have some showdown value, especially if you hit a pair.
Yeah.
Compared to what Ochoa had, which was 6 high.
Compared.
Nice.
Because he needs a pair.
He did need a pair. Actually, he did need a pair. And we're going to see a limp, and this is what we were talking about, the limp and then the raise from the big blind. Looks like he went for a slightly larger sizing. I think that might be 850K.
Yeah, no, 950K.
950K, wow. Yeah, a much bigger size. I like it. He's going to be playing out of position post-flop. I like the bigger size.
Yeah, and Ochoa does call, which this is a strong enough hand heads up to call. I would have liked to see a raise pre-flop. I mean, like a open raise instead of a limp call, but wow, and we're going to see just flopped trips here.
Do you like that flop, Matthew? Do you have any strong opinions about that flop one way or the other? Yeah, and I like the c-bet because this is going to hit a lot of Ochoa's limping range. He's going to have like 8-9, 7-8, 10-7 suited, 9-7 suited type hands, some 5-4 suited.
Yeah, sometimes even pocket Ochoas.
Nice.
Yeah, I wonder if eights are Ochoa's favorite hand. Anyone know? Can anyone give me a confirmation on that? It would have to be.
We'll have to ask him after the tournament.
350 to go.
We see Ochoa with the king-9 on the big blind. Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see them start raising some of these like really garbage hands. Like if anybody's watched the high-stakes duels on PokerGo, like that was something that Phil Hellmuth really liked to do. Was he would like raise these really terrible hands like 9-5 offsuit, 8-3 offsuit, and just try to put max pressure on his opponents.
Yeah, and that's always, when it comes to heads up, that's something that you really want to do, which is put max pressure with those bad hands so that you get called with when you have the good hands. And you're going to get so many bad hands in heads up that you kind of have to.
Yeah, you have to have a robust bluffing strategy no matter what. The question is, well, yeah, and we haven't seen Matthew bluffing too often with really neither player's been bluffing too often with their absolute worst hands, which I think is something I would like to see change. Like when they have these super bottom of range hands like 9-5 offsuit, I would like to see some amount of bluffing there. I think that Ochoa might have looked him up with the king high in that spot, but it's when you know you can't win at showdown. There's obviously some spots where you don't want to bluff, but when you just know that there's zero chance you win at showdown, it can be tough if you're not turning those hands into bluffs a decent amount of the time.
Yeah.
And just letting yourself lose the pot.
With a hand like 9-5 on a board like Jack 8 deuce, you definitely want to start betting when you have that 9. That backdoor equity does have a lot of value, but also just the value in bluffing and the value in having, bluffs so you can get called when you don't bluff.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see not a whole lot going on for either player here. They both have backdoor spades. Ochoa with a backdoor straight draw. Yeah, Matthew has top pair. I misread the board. My mistake. Yeah, Matthew's going to go ahead and value bet this, take it down.
Yeah, the Phil Hellmuth doesn't do it again today.
And
Remember when people were playing Queen 4 like every day in cash games?
Well, now it's Jack 4.
Now it's
right?
Jack 4, right? What's up with the 4s, guys?
I don't know. Something about those hands.
I mean, you got Rampage's Pocket 4s. I started playing those all the time.
And what's the stack size up to? It looks like it's the gap has maybe closed a little bit in Matthew's favor.
No, it's about the same. Oh,
it is
we're gonna
about the
see
same,
tens.
yeah.
Yeah, they've been back and forth, and this is a grueling. I mean, this gets super tiring for both players.
Yeah, I mean, you think about normal poker, you might play for 3 hours, but if you're only playing 20% of your hands or something, you're only making a decision once every 10 minutes or so, like real decisions. But in heads up, you're having to make multiple high impact decisions every street of every hand. Yeah, and Matthew going to go ahead and raise it, and Ochoa just folds the 9-6 offsuit. And yeah, I like the raise. He's been raising some hands, and the tens could definitely use the protection of a raise against random overcards. Like even a hand like Queen 4 offsuit, it's going to have close to 30% equity against pocket tens, so you don't mind some protection, and you also want to get some money in the pot since it's such a strong hand.
Yeah, and it looks like someone in chat knows that Ochoa's favorite hand is not Ochoa's pocket eights. Seems to be King 5 suited, which is one of those. I feel like King 5 is one of those hands that I like better than King 9.
Yeah, King 9, I don't know. King 9 can be fun, but you can also... What was it? One of the dealers at a place we used to play, what did he call it? The sawmill?
Oh, yeah.
Because if you play King 9, you're going to end up working at the sawmill.
That's the sawmill.
Shout out to you, Brian, wherever you are. And Jack 10 suited for Matthew here. Not the flop that Jack 10 of spades wants. I feel like we had these boards where lots of people where both players were hitting something, and now we've been having these boards where both players are missing pretty heavily.
Yeah, and great continuation bet by Ochoa. I feel like we've seen a lot of checks there, but that bet's great.
Yeah, I mean, that's a board where Matthew just cannot continue, even with such a strong pre-flop hand as Jack 10.
Yeah, he would have liked to have maybe if the 3 was a spade, then maybe he continues. He has a lot of backdoors, but on that board.
Yeah, spade, or maybe if the king was a queen, anything like that would have definitely helped his hand. But that board is just really bad for his hand. Has basically no equity to improve. And
Ooh, they both have nutty hands here.
got a couple of monsters here. This is the train wreck we were talking about. I kind of expect to... I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew just folded this pre-flop. Yeah.
Yeah. The Brunson, you do want to start taking hands like 10 deuce and using them as raises, but it's hard. It's hard. Like when you look down at 10 deuce offsuit, you're just like, man.
I do feel like heads up play requires a lot of specific time and study to be good at, and the problem is, unless you're playing heads up or heads up tournaments specifically, or like heads up cash games, excuse me, the problem is you're not getting to heads up that often.
Yeah, it's really rough, and there's not many live heads up tourneys or things that you can do for heads up. And pretty much all of it is online, which, as many of you know, it's pretty hard to get good online games here in the States.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. And it looks like we've got Ochoa with about 68% of the chips in play at 18 million, and Matthew with 32% of the chips in play right now with his 8.4 million. I'd say that's been pretty consistent throughout this heads up. This like 70-30-ish split of the chips.
They did start about 50-50, so it's good on Ochoa. He's really made a leap there, and we'll see. I mean, he's fresh off a win a couple months ago, or I mean, my time it might have been longer.
Yeah, it looks like they might be discussing ICM chopping, where each of them just gets paid out based on how many chips they have. And we'll see if they end up going through with that, because this could be a very grueling heads up for both players. They've been playing for several hours. They're both tired, I'm sure, and wouldn't be surprised to see a chop here. We'll figure out what they're doing. It looks like they're just getting a count on both players' chips, and then they usually just run it through a software program that has an algorithm that tells you how much the chips are worth based on who has what. And it looks like, it looks like it's going to be a chop here. We're just waiting to get some confirmation on that.
He's going to be at about 8 million-ish.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like they did. So the first place is going to be $24,560 to Ochoa, and then $21,440 to Matthew. And by the way, congrats to Ochoa for winning. I just want to give a quick shout out to Matthew for coming back from the short stack. I mean,
yeah.
He made an amazing comeback from short stack back to chip leader, and then now he's going to get this over $20,000 score for second place.
Yeah, and that's huge. I mean, he probably should have been knocked out around 7K, so congratulations to both players. And as you could see, Ochoa taking 24,560 because his biggest score was 24,000. So I think he was like...
yeah, he wanted to get it slightly above.
Yeah, so if he didn't do it on purpose, I think it's funny that his new biggest score is 24,560 instead. So.
You're allowed to round that up to 25K when you tell people about it. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean... Honestly, it's probably more because of the bounties.
It's definitely more.
It's most likely around 27 to 28K because we do see about a minimum of 1,500 in bounty chips that he's held on to.
Yeah, congrats to both players for making it all the way to the end. Looks like they're just kind of finalizing the chop here, but I mean, amazing play from both of them. They both outlasted the rest of the competition, and congrats to them.
And then chop your bounties as well, right?
Yeah, it's been a really fun final table to watch. It's great to see a Rounders employee get it and do really well.
Dude, he's not going to be a Rounders employee for long if he keeps winning these tournaments, though.
Yeah, and very much a shout-out to everybody. I hope you guys can like and subscribe, watch more content like this. I'm Ethan Brune, and this is Michael Largent. Hope you guys liked the whole stream. We put a lot of work into this, so love to see you guys. Congratulations again to both of these players. They played super great, and I hope you all liked what we put on.
Thank you guys for listening.
I'm so in love with you. You got me down again.